yard. They hit a single, then they hit a double, then they continue to score runs that way. Versus Republicans sometimes just get up and swing for the fences and hope for the best. And then you hear, which the last thing on this one too is that, or on this point is that what we fail to realize is, it'd be great to have a Ron DeSantis in every House district. It's not going to happen today. It's not going to happen tomorrow. But if we can get a Republican in there, especially on the more liberal or moderate districts, that's an additional vote for speaker. And if you have the speakership, you control the agenda. And that's the one thing that we always seem to miss as we look at who to support.
But W had it.
Had what?
He had all three.
Yeah, Trump did too.
Yeah. I mean, and it didn't happen then. And it didn't happen with Trump.
And it's not going to happen with the Democrats either. I mean, the Democrats have...
Well, I don't think the Democrats just like being in power to be in power, not to accomplish anything. They like being in power to be in power.
See, they like making history. They like doing things that they can say, oh, look back at the history books. We had the first this, that, and the other.
But I do think that they have an agenda. They clearly have the progressive movement, the end state, and I think we're getting closer to it, is that administrative state, unelected bureaucrats making decisions without being representative of the people. Look at the Consumer Protection Bureau has almost no accountability to Congress
but the progressive side stalls more than anything else.
Do they?
Yes, I mean, they do.
Obama. You start back in the 90s.
He's not a progressive.
You start back. Who is it?
He's not a progressive. Obama's not a progressive.
Yeah,
no, he's
not.
What do you think he is? No, he's not. He's a Democrat. Progressive. When you say progressive, I think of AOC. I think of Omar. I think of Bernie. I think but Obama was a politician, and he had to placate to the middle. That's not a progressive.
It's still a progressive.
No, it's not. It's not.
It is.
And that's how you guys lose the middle. That's what you think.
It is a progressive.
No, that's Mike Davis makes the same mistake.
It's not a mistake.
No, it is a mistake.
Mike Davis doesn't make mistakes.
That's why you guys make the same mistake, and that's how.
I disagree. I think that there
how he lost.
I think that there are different colors of progressives, but I think that where they're going, AOC and Omar, they are the end game of progressivism. But listen, hold on a second. So Hillary Clinton, 1990s, right? Free healthcare for all. Tried to push it, failed. Obama wanted it to healthcare for all, right? He took it as far as he possibly could, which was Obamacare. And they continue to come back to it because they see healthcare as a fundamental right. In their mind, they all subscribe. I won't say everyone, but the progressives subscribe to the belief that society can be progressed to utopia because we have so many smart people that can help control lives and help control variables, so we all have a great life. They've been saying this in the 80s. And Woodrow Wilson was writing about this back then during his time.
You lose the middle, you lose the fight, and that's what happened. That is 100% what happened with Trump. He lost the middle and he lost the fight.
Why do you think?
Because he was an ass.
Okay.
He was an ass in that first debate. Character matters to a lot of people in the middle.
Yeah.
And he lost it. And in his policies, I was 100% behind. I was cussing at him like the show we did. I said, and Pete was here. I said, just don't be an ass, and you win. And he went out and he just was an absolute. He lost the middle because he lumped everybody into the Bernie side. And there's more in the middle than there are here and here. And if you lose that, you lose the battle. You lose that ground.
I do agree completely that the middle's up for grabs. I completely agree with that. And I think that the best thing that conservatives can do is show that our policies produce good government, prosperity, so forth, that allows us all to be able to live our lives and all that good stuff. Whereas progressives in the left, as they continue to veer left, I think that does create space. It's just unfortunate that a lot of times Republicans seem just to get in their own way. I mean, that's what makes Florida.
But that's
bring it all the way back to the beginning. That's why Florida is such a great state, is because we have good government.
And I think your best analogy was, and you used the baseball getting a single, and then the Republicans strike out a lot because they try and hit home runs. Well, I mean, I'm gonna use more of a football analogy, is they throw too many Hail Marys.
Exactly.
And they forget
Turnover on downs.
They forget about the running game.
Right.
And you got to have a running game and a good defense. And guess what? The Republicans aren't good at the defense either.
Yeah.
They have their view and they get locked in if this is being right, and they forget to play defense.
But with the one thing that works against the left and progressives is that the American people, voters, just aren't there yet. But they keep they keep moving over, and it's because we're not able to necessarily articulate our side why our ideas are best. We're a lot of times just the no, because they're out there, and we've had this discussion a lot. Free college, free healthcare, free everything. What's the Republican response to that? It costs too much money. We can't do that. It's unaffordable. Yeah. And yeah, it is. But what's our vision for it? What's our vision for America?
We don't have the answer.
Right.
That follows it.
What's our vision for it? We know it's a problem, but what's our vision for it?
Well, I think the Republicans have plenty of ideas, but the problem is they don't have a hype man like the Democrats. The media serves as the Democrats' hype man to say a Democrat comes out with a policy, and then there's just tons of echo behind it. Yeah, that's a great idea. We love it. Everybody should be on board. The right doesn't have that at all.
Well, here's the eat your own scenario, and we'll go back to the Obamacare thing. The only person that I saw in the Republicans that had a somewhat solid replacement for Obamacare was Rand Paul.
Okay.
And Rand Paul got obliterated by the Freedom Caucus at the time. And now he's kind of welcomed back in because they went, okay, we screwed up. But at that time, if they'd have stuck with their own and said, okay, here's the guy we're going to follow the doctor, and it would have been a much better situation. And they eat their own, and that's the one thing they got to do better about. All right, we're going to move on to something a little lighter here. All right, what meal do you love but rarely get to eat?
Ooh, we had lunch today at Schooners, and they had chicken fried steak. So that's a meal that I love to eat. So the wife got that. So I had a couple bites, but I'd say probably pizza, as crazy as that sounds, because it's so easy to get.
Yeah, that sounds pretty crazy, dude. I was going to say, call Carmela's on the way home.
I love Carmela's. So what you got?
Mine's chicken and dumplings.
Ooh, that's good.
My grandmother made great chicken and dumplings, and I haven't been able to replicate it. And like the only place really to get it is out at Cracker Barrel, and who wants to sit in the rocking chair waiting to eat at Cracker Barrel where people are right beside you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a restaurant that's like, oh, that's 50% occupancy, but they're still way too close. And I'm not even a COVID warrior.
Yeah.
So, Pete, what's your meal that you like but you rarely get to eat?
Man, I rarely get to eat it because they're just on the total other side of town that I live. But I still, to this day, I've had a million of them. I love the gypsy chicken from Gypsy Cab.
That's a great answer.
Yeah,
too.
man.
So, but I get that probably once a month.
And truth be told, I had pizza Saturday night.
Yeah.
But another one I'll throw out there are oysters down from Commander's Fish Camp. Have you been down there?
No, I haven't been there, but I do love oysters.
Man, you get a bucket. There's $20. Bucket of oysters. They're local ones. Phenomenal.
Yeah, local ones are so much better. They're saltier. They're so much better.
Yeah, just
are you an oyster guy, Pete?
Sometimes.
Okay.
So if they're done right, but mostly not.
I can see you not being an oyster guy.
Yeah.
All right. I'm only going to do 4 questions because I got one topic I want to go back to, and you touched on it a little bit, and that's the Santos-Biden battle back and forth. So I want to get back to that right after because we'll have about 5 or 6 minutes to talk on that. All right. Describe your favorite shirt. Like guys have, and for our female watchers out there, guys have a rotation of shirts.
Yep.
Every guy in the world that I know, they don't realize it, but they have a rotation of shirts that make it in. Every once in a while, some will pop in, and we have hundreds of shirts, and we wear 6. But what is
your reserve shirts?
Yeah, you got your backup shirts, for something else. Like, oh, I got to go to this.
Your undershirts that you occasionally wear as regular shirts.
Yeah. But you have your rotation of shirts.
I'm a huge fan of that. What is it called? It's the Next Era cotton
dry
shirts.
fit.
Not necessarily dry fit. It's a different texture to it, and it's this blue. And it's not really a graphic tee, but it's a T-shirt with this blue. Every time it's probably first or second worn out of the laundry.
Yeah. So if it's out, you're like, okay, that's
there we
on.
go. Let's go.
That's on. And I'm not talking work shirts because you gotta wear your grown up shirt and stuff like that. But I'm talking about like beating around the house shirts. Pete, what's your go-to?
I have a large collection of shirts that say 904 on them. So I typically go with those.
Is there one particular one that feels a little bit better?
They all feel amazing. They're all 904 shirts. They all feel perfect.
He's such a horrible liar.
That was a good plug. Good job.
And I wore my 904 shirt. And that's in my rotation.
Yeah.
The 904 is in my rotation. But my favorite shirt that I wear, like I'll have, if it's clean, it's on the weekend, it's a dry fit shirt. It's a royal blue shirt. and it says dinghy captain on it.
There you go.
So I can't drive the big boat, but I'm a captain of the dinghy, and people are like, "What's a dinghy?" But it's a shirt I wear probably more than any other shirt.
One of my back, it's a heavy rotation as well, is the Hunter Conrad 2016 clerk shirt. It's such a high quality shirt. It still looks great. Which I also think the irony of that's pretty funny.
Yeah,
too.
it is perfect. So, all right, we got 5 minutes to talk about this one. I wanted to make sure we hit this, but I wanted to say I did see a number before we get to it on the vaccines, and I saw where St. Johns County is ranked fifth in the state out of the 67 as far as percentage of vaccinations. So
it's good news.
We're in the top 5.
It's good news.
So we want to be number 1. Let's try and get to be number 1.
I think the county's done a good job with the appointments process after the first debacle when they rolled out the vaccines. So appreciate the work.
Well, they corrected quick.
Well, they didn't have a choice. I mean, it was a bad situation, but they definitely took command. I thought Chairman Blocker and Hunter as well and the team there, they came up with a plan, solution, and that's, again, it comes back to good government. We got strong leadership here.
No, we do.
And it's fun to see.
No, I mean, we're very fortunate, and we're very fortunate that everybody's accessible within our government in city and county. But let's talk about good government in the state of Florida. Mike and I put person of the year. We have Ron DeSantis. Governor Ron DeSantis was our person of the year.
I like
2020 had a good year.
Yeah.
He had a real good year. Right now, he's in a little bit of a battle back and forth between Biden. How do you see this playing out? Where do you see this playing out? And do you think Biden will just say, okay, I'm not going to get down there?
I don't know what legal authority he has to stand on. So the struggle is that the Biden administration is saying that they can put domestic restrictions on interstate travel between states. So they could lock Florida down effectively.
Mm-hmm.
And DeSantis pushed back saying, no, that's unconstitutional. It's crazy. All the rest of that. You're trying to shut down prosperity. Because we've done pretty well with the pandemic, especially when you look at California and New York. So I think eventually the pressure will be significant enough on the Biden administration that they will walk away from that idea. But it's just completely ludicrous. I mean, Pete, you mentioned it earlier about the media. You've got Como getting nominated for an Emmy because he was so good on TV about delivering messages and all the rest, but yet he's sending COVID patients back to the nursing home.
But you got to think of this.
And hiding the data.
And then DeSantis is getting lit up because of that fired
You guys are thinking of this wrong. He was a really good actor. He wasn't a representative of his people. He's winning an Emmy. He was a really good actor. You guys are just thinking of it
that's
wrong.
Good. All right, that's
he
good.
was just a really good actor.
Down.
So, but I mean, and people of rational thought in businesses, and I've seen it on Facebook from friends that are out of state, and I went to Vegas, and they said, man, I wish we had your governor. That's in Las Vegas. I had a friend, somebody put a post up about DeSantis standing, and I had a friend who reposted it in California. Like, I sure wish our governor would do what this governor is doing.
Yeah. He's doing great.
You know, and he needs to stand his ground, and I think we're in a comfortable position for businesses because he rattled off the numbers in a press conference, I believe it was on Friday, where like per capita we're ranked like 28th. We're like right in the middle, you know, even on the good side of where COVID is per capita, and he went through a lot, and we ranked in the middle pretty much. It wasn't like we were 1 or 2,
right?
You know, and we've been open the whole time. We're more open than anyone else. So if it really was because of the shutdowns, then why is Michigan's numbers worse than ours?
Right.
You know, and that's the part that Biden needs to take care of what he's got. Let each one of the states, because they know what's better in their states. And I'm not going to say Whitmer's doing great, but you know what? The people chose her in the state of Michigan. They can choose not to have her.
Right. Exactly. Well, and the thing, and the reality is that the Biden administration is trying to find ways to differentiate themselves from the Trump administration and how they've handled COVID. But that is a silly, ludicrous idea to even bring out into public debate. So I think that, to your point, I think it'll go away. I think it'll.
I think that's it. I think it was Biden who kind of.
All right, everybody, good morning and welcome to The Focus with Karen and Zach. I am Zach Thomas and this is Karen
I'm
Zander.
Karen.
Hello, good morning.
Hey, how are you? Staying warm?
Very much.
I like your hat.
Oh, wait, yeah, I forgot I'm wearing this darn hat. I should take it off, but I guess now we're going with it.
We're professional. We can do whatever we want.
Well, it's also for my favorite charity in the whole world, Bert's Big Adventure. So,
yeah, tell me about that. I see you post on Facebook.
Bert's Big Adventure. So I've been doing it for probably about 12 years. Bert Weiss is a morning radio talk show host in Atlanta. I think he's got the #1 morning radio show in Atlanta. And every year, I think it's been 16, 17 years, he takes 13 terminal and chronically ill children and their families on an all expenses paid vacation, 5-day vacation to Disney World. And
are they from Atlanta or are they from all over?
So originally it was from Atlanta, but because his show has grown and he's been syndicated in different markets, usually they will take a family maybe from I know that he's syndicated in Charleston, so they'll take a Charleston family. I think he's syndicated in somewhere in Illinois, and so he'll take and so usually it's like 70% Atlanta families, and then he kind of picks around with his but he's not trying he because the trip is so personal, because it's him and the cast of his show, and then the volunteers, and I mean it's 90% of the same volunteers are going on this trip, and for the last 12 years we've just done it constantly.
How'd you get hooked up with that?
Some friends of mine, I don't know if you know Troika, they're a marketing agency over on Masters Drive. It was one of their clients, and and so and I guess one year they needed a photographer, and so I volunteered, and then I've just kind of been with them ever since. So
that's really cool. It's
really awesome. It's and like, because you end up building these relationships with these families that you haven't I've got friends that I've watched their kids grow up. I mean, again, the kids go on the trips when they're 6, 7, 8, 9, and so
I have to ask you: is it heartbreaking as well if they're terminally ill? We must see a lot of.
I've lost some friends and some children's friends' children's, and absolutely. I mean, because they become friends. But I also think the whole experience though is just. It normalizes it. Like you're with these families. Basically, the purpose of the vacation has nothing to do with their disease or curing their disease or whatever. The whole purpose is the families are caregiving, are taking care of their children some of the times 24 hours a day.
I'm sure.
And that has an impact on the parents, that has an impact on
absolutely.
the siblings, and the siblings are treated just like the BBA kids, Everybody gets the whatever you want, anything you want to eat, anything. And this is just about and each family has 1 or 2 volunteers that'll come and hang out and help, and so that the families can let go for a second.
It's almost like just forget and have fun and
enjoy your child as a child, so yeah, I mean, there's heartbreaking moments, but there's lots of hugs. And lots of, and I'm not friends with every family that we've gone. I mean, now at this point, it's been probably 150 families that I've gone with, but I think each person who volunteers for it, has 4, 5, 6, 7 families that they still just kind of link up. And I always say it's my favorite thing we do every year. This year has been postponed, though.
Yeah, because you can't take terminally ill children out very easily to places where they're going to interact with a lot of other people.
Yeah, I think we just wanted to, make sure all precautions were.
You couldn't forget for a day because you'd be so concerned.
Right, and I, and even from a math, as a photographer, I've got a challenge. It's like I go as a photographer, and we use these photos for the magazine, we use it for the website, we use it for just general marketing, for signage and things. There's a bunch of great sponsors in the Atlanta area, like Moe's and Jersey Mike's and all that kind of stuff get on. And what do you do when a kid's face lights up to see Mickey, but they got a big mask on their face? Yeah. So it's we got all kind of other problems, but it's all right. We're work it out. And the charity does more than just that. They do 4 reunions a year, so like all the families come back together all the time. Like it really, the attempt is more than anything the main mission is to create a sense of community for all these families and things like that. So
very cool.
Yeah, it's awesome. So Bert's Big Adventure, I think if you check my Facebook page, they're doing like the little give, and you can text $5 and give them $5. You can do that. Anyway, but today,
yeah. So today we're going to talk about. We always tell people that this show is predicated on the fact that we want to keep you informed and how do you get involved. And so we thought we should probably take a step back and really tell you, if you personally want to get involved in some of the local boards, how do you do that? Where are they? Where do you find info? And what's the procedure? I think for me, I'm always impressed with anyone who runs for office. Frankly, I don't know why anyone would run for office in the age of social media.
Totally.
Right? I don't get it. And so I applaud anyone who runs for office and is willing to put themselves out there like that. But most of these boards are actually appointed. You don't have to run and be elected.
Right.
And so there's some jumping off points too that have historically led to bigger positions or more visible boards, and then maybe a run for elected office as well.
Right.
And I think there's a lot of boards that people don't even know about.
No, absolutely. And I think that's something we want to talk about today, is kind of what, I don't know. We've talked to Barbara Blonder, we've talked to Nancy Schaefer, we've talked to these people who've run it, and and they all had kind of this inspirational moment. And there's different ways you can serve the community, and different ways you can serve your community. I was just speaking with my neighbor the other day, and he was so mad at Washington D.C. politicians, and he just thought they're all terrible people. And
he's not alone.
No, he's not alone. I mean, and I think anybody has.
They're all Pete's friends from back in the day.
I think anybody who watches news and looks at it, it gets very easy to blame people's intentions and think of them as bad people. And but I also know that even when I just did my small little planning zoning board, thing that I did for a couple years, I remember people thinking that I was motivated for reasons that I wasn't. It's
always they do.
People always kind of question your motivations on things, and it's like, I'm just up here, trying to make a decision, and I think the point of what we want to talk about today is you can have that voice. You can have people question your intention and yell at you and tell you you're a bad person too.
I always get people who say, well, you own a real estate brokerage, so of course you want growth, or of course you want development, or of course you want high housing prices. And I always tell them, I can sell anything.
There you go.
It doesn't mean, I mean, I could make the argument that lower housing prices will mean more sales for me, right? Yeah. So it's all going to even out. Lower sales, but more of them is the same as few sales and higher. I mean, it doesn't. That argument, I just don't get it.
You just want business. You just want business. And I think that I also don't think there's anything wrong with someone being biased towards their profession, as long as they do proceed in an ethical fashion.
I always tried to take my profession out of the decision making. I would use the knowledge that I have from my profession, of course, because I felt like that's why I was appointed, to bring that knowledge to the board or to the table or to the discussion. So I used that, but I really honestly tried to take my profession and what might be better for me out of my decision making. And I can tell you, my husband, who owns a brokerage with me, I would go home from planning and zoning meetings many times, and he would say, that vote you just cast and that argument you just made is hurting our brokerage. Because I truly said, like, I know I own a real estate brokerage, but that's not part of my decision-making process.
Right. I mean,
and I can give you examples, and people who watch those meetings would call me and say, I can't believe that you voted that way owning a real estate brokerage. And I would say, well, my owning a real estate brokerage has nothing to do with how I should be voting.
Right. And I think that you could certainly show examples of where that's worked against you. And that's
absolutely.
But I think what I'm getting at is just from an expectation. If you're someone here, it's like you can't totally change who you are. And I think this is why when I say that these boards and everything should be representative, and I mean I'm just a wedding and commercial photographer. Like, what do I have to say about land use?
Well, what did I always tell you?
Common sense questions. Absolutely, but
there's huge value in just bringing common sense outlook.
Absolutely, but I can't take my photographerness entirely out of my decision making ability, and nor do I think that I should. I think that I need to think about what's best for the community, but people are just people, and I think the perspective is important, and so I think the whole point of what we're talking about today is you should get involved. You should sign up for these boards, whatever you are.
Well, and the other thing too, I listen. Nancy Shaver and I often agreed, and we often didn't agree. And her predecessor, Joe Bowles, I have a tremendous amount of respect for him, and I agreed with much of what Joe did. He's a friend of mine, but so is Nancy. They're both friends of mine, but they were a bit in the opposite camps.
Certainly.
And I appreciate the contributions that each of them made. But Nancy was a person that I had a tremendous amount of respect for because she got involved in something that she was passionate about in opposing, which was the Riberia Point potentially approved. A project was under consideration at Riberia Point, and it was a aquarium.
Okay.
Private enterprise aquarium wanted to put their location there, and she was adamant that that was a bad idea and joined with her neighbors and fought against that. They were successful. Now Riberia Point is a protected nature area, but that's really what got her started in running for office. And so I appreciate the fact that she found a cause and fought to make sure that that project didn't come up, and then she said, now it's my turn. If I'm going to do this, I need to make change.
Right.
I need to be part of the change.
Right.
Instead of just fighting everything and never stepping up herself. She put herself out there. She went on the hot seat. She won office, and she said, I got to be part of the solution. And I really respect that. And so I think people, you can complain all you want, but then step up.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think you hit a good point on the head. It's like if you look too broadly, you're not going to get anything done. You need to pick an area, pick a segment, pick something. I mean, really, I think even before we delve into any of what these boards are or whatever, I think the first step that anybody should make if you're ever going to complain about anything, I think you should just start going to meetings. Just be in the audience. That's the first, most basic, see how they talk to each other, and see. I would even say go to something that you don't care about, because go to a meeting that you don't care about, anything that's on the agenda. Because I remember going to it was when the police chief was leaving St. Augustine Beach. And
not the great, fantastic Chief Hardwick, but
not
the one
Chief
prior.
Hardwick, not Chief, the one prior to that.
Chief Hardwick leaving is not. It's a sad thing for the beach, but good for him.
There was a whole conflict where
the
people, the officers were complaining to the commissioners, and apparently that was breaking the chain of command.
Well, there was a reason for that.
Right, and it just seemed like a total conflict of interest to me. Is like, you can't have the people, you have to have somebody else that somebody can complain to. It's a flawed system if the person you're complaining about, the person you complain about
is the person you have to report to.
You have to report to, that is in charge of your pay. I mean,
I'd be like, hey, thanks. There's the door.
And I asked that question to the board, but I stuck around a little longer, and they were talking about the darn Pope Road and A1A stoplight.
Oh, the perennial Pope Road and A1A stoplight.
And it just was interesting to me how they were talking about it. The contractor came up. He was talking about how many poles and just the different things they were considering. It wasn't interesting. It wasn't particularly inflammatory. It wasn't, there's some stuff in it that I bought. Some of it I didn't buy, but I found that process a little interesting. And that's what made me ask, at the time, I think Commissioner Helhosky, I said, what do I do? He said, volunteer to be on the planning zoning board, and you'll be an alternate. And I was junior alternate, and then I was an alternate. It took about 3 months, like 3 meetings, and I was sitting in that big chair with all the spoils of small municipality board of planning zoning board. But I found it to be very fulfilling and just a way of being involved. And even though I didn't know everything or much of anything, I thought it was very fulfilling. So I don't know.
I'm not sure what to say.
Did I ramble on too far?
Well, I think we should talk about, what do you want to do, beach, city, or county first?
I feel like maybe we start with the county.
Okay.
Since it's the overarching umbrella kind of thing.
Okay.
Right?
So the county has a lot of boards that you can be appointed to. I'm scrolling through it. I don't know, it's maybe 20 of them that you can be appointed to. And of course, there's the planning and zoning. They call it the PZA at county, Planning and Zoning Agency.
Okay.
And I will tell you, if you really don't know your zoning that well or your land use that well, you probably don't want to be on the county PZA because it gets really complicated with
thick.
DRIs and PUDs and just a bunch of stuff.
What's a DRI?
DRI is Development of Regional Impact. So like Nocatee and Silverleaf and all the big ones, they're DRIs, as well as PUDs.
And PUDs like the smaller planned urban development?
Planned unit development. But no, PUDs are, the big ones are DRIs and PUDs at the same time.
Okay.
So it gets really complicated. So if you don't know what you're doing on land use and zoning, don't volunteer for the PZA. Because
how many members are on that?
I don't even know. Is there 5 or 7? I don't know.
Is it, so would you think that this board should be primarily realtors, attorneys, and
there's
developers?
No, so they've had property appraiser or appraisers, I should say, on there. They've had people who do land use. You really have to know what you're doing. You cannot tackle county PZA items without having a very clear understanding of what you're doing. You could be you have to have something. Like, for example, Ryan Carter, who does all the permitting for like docks and things like that, he would have a background that he could bring to the table. He's not a realtor, he's not an attorney, but he's just got experience in stuff. You have to know how the permitting process works. It's pretty complicated, and their applicants are high level as well. They have experience. Nobody applies for county PZA without having either board experience or legal experience or industry experience.
And this is all appointed, so you fill out your application probably with the planning zoning department.
No, it's just with the county. So the county does it a little differently. When you apply for one of their boards, you can fill it out at any time. There doesn't have to be an opening, and then your application sits at the county. When openings come up, if your application hasn't expired, and I don't remember if it's a year or how long it sits there, but if your application hasn't expired for whatever you've said you have interest in, you're automatically in the mix.
Okay.
But then
you go before the board, and the board would be like,
yeah, actually at the county, for example, with PZA, you go before the PZA board, they review your application, and then they make a recommendation to the commission. That's different than City of St. Augustine Beach or City of St. Augustine, where only the commission handles the appointed board members. At the county level, for example, for the PZA looks at it first. So they're looking at who they want on their own board.
I would imagine that's because the pool that the county can pull from is so much larger than the pool that St. Augustine. I mean, we didn't have people jumping out to join the PCB.
No, but City of St. Augustine has some good applicants and a good number of them for some of these boards.
Okay.
So at a county level, it's handled a little bit differerently, but there is a formal application, and you can get that on the county website, which is co.st-johns with an S, .fl.us, and you go to the boards section, which is under, I think it's under info. I don't know how I got to it, actually. I'm not sure. But there's appointed boards and committees. And so it lists all of them. So the other one that is that I think every municipality would have to have, I can't imagine that they wouldn't, is a code enforcement board or a code, the county calls it adjustment and appeals board. I sat on the code enforcement board for City of St. Augustine before I was on the planning and zoning board. And so every municipality has a code, a building code that people have to follow. And it's the violations to the code are generally complaint driven. So your neighbors call and say, hey, they're doing this, or, they built a structure too close to my property line or something like that, or, they've got a bunch of junk out and they're not cleaning it up, or their structure is unsafe and it's affecting mine, whatever. So generally they're complaint driven, and then the code enforcement, I can't remember what their title is, people, code enforcers. Right. I can't remember what their title is, but they respond on that complaint, and then my experience is that they often try to talk through the issue with someone and just get them to fixed. To say like, okay, and they'll give a warning perhaps. Right. But sometimes you get a quasi, like a ticket, a write-up, and a violation, they call it. And so then you've got to go before the code enforcement board or whatever the equivalent thing is called at the municipality, and you've got to state your case, and the code enforcement board can then levy fines, or they could force you to remove something perhaps that would be in violation on your property. They could do both. And the interesting thing is those fines, if left unpaid and accumulate too high, they can affect the sale of your property.
Become a lien?
Yeah.
Okay.
And at some point, sometimes the municipality can take your property because you owe too much and you're not paying it, and they're fed up.
Right. Got it. Well, so the board, the code enforcement board, is appointed.
They're appointed, but it's
the enforcers. Those would be county employees, though.
Correct. They're employees or city employees or whatever they are. Yeah, I think they're called code enforcement officers. I don't know if that's what they're called everywhere.
COO, COOs.
I think that's what they're called. Yeah, we'll have to call a few of them on the show here. Actually, that might be kind of fun to bring one on.
We should, yeah. Probably hear some interesting.
We'll bring Bobby. He's a photographer.
Who's this? Bobby who?
I'm not going to name him until I know that he wants me to. But he's a photographer as well.
Very good. Very good.
Fun photographer. You guys would get along. So code enforcement is a good way to start in some of these municipalities.
Yeah.
Beach has it. City of St. Augustine has it. Again, with the county, their code is pretty intense. You
feel like you have to be on the more experienced level to. So it sounds just like county is like that's like Major League Ball, or that's at least like farm league.
Yeah.
Whereas like St. Augustine Beach was kind of Mighty Mites. I mean.
Yeah. It's very different. Yeah. Absolutely.
Is Mighty Mites apply up here? Do they have Mighty Mites here in St. Johns County? Is that still a thing, or is that 1978?
Might be a little old school.
Okay. What do you call it? Pop Warner? No.
Pop Warner was when I was growing up, yeah.
What's like PAL, Police Athletic League? Is that the tiny baseball now?
I have no idea. We'll have to start a tiny baseball league show and talk about it there.
T-ball. There you go.
Focus.
He'll edit it all out. He's like, we're live. Okay, so
county has other boards. There's one called the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee.
Yes.
They review established policies and procedures, ordinances, land development regulations, and adopted local government comprehensive plan to recommend specific action or initiatives to encourage or facilitate affordable housing while protecting the ability of the property to appreciate in value. So that's
Is that a board
synopsis.
that gets listened to in St. Johns County?
Some of these boards aren't active either.
Okay.
There's one that actually was
By not active means there's nobody in there, or they don't have regular meetings.
They're not functioning now. They exist, but they're not functioning. I'll give you an example. So there's one we call it the LAMP.
Yes.
Okay. LAMP.
You guys mentioned that last time.
The LAMP Conservation Board. So the LAMP program sat in the closet for a couple of years now, for the past few years, and it was just reactivated by the county. And that board then will assist the county in working to get land that we want to acquire and conserve.
Okay.
And it could be a historic piece of land, it could be a very environmentally sensitive piece of land, whatever. But that board is going to help on the process of reviewing where does this land qualify? Should we pursue this? So that's one that was just reactivated because the LAMP program was just reactivated.
Okay.
And there again, you got to really have some specific knowledge.
Right.
And there will be people who have excellent knowledge bases that will be on that board because the county has those people.
Got it.
Our resident base is really amazing for the level of knowledge that it brings.
What do you think are good boards for people with maybe more general knowledge? Say,
I would not start at the county.
Okay. Go to T-ball. Go to the T-ball. Start with all right. So
at the beach, if you live at the beach, it's easy to get on a board and
tree board.
Yeah, exactly. There's a tree advisory board. Actually, let's go to that. So the boards that are appointed in the city of St. Augustine Beach are the Planning and Zoning Board, Code Enforcement, the Sustainability and Environmental Planning Advisory Committee. That might be what they now call the tree board.
Oh, okay.
They don't tell you what they do.
There was one woman who was with the tree board who was at almost all of our meetings, and she always had something great to say.
Yes. Yeah.
And
I don't want to give her name here,
okay.
But yeah.
That lady was awesome.
Yeah, I think that's what they now call the tree board.
Okay.
Because the people who are on that board were part of what we called the tree board.
Yeah.
So that's, Sustainability and Environmental Planning Advisory Committee, CPAC they call it. That seems really they're moving up.
That sounds legit.
Right?
Sounds like an airport.
And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. But see, those people were on what we called the tree board.
Oh, there we go.
And they've been on for a long time, right? Because there's not a lot of people who want to do it.
Right.
And so the good part is that they're very knowledgeable.
Right.
The bad thing is you don't get a lot of new perspective.
No, you don't get a lot of new perspective, but I will say that group of people, I recognize a few of those names that are still on there. I always listen to their opinions as
they
the
know what they're
planning
doing.
zoning,
Yeah.
So.
And one of them is an architect, so
Yep.
that's an interesting, when you can review plans and look at plans and understand how things are cited on parcels, I think that's helpful for that board. But one of the functions of that board was to try to protect and preserve trees on properties.
Right.
Right?
Yep. I tried my hand at rewriting the tree code and making it slightly more consistent.
How'd you do that?
They gave me the code. I went through
Told
it.
you to write it.
No, I basically there were just.
I'm just laughing because that's not a layperson's job. Code.
Totally not a layperson's job, but there were things in it that were inconsistent. Like there would be rules for trees that had a circumference up to 29.5 centimeters or inches around, and then rules for trees 30 inches and larger. And I said, you've got this weird little window of half an inch in that, I mean, just things need to make sense, and things needed some level of enforceability, and
well, frankly, code is often inconsistent. Planning and building
written by
code,
different people.
It's just and it's added on to, and so they don't necessarily cover every base when they make a change to it. They try, but sometimes they don't catch things. So I found that code was often inconsistent, and that was not by design. That was just they're doing the best they can, and it's very.
I think
complex.
Things get added into it. It's
complex.
It's like a house with additions. If you have 8 additions onto a if what started as a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house, and you turn it into a 2-story, 8-bedroom, 7-bathroom house over 40 years, it's going to look like a patchwork of different houses.
Yeah.
I thought it was. I was just kind of trying my hand at something, and I didn't have a real strong opinion about the way the trees should. I just wanted bigger trees to have some level of protection, and then if you broke the law, that there was some sort of consistent fines.
Well, but that's up to the code enforcement boards.
Right. Oh, absolutely. And
although there are parameters often
Rich O'Brien shot it down. He said, "What the hell is this?" Apparently, he had no interest in it whatsoever.
Of course.
So I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't have said that, but I don't care.
Well, hey, you were trying to offer input, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's where stuff starts at PZB and goes up to the commissions. That kind of speaks to the flow of things.
Well, I can tell you that while I was on the planning and zoning board for the city, which was 3 years, literally the first month for sure. I think it was the first week, but definitely within the first month that I was appointed to the city's City of St. Augustine's Planning and Zoning Board, I requested a review of the parking code because a lot of that is it's very complex and it does not need to be. And again, they just kept adding on and they have business names that don't exist, or business types that don't exist anymore, but they don't have other, like food truck parks aren't on there. It's just, it's so outdated and it just needed to be updated. And if it's so difficult to understand, then nobody's going to know whether they comply or not. And then you can cheat because it's so complex.
Right.
So, I asked for a review of the code and a revision of the code, which was something that would have to go through, for example, the Planning and Zoning Board and then on to Commission. So I was on for 3 years. And I continually asked, hey, when are we going to do this? Hey, when are we going to do this? I asked in public meetings. I asked privately. 3 years later, after I stepped down from the board, they're reviewing the parking code. Don't you think that's by design?
Like Karen's gonna make us sweat.
When is Karen off that board? That's when we'll be doing it. 3 years they stalled.
Hey, that means you had an impact, right? I'm just saying, So, but PZB in the small municipality so. St. Augustine Beach is a particularly small municipality.
It's so easy to get involved there.
Planning Zoning Board was really a good intro in the political world. Is City of St. Augustine, I would imagine, is probably a little more intense.
They're more buttoned up a little bit, but still, there are people who are just really interested in something and don't necessarily have the background that you would think would be needed or wanted or whatever on the board, but they bring a knowledge base that's really important. Like I always told you, they bring a common sense viewpoint. I'll give you an example. Kathy Brown she sat on the City of St. Augustine Planning and Zoning Board for a number of years, and she was heavily involved with I'm drawing a blank, the senior citizens.
Council on Aging.
Council on Aging. Thank you. Thank you very much. She was heavily involved with that, with running that. You wouldn't think that would be something that would be necessarily beneficial to the Planning and Zoning Board, but she was a wonderful Planning and Zoning Board member. She had great input. She had great feedback.
Right.
You don't need to have, at the county level, you definitely need to have some skill set and some knowledge base. But at the city level, I think, and definitely at the beach, just the common sense and varied viewpoints are often more helpful.
Got it.
But you still, and Kathy did, she learned the code very well, and I think she was a realtor in a past life too, so she had some knowledge base there. But you do really have to understand the code and how it works. That's across the board, and you can learn that very quickly. But you got to do that because your decisions on planning and zoning are often quasi-judicial.
Got it.
Which means they got to stand up in
court.
You're
stuck to some legal.
Yeah, you got to have a legal basis. But yeah, so in the City of St. Augustine, the Planning and Zoning Board is appointed by the Commission, so you don't need to run. The Historic Architectural Review Board, which we call HARB, that's appointed by the Commission. Code Enforcement, and then there are some other boards at the city. Which is, hang on here, there are some other boards. There's corridor review committees.
What's the corridor?
So in the City of St. Augustine, there are 3 entrance corridors. There's San Marco, there is King Street, and there is Anastasia Boulevard. And there's zoning that applies to those corridors that's always there, just like every place else in the city. But there is an overlay piece that, and in the city of St. Augustine Beach, they have an overlay district along A1A Beach Boulevard as well.
Okay.
So those overlay districts have more requirements, for example, or altered things that you can do. So the zoning still applies, but for example,
but with greater restrictions.
Or sometimes just different types of things. For example, on San Marco Boulevard, because of the corridor standards, design standards, they call them, design standards for entry corridors. And each entry corridor has its own design standards, because King Street shouldn't look like Anastasia Boulevard,
no,
right?
Certainly.
So, for example, on the corridor that's San Marco, I don't think this is 100% accurate, but it might say something like, you can build to 0 feet off the property line with a building, as long as you have the first 10 feet of that building only 12 feet high. And then the rest of it can step up to, let's say, 25 feet high. So there's just, or you could put a fence in a certain place that maybe wouldn't be allowed, but because we want this certain look in this entry corridor, we're going to let you do this. But you still have to follow these guidelines, and there's criteria that you have to meet in order to do this. Or what's even more common is your structure has to have this vernacular, this look. So
first Spanish, second Spanish,
or mid-century modern, or like murals are allowed on Anastasia Boulevard because they want kind of that funky mid-century look, but they certainly are not allowed in other places in the city. So there's the zoning that's always there, but then there's this overlay that you have to know, and so the corridor review committees, they look at it used to be Harb that did this, and Harb's agendas were just so big that they said, we've got to create these special boards for the review committee. So the review committee looks at the design standards that apply to the corridors, and so they look only within those design standards. So they don't look at the planning and zoning board items that might apply to that. They don't look at the Harb items that might or might not apply to that. They look only at, we have these design standards, that's all that our criteria looks at. You've got to go to this board for that. You've got to go to this board for that. We're only here to look at this.
Right. Got it.
So that's a newly formed board, or committee, I should say, and I know they wanted some people who had a stake in the entry corridors, and then I think there were just people who were, I don't know, lay people or whatever. But that's a newly formed board, and they're appointed.
So that an entry corridor board
committee. Yeah.
All right. There's one for everyone. So.
Yeah.
Right.
There's one called the Lincolnville CRA. So a CRA is a community redevelopment area. And I'll read off. The Lincolnville CRA's purpose is to promote the preservation and improvement of the Lincolnville neighborhood by implementing and encouraging physical revitalization and economic growth. So that's an active board appointed by the commission. And I believe that everyone on the Lincolnville CRA is a resident of Lincolnville. I'm not positive. I would think that it would matter to them.
Right.
But there's a specific, that's a great way to get involved, because that's a truly, I'm passionate about, for instance, where I live, Lincolnville. I'm really passionate about that, and I just want to preserve and protect it in the way that I feel is best.
To some degree, it sounds like a homeowners association, but for a public areas.
That's a pretty good way of describing it.
It's just okay. I dig it.
Yeah. So there's a bunch of them. They have the Street Tree Advisory Committee at the city. They have a Civil Service Board, which doesn't get any press.
What's the Civil Service?
Civil Service Board has the duty to adopt, enact, and amend a code of rules and regulations covering the conduct and direction of the members of the police and fire departments.
Wow.
To prescribe discipline and control, to provide for exams and lists of those eligible for employment and promotion, and to hear appeals of discharged and suspended employees.
So this sounds mostly like it would be, police officers
and fire
would be former members or people who are involved in that would be, or is it active? Is that open to active or?
No, I don't think you could do active because I think there would be a conflict. So, I mean, there are just.
Or you could be a community man.
Yeah, there. I know people who have or are serving maybe still on that board, and they're just. Sometimes it's a common sense approach that's helpful. I'm sure attorneys or human resources people would bring a knowledge base that would be helpful to that, but just common sense often is the best approach.
Right.
So you can contact the city to apply for these things, but the city does it a little differently than the county. The city and the county advertises when they have vacancies as well. I shouldn't say that they don't, but the county definitely has that policy where you can apply at any time, and the application sits there, and they put it in
what
the
office?
mix.
What office do you go to apply in with the city?
I contact the city clerk. I think that's who you should go through for any of the boards. That's who I went through. And that's Darlene Galambos, who, man, she's got a massive workload. Pretty much anything that happens there, she's the go-to.
And that even and then St. Augustine Beach we went through the city manager's office. That's where I filled out my application there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's a little different. I'm sure the city clerk probably could help there too. At the county, there's an online. If you go to St. Johns County and you look at boards and committees the county website is just amazingly helpful. There's a search function that's very good on the county website. So they do post vacancies, but the city. I don't know if they keep applications on file and reuse them, as long as there's this maybe year time period or whatever. I don't know that to be the case. But the city, I know that some of the boards are, like planning and zoning, there's always applicants. Mm-hmm. And it's a little bit more difficult to be appointed to the planning and zoning board. Because of the amount of applicants they try to have different areas of expertise. They really look at that for the mix.
Probably different geographic areas too. No,
it's really areas of expertise, and there are criteria. Only certain areas of expertise are what they're looking for. If they can't find that, they'll open it up. But they're really looking for these certain areas of expertise with the planning and zoning board for the city. But some of these other boards they struggle to fill. So it's a great opportunity to get your foot in the door. And then it's often the case that you start in one of them, like, for instance, I went to code enforcement after I left the planning and zoning board at the beach because I sold my house there and moved downtown. Then I started at the code enforcement board, which I didn't plan on leaving that, but an opening came up on planning and zoning, and so I thought, maybe I'll try that. So I then went from code enforcement to planning and zoning. And often the next step after planning and zoning is commission. Yeah, that's how it often goes. So you always look at the planning and zoning board members, and they're always considering, do we run for commission? And people are asking them, are you going to run for commission? It's generally how it goes. Harb is another one where...
have you ever run for anything?
No.
Any desire?
No. I get asked all the time. All the time.
I don't know. Nobody ever asked me if I was going to run for anything. But I'm not qualified to really run for anything.
Well,
so.
I don't know that I am. I mean, you're just as qualified as I am.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
I
but
think
whatever.
you are, and in a lot of ways more so. For me personally, I like I said, I applaud anyone who runs for office in this time period with social media. Mm-hmm. But I own a business, and I can't. That business supports my family, and I also have people who work with me. They're independent contractors, so they're not employees, but I have a duty to run that business well so that I can support my own family and our future and also the people who work with me. Mm-hmm. I have a duty to focus on that business and run that well, and that takes a lot of time and energy. Mm-hmm. And I know that, for example, with the commission, I could not I don't like to do anything unless I really understand it and dig into it. You know that about me.
Certainly.
I don't like making uninformed decisions. I have to really grasp and dig into something. Right. I would not have the time to do any of the commission work and still run a business.
Right. And there's so when you're going to these meetings and you're speaking to, this is to everybody out, when you're going to these meetings, you're speaking to these meetings, understand that the people who are serving on these boards, generally are spending a lot of time and resource. At least give them that. I'm not saying don't hold them accountable for their decisions. Everybody who's on these boards is willing to accept that, but understand that, at least give them the benefit of the doubt the first time that they're not trying to, it's a lot of effort.
You know what? People often thought that we were paid at least at the City Planning and Zoning Board. I would see on social media something like, how much are they paid or whatever. Mm-hmm. There was no pay. It's all volunteer. We did it at the beach. It's all volunteer. Now, the commissioners are paid,
right,
although it's you can't support but you can't support yourself on the commission pay.
And they should be, because
it's almost a little stipend.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, those appointed board members, they're not paid.
Right.
It's all strictly volunteer. And I can tell you, I can't speak for anyone else, but when I was on the Planning and Zoning Board for the city, I spent a lot of time doing planning and zoning work and digging into applications and calling people to understand it and, just learning, and that was all unpaid.
Yeah, I think the thing that is most ridiculous in this world, to me, of the world of like local politics, is not when people complain, but when they just talk about voting someone out or get this person out of office, get them out. We're gonna show them who's boss, and then they go unopposed, and it's like,
yeah, it's frustrating, isn't it?
Well, it's just, it's not even frustrating. It's like, if you have that big of a problem with somebody, go run against them.
But again, then you do look at the climate today, and who in their right mind would run for any elected office anywhere? And I'm not saying they're all. It's just, it's so difficult, and you just,
I think it's going to get more difficult as it moves forward, just because everything that everyone says is recorded and videotaped.
Yeah. Yeah, and I took a lot of heat on the Planning and Zoning Board. I didn't so much when we were on the beach Planning and Zoning Board, because that was really low key, and nobody really even knew we were there. Nobody showed up for meetings. But for the city of St. Augustine Beach, I often took a lot of heat. I got a lot of praise, just as other board members did, and then I took heat for decisions just as they did.
Yeah.
But it wasn't undercover. It was. The Record would write a story about it, and they would quote you, and they still call me all the time for info. Probably because they know that I'm going to tell them.
Yeah.
You won't get the varnished version.
No, exactly. Exactly.
They just called me yesterday, as a matter of fact, for info on something.
Get it. Yes, I definitely understand it.
Hey, Karen, can you give me background? I said, how much time you got?
Well, it looks like we've come to the end of our day.
Yeah, I just hope that people realize that there are ways to get involved, and like we talked about, like you just said too, it's great to continue to hold people to account, but at some point, like I said with former Mayor Shaver, I appreciated that she said, now it's my turn. I've called this out. I've said how I don't like this. I've got to effect change.
Right.
And step up.
Pick one thing and work on it.
Yeah.
Fix. Yeah. If you see something on the ground, pick it up. It's... can't keep walking by it complaining about it.
What was your favorite thing about serving on the Planning and Zoning Board for the city of St. Augustine Beach? What did you enjoy most about it?
I just felt like every time somebody came to speak, maybe it was like Craig Thompson, or I just always, whether or not I agreed with them, I just always felt like I learned something, and that was really my intention. It was. I'm not going to say that I was there to serve in an unselfish manner. I think maybe a little bit of that happened. I think primarily my desire to do that was just to learn, and I really did, and it was over a variety of subjects, and it really, every time somebody came to speak, it painted this picture of what St. Augustine Beach is, and I found that really interesting. It's really telling the story of the residents and the commercial businesses and, big corporations that want to come in and how all that kind of interacts. I just found that dynamic really fascinating.
You get that more at a small place too, like the beach. So when you watch the county commission or PZB meetings, it's almost always attorneys coming before the board or the commission, and it's just very buttoned up, and it's somewhat disconnected to the real world, because you think, well, I could never do that, or I don't really understand what they're saying. At the beach, it was just really simple and
cast
down
of
to earth.
characters.
Yeah. And you know what? We've talked about it. On the boards that I was on, I really did appreciate those kind of outliers, or like you say, cast of characters, or people who sometimes you think, oh, here they come again. I actually really appreciated them. And when I stepped down from the Planning and Zoning Board, I recognized one of those people, BJ Kalady.
Yeah, that's right.
Who I just felt like she held me to account. She made me a better board member, whether I agreed with her or not.
She was protesting something recently, and then the protest grew larger, and there was became hundreds of people, but she was out there by herself earlier in the day, and I looked at her and I was like, you see what you started? And she was laughing.
People like BJ or Ed Slavin, or there's some others, I absolutely did not always agree with them, and I'm sure sometimes my votes really tick them off, but I just feel like that's what we're about in this country, and that really, I applaud them for that.
Absolutely.
And they're so, actually, frankly, they were much more informed on certain things than I was. I didn't have the time to go to all the BJ Kalady goes to every single meeting that exists. She goes to all of them. And
what was your favorite thing about serving on these boards that you've been on?
Like you, I felt that I learned a lot, and that was helpful to me, just to understand, not only for my business, but to just understand how it all works together. Mm-hmm. So I learned so much, and I made a lot of friends, frankly, when I was on these boards, which I appreciated. There were certain people that I have as friends now that I never would have met. Yeah. Some of them are the attorneys that came before the boards that they'll tell you I would fight sometimes, and you know that.
Oh, absolutely.
I loved going up against those
loved
attorneys.
Watching Karen go up against.
Not always. Sometimes I agreed with them, but I consider them to be friends, and that's not because I always voted their way, for sure.
No, and I think that's where if you see two people lining up on everything, then I feel like then that's where you see a problem. Yeah. That's where you have ethical, what's going on here, and it's if you're not butting up against somebody on something, then I don't know. I think there's a little bit of a level of bravery when you join these boards, is you're like, all right, I'm putting myself out there to disagree with people that I'm friends with, and
Yeah, I've had to do it a few times. I remember one time in particular where I just said, I am so sorry, but I cannot support this. Mm-hmm. I mean, you're a very close friend of mine, and I can't vote for this.
Yep. I get it.
That's hard. It's really hard to do.
I get it. Well,
thank you for serving when you did.
Thank you for serving.
I liked serving with you.
I hope
you were one of my favorite board members.
Well, thank you very much. Well, you were definitely my favorite board. I always liked how prepared you were, and I've told you that for years. You always came loaded with information and your points and what I've learned to be your personality. You just
that can be a curse. I cannot make any decision without being as fully informed as I feel like I can be. That's just me. I have to really understand something in order to make a decision on it. That's kind of a bad thing in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and nay. I have some type of a learning disability, and so I can't read more than a page without my brain just straight wandering off. And there's so much reading and all this stuff. But where I learn more isn't from reading the agendas and that stuff. I learn from asking questions and talking to people, and so I just try and kind of embrace that for myself, So I was going to talk to somebody about maybe getting some ADD drugs at 43.
That's a whole other show.
Are we allowed to say ADD drugs on the air?
We can say whatever we want.
Yeah. So. Anyway.
So hopefully people understand how to get involved, and hopefully there are people out there who will take us up on it and say, they've pointed out how easy it is to do it, where I can find it. I'm going to do it.
Go serve. Even if you're just curious, go to a meeting. I think that's
And you can watch meetings. You can watch them online.
Yep.
So you don't even have to go. They're all Well, I don't know if the Beach is at broadcast. They had some issues with their broadcasting. I think they fixed it, but I'm not positive.
Okay.
But all the city.
It's Beach Town.
Easy. Well, actually, is code enforcement broadcast? I'm not sure. The bigger boards are.
Yeah. But don't complain. Get involved.
Yep. It's actually pretty fun.
There you go.
Yeah. And then you can end up on a podcast where you bullshit about stuff you should know but don't.
It's all right. We're continuing learning. We're continuing
People realize,
learning.
well, they really don't know what they're doing.
Really have no idea. All right, everybody.
Thank you for tuning in. We are The Focus with Zach and Karen. You can find us on the 904 Now and on Facebook and on the 904 Now app. And we are produced by Pete Melfi at the 904 Now. Thanks for tuning in.
All right, everybody, good morning and welcome to The Focus with Karen and Zach. I am Zach Thomas and this is Karen
I'm
Zander.
Karen.
Hello, good morning.
Hey, how are you? Staying warm?
Very much.
Like your hat?
Oh, wait, yeah, I forgot I'm wearing this darn hat. I should take it off, but I guess now we're going with it.
We're professional. We can do whatever we want.
Well, it's also for my favorite charity in the whole world, Bert's Big Adventure. So,
Yeah, tell me about that. I see you post on Facebook.
Bert's Big Adventure.
specializing in home sleep therapy products, home oxygen, wheelchairs, and just about everything you need to recover and stay safe at home. Give them a call at 904-794-9600. 904-794-9600. All right, Chad. Just so in case people don't know who you are and what you've been in St. Augustine a little bit. You kind of grew up around here, and then you moved around the world.
Yeah, my parents are from here. All my mom's family, all my dad's family from St. Johns County and St. Augustine. And I really came back in earnest permanently and knew that it would be permanent around 2008. And I've been involved with the community and the 500th and the 450th. I ended up playing Ponce on for the state of Florida and St. Augustine for the 500th. Even though I told them I wouldn't do it and I had to find somebody else that ended up doing it anyway. Because I already had my focus on David Menendez, who I did portray for the 450th. And then when the Spanish king and queen came here, I was a part of that.
Yeah.
So
you got to hang with the king and queen.
I got to hang with the king and queen, which really, for me, was no, they don't. Which for me was a long-term goal. I was thinking about that way back in 2011.
Okay.
So when they were, when he was going to come, and he wasn't going to come. No, it was just like a long-term goal, and I was like, please, please, please. And then it worked out. I'm not going to say who, but someone said, yeah, everybody voted, and you're the only one everyone agreed with to be up there at the balcony. So it was that. And then Mayor Schroeder at the balcony with the Majesty. So it was just a very, very cool day.
Yeah, on the king's balcony.
On the king's balcony of the governor's house. And so for me, it was
I've done the night lights from the king's balcony at the time.
Yeah.
And it's a really cool. You know what I'm talking about with the king's balcony? I think so. Okay, it's the balcony on the east side of Government House.
Yes.
Yeah, facing the plaza. Facing the plaza. So it used to we turned the lights on from there.
Right.
And there was always a screw up in the timing of it. So everybody would count down, and we'd hit the switch over where we're at, and then nothing happened. So they kind of ended up moving it to where there was better timing for that.
I think I remember some of those night lights.
But everyone goes, oh, and then the lights come on, and like, it's been 10, 9, and like you get to it, it's like, ooh.
Yeah. I was there for 2 of those.
Yeah.
I remember.
So, but that's really cool. You got to be on the balcony with the king for that.
And I worked a lot with not only local, but state government with those commemorations and those events. Visit Florida. I'm still involved with the VCB. I've worked in tourism really since 2010. And I've done other things and other projects, the statues and that sort of thing, movies, which I'm still involved with. But tourism, and luckily St. Augustine has survived really the tourist fallout.
We actually have done really
We've done very, very well, all things considered.
We're a gas tank community.
Yeah.
We're not reliant upon people flying here.
Right.
We're more of a drive and everything from that, and it's really helped us, and it helped us during the recession last time too.
Right, yes it did.
People are just like, well, I can't really afford to go to Disney World, but I can afford to go to St. Augustine.
Right.
And they still have a great time and do some things. But I mean, what you went through is, and a lot of people I know ask you this, well, what do you do? And it's, I call you a Renaissance man.
Yeah.
And
I do a lot of things
people call me a
at the same
Renaissance
time,
man.
and hopefully I do them all well.
I look at you as more of a Renaissance man than what I am. I just have a lot of jobs. I'm not a Renaissance man. You're actually a writer, a blacksmith, director of movies. I mean, you have a broad range of talent.
The sculpting. Well, and
You have real talent. I have the ability to move stuff around, but you actually have talent. And you can act. You can sing.
Yeah.
People don't realize you can sing too.
Yeah, I can sing.
Yeah.
So,
So,
and one day it should make me money.
so one of these days, you're going to do it.
One of these days,
Yeah. When our movie's done,
when the movie's done,
is it part of the movie?
we're getting close. We are getting close.
You did some sound on the movie, so Pete is one of our sound people on the movie. So
Yes, absolutely.
we're excited about it, and we are getting closer. That's
on your original ideas and the characters who are real people that you wanted to use and you wanted to focus on, and so we've done that. And the timing, with everything, I keep thinking, oh man, we missed a good time for this to come out. And you know what? Actually, I think it's going to work for us, the timing. We need the movie. We needed the movie 2 years ago, but we're going to get it, and it's going to be something we're all going to be proud of.
I think it's something that St. Augustine's going to go, wow, we were involved.
Because it did.
And a lot of people don't know the story, the story we're going to tell.
Right.
And
they know that there was a civil rights movement here. They know some of the stuff that happened. Everyone knows that Martin Luther King was here, but the majority of the people that know about Martin Luther King or
they don't know the
some of the events that happened, they don't know why he was here and those events. And so that's what, Dr. Haling's important. But not only that, those high school kids, they were really the catalyst.
St. Augustine 4, and there was more than just the 4.
It was just the 4. It was more than just the 4.
Yeah.
But
four of them.
But that day,
paid the price.
And it wasn't even the first sit-in. But anyway, come watch the movie, and you'll be able to learn some stuff that maybe you didn't know.
We'll be releasing it soon. You know how many years I said that? About 3 now?
Yeah, 3 years.
Okay.
I'm like Howard Hughes. I edit a film for 10 years, then release it, and all the technology in the movie's obsolete.
All right. So, Chad, you've been here enough. You know how I kind of do things. I throw things at the guests, and you guys get to choose.
Oh, sure.
What we want to talk about.
Plus, I'm a regular fan.
And you're a regular commenter. And it's hurting you right now not to comment. You got your first one in. You got the hashtag.
I got the American Party.
You got hashtag American Party in there. I was going to say, you still got a comment. You still showed up in the comment section. And we're going to give you an American Party.
That's awesome.
That'll be your favorite.
That's awesome. Yeah,
you won't have to claim it on your taxes.
Yeah. You got to come up with that's awesome.
That logo's great. Hey, new relief bill, the accident in Texas, right, and Florida versus the rest of the United States. Which category you want to go?
Florida versus the rest of the United
We're
States.
going to win.
Yeah, we're going to win.
Yeah. So when I'm talking about this, I'm talking about how well Florida's doing against the rest of the United States.
Doing very well.
Texas seems to be doing pretty good, and Florida seems to be doing pretty good. Everybody else is kind of treading water or losing ground.
And the people that like to point out Florida's COVID numbers, and they're trying to act like the numbers are bad. They're not.
We're in the middle of the pack.
Statistically, we're doing fine.
We're in the middle of the pack.
And economically, we're doing fine.
We're doing
And you look at the states that shut down, their COVID numbers are way worse than ours. Their economies are shot. We have people the tourists that come in that I meet every day, it's sob stories. It's nonstop sob stories about how terrible it is where they are, and that Florida's great, and we're going to move down here. And I'm like, no, just visit. Just visit. It's better if you just visit.
I've got about 7 family members coming down in the next couple of months, and I would not be surprised if at least 3 of them stay.
Yeah.
And they'll get me up to feet.
Well, because it's almost like you're getting out of jail. Florida was awesome to begin with, and you get down here, and you're like, oh my God.
It's like getting out of exile.
Yeah, you people get to live.
Yeah. But I mean, I had a great new restaurant. It's on Charlotte. It's called the Drunken Horse. Prime example, just wonderful family. I mean, they have 2 beautiful kids. They're enjoying the school system. And they were going to retire and come down here after. But they have a restaurant in Manhattan that's been very successful. Completely got shut down for months and months and months.
Yeah.
It's now open for curbside, but it's still not open.
Yeah.
And it is wonderful people, and they just, they came here, they fell in love with the city, they fell in love with the school system, and we're getting
Just have to remember how poorly Cuomo handled it.
Yeah, we're getting quality people, along with people that are just want to come down and complain about
the
how
shirt, don't New York my Florida. I don't mind. I love New York. It's a great city, and I love the people.
Yeah, I love
However, there's just a lot of politics up there that I would rather not see down here.
Yeah, don't bring your caringness.
Yeah, don't New York Florida.
And that's the big fear, isn't it? I mean, that's the big
absolutely.
fear because people are just flooding into Florida and Texas right now. And
Then why wouldn't
right. And I hope people realize that it is the politics of Florida and Florida's
statistically and all things considered, absolutely.
Yeah. Do you think it's all the governor, or do you think it's just the way?
It's never all the governor.
Yeah.
Even when things are bad or good, it's never all the president.
Yeah.
And people like to assign blame to a single individual. And yes, he is the governor, but it's a lot of his policies, it's his cabinet, the people that are in county government in Florida, for the most part, that realize that shutting down is a mistake. And the support that the governor's had in that respect, and then his willingness to stand up and hold the line, even though he's getting a lot of criticism. So no, it's never only the governor, but I knew Ron before he even got into politics, and Casey before they even started dating. And he's very smart. Wouldn't want to debate him in anything. And he's a genuinely good person. He's not going to do something bad that he thinks is bad.
Yeah. No, and I've appreciated what, and even prior to this, what he did in the Everglades was huge.
Oh, absolutely.
And the Democrats, and
no one knew he was going to do that.
He took heat from his own party.
Right off the bat.
And, he ended up saving a lot of fisheries and a lot of different things.
Yeah, he did.
And he took a risk that his party wasn't willing to take.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, he's done some things that's made both sides happy. I appreciate that he's our governor.
Oh, we are so fortunate. I mean, you guys realize how close we came to disaster.
And I saw, and that we talked a little bit about that yesterday when Brandon Patty was in here. And I got to do a read here, and then we'll go to the next topic. A to Z. A to Z offers free estimates and has been serving St. Johns County for over 20 years in the construction industry. A to Z offers painted metal roofs for saltwater area homes with warranties up to 25 years. A to Z offers shingle roofs with warranties up to 50 years. A to Z also installs tile roof, cedar shaped shingles, designer roofing, and flat roof coverings. If you want to see any of their materials or pictures of their jobs, check them out at A to Z Roofing and Waterproofing.com.
Best read of the entire day.
Nailed cedar shaped shingles. You did? Damn, and I said it twice.
That's it, man.
Yeah. Okay, we're done.
We're going to stop on a high note.
We're just going to stop right there. So, all right, Chad, here's where we're at right now. We have still a new release film is out there. The accident that took place in Texas, and the civil suits that Trump might be facing.
Okay, first off, and we have a lot of lawyers in St. Augustine, it's possible and plausible for him to face some civil suits. The President of the United States is also protected quite a bit from civil suits for things that are done in office, and people forget that.
And he was still in office.
And he was still in office. And so that's you have to keep all that into account. I know there's a lot of people that like to sue him, and I hear a lot of nonsense on the internet. I read a lot of nonsense. I hear a lot of nonsense from the pundits. It's just wishful thinking, wishful hoping that we're going to be able to do this. Everything that we went through the last week and a half was ridiculous. We knew where it was going to go. We knew it was going to go nowhere, but everybody did it anyway. Well, we wanted to get all of the evidence, in front of the people, and then they redacted it and edited it down to something that was patently false. His lawyers, I thought, did a great job in presenting a case just to show how completely hypocritical the accusations were.
Well, and some of the evidence even had to be thrown out. A lot of the evidence was photoshopped, and they got called out.
They got called out because it was fake. Exactly.
I mean, completely fake, just photoshopped.
And this is the Senate marshals doing this.
Yeah,
And
that's ridiculous.
The lawyers found all of it, and so that, just like that nonsense, I think a lot of the civil suits are going to be nonsense. I don't think they're going to go anywhere.
Here's my take. Here's my take, because I'm a little bit different than you two. My take on it is he should not have been impeached. The entire trial and all that stuff, it was going nowhere. He's no longer president. He should not have been impeached. From a human standpoint, what he did
watch the entire speech that he gave?
I watched his speech, and I watched him say, Mike Pence needs to do the right thing, and he turned his back on Mike Pence.
No,
and that's
he did that.
All I needed to see.
I didn't like that either.
All I needed to see was that, because, I mean, my friends...
I didn't like that either, but what, is Mike going to file a civil suit against him for that?
No, he's not going to do it.
But who can?
You know, the people that got attacked, the Capitol Police, I guarantee you there's going to be Capitol Police, there's going to be AOC, who is traumatized. You know, all of them are going to... It doesn't take
People were
much.
coming in here to murder me.
It doesn't take much. It only takes 3 people to have a class action suit against somebody. And who defends that? Does Trump defend that, or does the United States have to pay for that defense? That's the part that really boggles where I'm at. And
The Capitol Police filing a lawsuit against the former President of the United States for anything he said or did that day is going to go nowhere.
he told them to walk up there. He
It's
did
going to
tell
go
them to walk
nowhere.
up there.
That's not how the law works. It's going to go nowhere.
You know what? I love the fact that you think that's going to stop any suit. Because it's going to
I
happen.
didn't say they couldn't be filed. They're going to go nowhere.
But who pays for the defense of that?
It's just like the impeachment. What was it, $33 million? What could we have done with that? There's homeless veterans that could have used that.
Homeless veterans, autism. I mean, you know, it could have went to actual relief, which we have coming up. Also, I mean, it's.
I know when I was in Special Forces, we always needed more bullets. So $33 million of bullets.
That's a lot of bullets.
Yeah,
That's a lot of bullets.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think those cases and my concern, I know they're going to happen. I don't think any of them are going to go anywhere. I think it would be hard to make the case. Someone has to pay for it. Yeah. No, you're right. I think it would be hard to make the case, just because he did say, let's peacefully walk over there. Let's peacefully and respectfully walk over. I mean, he made sure and used those words. So, regardless,
Very clear about that.
Yeah.
When you watch the unedited clip. But very few people have seen an unedited clip. They're watching a very redacted and purposefully edited clip of his speech that when you watch that, you're like, oh my gosh, he's terrible.
But Donald Trump is a very good reader of people. You and I and Pete is a very good reader of people.
You could almost tell that when he was talking.
We see the room.
Yeah.
He can look at that and go, okay, I got them, and I can really get them in a focus. And that's what he did. And you can say otherwise or any of those things. But I'm a good reader of people, and I know he knew exactly he had them in his hand. Because he's had them the entire 4 years. So he knows his power of his words and what he can create. That's my problem with him individually. Like I said, I had no problem with him as a president or his policies, but I have a problem when it comes to things like that. As a human, I have a problem with that.
I wouldn't have done or said the things that he said that day, but I'm obviously not him. I don't think that he said or did a lot of what he's being accused of. At the same time, we knew he was always going to be a bull in a china shop. He was definitely a bull in a china shop, just because of his affect and his demeanor and the way he speaks to people. But like you, his military policies, getting us out of these ridiculous
Trade deals.
yeah,
I mean,
well,
he did an amazing
trade
job.
deals, military, all of that. These are things that make
did
sense.
reduce the
They
military.
did a good. They did a good job. Well, he's just pulling us out of nonsense. And so there are things that I supported that he did. There are things that I did not support at all.
So we're done with that. I still think there's a lot of cases that are going to, and my question is, who pays for them? If he pays for them, go have at it. But if it's coming from the United
I don't even
States,
think he pays for the buildings he built.
he wins his
He's been making money too long to have his own money spent on any of them.
He's lending money to
I
the
would be
man.
surprised.
So
Me,
as long as it's not our money.
Yeah. Well, that's the rub.
Yeah.
Is because if it's not his money,
Probably ours.
It's probably ours.
Yeah, and that's where I got a problem. So,
And our country is so far in the hole. yes, there's like these really, really hard decisions that like Greece had to make, and some of these other countries where the country went bananas because they didn't want to go through, they didn't want to lose all these programs and money.
Almost like on rations type.
And so even if we did that, our kids are still going to be dealing with us paying off this insane national debt.
I mean, according to the younger people, that Bitcoin's going to save us. I don't understand Bitcoin. Pete, do you understand Bitcoin at all?
So I understand Bitcoin skyrocketed in the last couple of months, and it probably has to do with the inflation we've got coming.
That's what a lot of people are saying. Is Bitcoin's going to save us with the economy, and I was like, okay, I don't understand.
There was a while ago that Bitcoin was down 1 point, not a percentage, was down to under $10. I think at one point close to $5. And yesterday it was 30,000. Today it's 50,000 something.
Yeah, it's close to 50,000. Last I checked, it was 48,000.
Yeah, so I mean,
I'm still kicking myself because I could have bought someone that was 90 a coin.
90. Well, I had someone as a consultant. I had someone offer to pay me, and this is when I think Bitcoin was like 1,500, and they were gonna pay me like 3 points. I was like, no, just give me the cash. I mean,
You should have taken those coins, man.
well, it's easy to say now.
Of course.
It's the hindsight's always 2020.
So should I buy it 50? No, I don't think so. Now I'm just like, I'm too late and too old. So, but I mean, that's one of the things that people are like, oh, well, Bitcoin. I was like, don't these other countries that we owe money to have the same access to these computers? It seems like it's more risky to me. But like I said,
That was a part of the risk with Bitcoin was how do you cash out? They had these storefronts, Bitfronts, started up where you'd be able to cash in with Bitcoin. Those failed as the Bitcoin price kept dropping. Of course, now, it's a whole different story.
Yeah. So
It's like anything. If it only known.
no. Well, it's just like people go, well, I could have bought that house for $200,000. Now it's $1.2 million.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody has a story like
And that's
that.
just St. John's County.
If we have enough grain or beer or in our hair, you have a story like that. And but I still don't get Bitcoin. So, and it's going absolutely crazy. So the question of the day this morning was, what did you want to be when you were 10 years old? Did you catch that question? Did you answer it?
I answered it.
What was your answer?
Race Bannon.
Race Bannon.
Yeah,
You wanted to
Johnny
be
Quest.
the
I wanted to
coolest
be Race
cartoon
Bannon.
character of all time. You know
I
who Race is?
want to grow up and be the physical embodiment of Race Bannon. And so,
I don't know specifically if I've ever seen Race Bannon. I'm sure I have.
Johnny Quest?
I've been watching a lot of Johnny Quest.
Bandit.
There you go. So, but Race was like the muscle in Johnny Quest.
You never knew what his background was, but obviously,
And everyone was afraid to have it.
obviously he'd been like, Green Beret in Vietnam and, didn't talk about it anymore.
It
Something like that.
might have been a ninja, the last Shogun. He was Race
He knew
Bannon.
karate, he could swing on a rope, he could sword fight.
Yeah, he's Race Bannon.
Zorro was another big one
Shoot
for
guns
me.
out of everyone's hand.
Yeah. Zorro.
Oh, yeah, man.
He's taking a sword to a gunfight.
Yeah, whip. Taking a whip. That's right.
Zorro's very popular at my house. My wife and my nephews are very fond of the Disney Zorro.
Okay.
Maybe your wife will like my show more if I mention Zorro more.
Probably. Hey, all I have to do is go and tell her that you like Zorro and wanted to grow up to be Zorro.
I love Zorro.
And she'll let me listen to the show.
Not out loud. You'll be in the earbuds still. Here we go. Solomon Services. Solomon Services is the premier place for personal training in St. Augustine, specializing in one-on-one youth and adult personal training. They also do small group, strength and fitness development, athletic development for team and individual sport performance, speed and agility, sport injury-related training. This is the one like you this morning. All coaches are certified in the National Strength and Conditioning Association. Gym sanitation and client safety is a priority at Solomon Service. Give them a call to set up an appointment at 904-461-9900. chance to be a part of it? Because I mean, it was actually hard to me, and I turned it down.
I saw it as too much of a risk. And then when it was clear that it was making a comeback, I still thought it was risky because of how up and down it could go. And now, obviously, where it is, what's it going to do from here? Elon Musk purchased quite a bit of it.
I think 1.5 billion.
Right, and so
what?
Yeah.
He's got it. He's by far the richest man in the world now.
That pumped up the price immediately. Once people thought, this smartest man in the world who just also happens to be the richest.
The newest Howard Hughes.
And those two guys are hardly ever the same guy. But now they are.
Yeah.
And so it's made it very popular again. And even someone like me, who, like you, I watched a documentary on it, and I'm still not very clear.
No, I've YouTubed it like a couple of different times. I mean, that's like a new encyclopedia.
YouTube University.
Yeah. I'm a freaking. Did you YouTube how to fix your dryer?
Know how to put it together?
No. You said you were going to YouTube it at Collie. I know. I was kind of time. Didn't do either. Done. But I'll YouTube it tonight. YouTube it. You'll be fine. You shouldn't blow yourself up at all. Make sure the power's off before you go to stick the plug in.
Yeah, I'll flip all the breakers.
Key to not dying. So I do the same thing with Bitcoin, and I don't get it. So what happens if Elon sells all his Bitcoin? Does it kill the entire market?
Well, there's that. The amount of money that he made in 24 hours, if he cashed out now, the price would start to drop, but it doesn't matter. He just paid for a trip to Mars. The moons of Jupiter. Didn't Titan the moon of Jupiter?
Yeah,
Titan's moon. Yeah. Another one that we think we...
Well, there's like 20 moons of Jupiter, but that's like the biggest.
I know space is a big deal to people right now, but I'm telling you, there's a reason that we can't find life on any of them. And so that's riskier than trying to set up some kind of city at the bottom of the ocean. I'm staying right here on Earth. Of course, we're going to ruin it here, but I'm still saying...
So if you had a chance to go into space, you wouldn't go?
No way. I would go on a trip like to the moon. Or
that's what I mean. Just going to
Mars.
I'm too old.
I would do all of that.
That's a one-way ticket for me to Mars.
Mars is a one-way ticket, and I'm not interested in a one-way ticket. I still have to, I want to die on Earth. I want my ashes spread at the Fountain of Youth, and I want to go back to New Zealand one more time. That's stuff I have to do.
Chad's complete bucket list. New Zealand, die on Earth, and ashes spread at the Fountain of Youth.
Right out there in the field where
sounds like a solid
St. Augustine started. Yeah.
See, I want to fly on Air Force One. That's one of my bucket lists. That's one of my bucket list items. I want to fly on Air Force One.
Right, Biden the letter.
Yeah. I'll wait until DeSantis is there.
Or Kamala, right? Kamala.
I'll wait till DeSantis is there.
You know what? That is plausible.
Yeah. No, I believe it is.
That is plausible.
He skyrocketed his stock this year, man. He really
Well, no, he has, and just like you in Las Vegas, tourists, they want to tell you the whole life story all the time, which is awesome. It's a part of what we do. But I'm hearing the same thing that you were hearing out in Las Vegas. Man, I wish we lived in Florida. Your governor was rocking it.
They didn't want to live in Florida. They wanted our
governor
to live there. They weren't saying, "Oh, I wish I lived in Florida."
Who's your governor in Missouri? Yours is stupid. I'm not picking on Missouri.
Yes, you are.
That was one of the many states. There were lots of others that were brought up.
Yeah. No, and he really has done an amazing job of keeping us above water.
Yeah.
Above level.
I mean, because the whole
He's the Tom Brady of governors right now.
yeah, oh my gosh, that was,
What's a better analogy? Michael Jordan?
No, listen, I met Giselle Shane before she married Tom Brady. Of course, they've got a wonderful family now.
You turned her down.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
No, not at all.
You got
was a Florida man Sunday, whatever. Throwing the trophy from one boat to the other, you've got to have a lot of confidence for that. By confidence, I meant tequila. He's got to put that trophy 20,000 times over. And the daughter, but the point is that the daughter's so annoying. The daughter of the trophy designer. Did you see that? Oh, you know what? I don't even care what she had to say. She had sleepless nights watching Tom throw the trophy from boat to boat. Shut up! Shut up! You don't know what so pathetic. That is pathetic. Here's what would have happened. Right? If he drops it and it falls and they don't find it again, her dad got more work. Oh yeah, her dad got more work. So shut up! Well, John Kowski could probably just reach down to the bottom of the channel and grab it. I don't know how deep that water is there in Tampa, but it's probably like 20 feet. I mean, according to like Patriot fans, Tom Brady could have went like this. It would have split the water. And then Gronk kind of reached down and grabbed it. I will say this, man. He has a very beautiful wife, a very beautiful family. He is clearly crazy talented. And he's loved by all his teammates. Yeah. And I can't stand it. He's sleeping in the same oxygen tent that Tom Cruise has because those two just haven't aged. So it's that freaky vampire. I'm not saying all the thing with Tom. That's just a Tom thing. Ooh, there's a. But here's the difference. Tom Hanks. Here's the difference between Tom Brady and Tom Cruise. Oh, Tom Brady has talent. Yeah, there's a huge list. That's a huge list. I think one's 5'8" and one's what 6'4". Yeah. He ain't 5'8". He's like 5'6". Troy just wants to know that. I can tell you this. When he was doing Days of Thunder, he did a tandem jump down in DeLand. And so I'm actually in a photograph that he's in, and everybody's all suited up. And I kind of, because I'm at 5'10", I'm kind of looking and thinking, okay, I was trying to guess what his height was. If you said he wasn't 5'8", I couldn't argue that. Yeah, he shorter me because I knew he wasn't really tall. I have a problem with him playing tough guys. I'm okay with anybody. That's all he plays is the tough guys. It makes no sense. I have to admit, man, he was kind of scary good in Collateral Damage. All his gun moves and everything that he did, and he put a lot of time into it. Yeah, same with what's his face with John Wick. Yeah, is he still a Scientologist? Or did he leave? Tom Cruise? Yeah. Tom Cruise is like the head Scientologist. He's like the most worshipped Scientologist. He's never leaving. He's a god. I thought he backed away from it. I thought Will Smith backed away from him too. I don't know. Yeah. So, I don't understand that either. You know what? That and Bitcoin? Don't Bitcoin either. All right, let's get back on topic over here. Let's see what we got. We got new relief bill, the accident in Texas, and military and how they view Biden. I'm not in the military anymore. However, I'm part of Special Forces Association, and I'm still very hooked into what's going on. And people in the military don't like nonsense. They don't like being sent on nonsense. If we don't have to be in Syria, it has to make sense. We have to go to Syria. And it's probably too early to tell, but he needs to follow a little more what President Trump is doing, which is, hey, if we have to do something, then do it. But we're not looking for trouble. Yeah. I had a huge problem with us going into Iraq the first time. And then the second time, I was livid. Yeah. But, you still go and do. So you're talking about W the first W. So you still go and do your job. Yeah, you're talking about 43. You wanted the Taliban to pay. I didn't have a problem with that one as much because we were in and out and we accomplished and we did what we said. But I mean, we were out of there quicker than what we were at with the second go round. And we had no plan on the second go round, and I thought it was bogus all along. Probably one of the biggest arguments Mike and I ever got into. You think we should have done it? Back then he did. Back then he did, and I was like, this is crazy. We're going after a guy because that guy tried to kill this guy's dad. Nothing. We tried to kill W, and that's and he got mad at me because about that. And I was like, and now 20 years later, no one even if you vote for it, it's a tarnish on your record. the CIA and the special forces that went in there pretty much had everything taken care of. And those guys wanted to run things themselves and could have run things themselves. And we had to come in and democratize everything. And then Iraq was just one giant mistake.
Yeah, I just don't.
Once you make one big one, it's hard, no matter how well you do, it's hard to make up for it.
Yeah, no, it's and it was costly. Still is.
Are you kidding? It's, you know what we should have is like some kind of monument for our debt. You want something named after you.
Just put a 55-gallon drum and walk in and you just throw your bills into.
It's insane amount of debt we're in, and it's scary, and it's so big, I literally don't like thinking about it.
Well, do they still have the clock that runs?
There's the one in Times Square that shows the national debt for each.
I thought you ran out of space.
And they ran out of, well, we probably have now.
Yeah.
There's no way to get out of this.
Yeah. But I mean,
there's not a trillion people on the planet. And what is it now? 17, $18 trillion in debt?
Yeah.
Hey, Jim, how many trillions of dollars in debt are we?
You're getting the hang of hosting this show. Lean on Jim.
Because it's insane. I mean, it's just insane.
Yeah. But, the craziness of the numbers that we're just printing money. And I don't know how, you say, when we were kids, you saw the Three Stooges and found out about Fort Knox or, but Fort Knox, the gold can't match anymore. That's been gone since like the 20s or 30s.
Hey, we should buy Bitcoin with everything that's in Fort Knox.
Yeah.
That's better than what we're doing with it.
We'll get a half a bit.
Yeah. But to answer your question about Biden, it's too early to tell. He just needs to chill.
23.3 trillion. Thanks, Jim.
Oh my gosh, it's worse than I thought.
23.3 trillion.
Our debt has so many trillions it's old enough to drink.
Trillions. So, I mean, it's like triples.
Yeah. That's just...
But sorry for the Star Trek reference there, Pete.
Yeah, it just keeps multiplying. So what's the next one?
All right. Let's talk about the relief bill that's coming. But let me do this read real quick.
Yeah,
so we get to pay our bills. So we're not in debt. We don't want to be in debt.
Just let me read one. You're doing that good.
Here, I'll let you go. Right there. You start right there. Don't do that one. Start right there.
This one?
Yeah.
Emergency services. Always open 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, including nights, weekends, and holidays. Locally in business for over 36 years. Powell Heating and Air Conditioning's dedication to customer service has been evident in everything they do. From the moment they answer your call until the time they leave your home, they are working to make you comfortable and confident about the care and service you receive from Powell. They service all heating and air conditioning brands.
Give them a call.
And give them a call at 904-794-COOL.
Good job, man.
Yeah, there you go.
That's a good job. You can tell he's a professional.
He's like,
The thing is, Pete, I'm glad he didn't do it flawlessly, because then I'd have really
they would have both felt pretty dumb. Well, you've got little blue notes through the whole thing.
The thing is we get the reads from our sponsor.
Right, and so you're changing it the way you speak.
You have to adjust it.
I get that.
Yeah, and then if you try and read it straight the way they send it, it's...
Everybody
writes like when
well, script. Don't let anyone ever put notes on your script.
not on yours.
Yeah.
I put notes
They need to
on
tell
my
you
script I got from you.
Right. They need to tell you what changes need to be made, and if there's little notes, you need to write them, because that is super embarrassing.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say how I know that, but I know that.
It wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
It wasn't
not
me.
you.
John.
No, it's been on some other sites.
So we have a new relief bill. Let's go ahead and talk about the accident in Texas. Did you see this video?
I did not.
Okay, so it was just outside of Dallas, and evidently ice had gotten on the highway. An accident took place up in front. There was 105 vehicles.
So this is the pan of the gang of cars that had all just like
They all
crashed and run
gathered
into-
up, and it took them like a day and a half to untangle people
Right.
from it, and there ended up only being, and it sounds terrible that I said only, there ended up being 5 deaths. But when you looked at
All the cars and the
things were
carnage.
piling up, and it was, I mean, you could see a semi, and you can see them start sliding like 500 yards away. Yeah. You're like, they're going in. It just constantly kept happening. When people would hit it, they'd touch their brakes and nothing would happen. They would just, just slide on through it. And it was a horrible situation, and I think it's very fortunate that only 5 people lost their lives. So.
I've driven up north in the snow. I've driven through quite a bit of snow from time to time just because of job requirements. And when I see something like this, I honestly don't know what the heck they're thinking. Everyone's driving too fast, number one. Everyone. I've driven in the snow my whole life. Crash. And it happens all the time. They come down here and say the same thing about 95. They turn 500. Yeah, driving in good weather. And it's part of the problem with 95 is we usually have pretty good weather unless the rain's coming down in sheets. But everyone still drives. Well, except for the people that drive in every single lane and they've got their hazard lights on.
Yeah, by the way, it's not legal to drive down the road with your flashers on.
If it's not, it shouldn't be.
It's not.
So,
don't do it.
They said, don't do it.
Don't do it.
Don't put your flashers on. Pull off the road.
Get off.
Stop driving.
If it's that bad, get off the road.
Yeah.
Just get off the road and wait. It's Florida. 20 minutes later, you'll be fine. So, all right, the new relief bill. So, I guess that's where the focus is now that impeachment's over. Is to try and get the new relief bill. I understand that this round is going to be an additional $1,400.
So the 2,000 includes the 600 that was already sent out and the 1,400. Yeah, that was a little switcheroo.
Yeah. Oh, you already got your 6.
Well, what I meant was...
It should have been 2,000 from the beginning.
Yeah. I know I said 2,000, and it was and will be 2,000 when we send you the 1,400.
Yeah.
So, okay then.
I think that was the original funny meme that, because Biden went in saying he was going to do 10,000.
Well, the pre-election verbiage...
Where's my money?
Yeah, the pre-election verbiage versus the post-election verbiage is just all nonsense.
Yeah. So, evidently they're working on that this week, and hopefully we'll see some relief for a lot of people. And I understand this one's not going to be as expansive as the last two.
So they're not sending it to as many people?
Correct. Correct. I think there's going to be a certain criteria that's going to be...
Do you think you're never going to get one?
No, I'm not even asking for it. I don't want one. I don't want one.
You know what?
I do. I want one. I paid enough taxes over the last 30
You get one, Pete and I should get one.
I got the 600. I didn't get the 12, but I got the 600. And I was like so happy. I almost kept it just for Donald Trump's autograph.
Because I'm a private contractor, I don't think I'm on anyone's rebate.
I'm not sure if they're going to cap this one off at $50,000, but they threw that one. So, like, if you made more than $50,000, you weren't getting a check. But I think they threw that one out. That one got it. But now it's still...
Yeah, the $50,000 from which job?
Right, exactly. Or which year, or COVID.
Is that the...
I can tell you right now, if they send me $1,200 for each of my jobs, I'm cashing every one of them. You know how much I paid? No, I'm cashing every one of them. I'm getting my money back. So.
You got 3 jobs.
Now you've got lots of jobs. Yeah, you have to hear that a lot, too.
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about the blacksmithing thing.
Oh, well...
I mean, I see the things you do on social media, and you and I are, we talk more than probably a lot of other people are friends.
Sure. No, genuine friend.
Yeah, so tell me about the blacksmithing thing, and, I mean, you really have discovered a skill that I think you've kind of grown into.
So, well, I started really when I was 15 on a small scale and kept with it. I really got back into it in the late 80s and then again in the early 90s and then the late 90s and then didn't pick up a hammer for really 18 years. And then started doing it again at the Colonial Quarter and out of necessity. And then the Fountain of Youth, I'm doing other projects initial interest was always, knives and making knives, and so the earlier dates that I talked about. The Colonial Quarter and the Fountain have been making a lot of things except knives, and that has been very, very interesting. It's pushed my skill set, and the items that we've made have been kind of cool just because I've never made them before. So even if they're stupid, I take a picture of it.
So like the Forged in Fire or whatever.
Forged in Fire. So I'm friends with David Baker.
Have you applied with that yet?
No, I'm friends with David Baker. So David Baker is the guy that almost kind of looks like me. Sits in the middle. He helped create the show. He and I were friends long before Forged in Fire. In fact, the Menendez sword and dagger that I wore on the balcony with the king and queen and for all those ceremonies, David Baker made that sword and that dagger set. And so when he started Forged in Fire, and we didn't know how it was going to go, and so we were all sitting there the first 2 seasons eating popcorn. Man, that's a pretty cool show, Dave. And then we realized the show was kind of taking off, and we had this conversation because he and I worked together on a show called Deadliest Warrior. I'm ineligible.
Oh, so you can't even be in there because you're
couldn't be on if I wanted to.
Because he's the judge.
He's one of the judges, and let's say one, and someone decided to say, "Well, those two know each other. It wasn't fair. I got robbed." I wouldn't want to be on the show and have it be close.
And they already have a relationship,
and then have them complain later that they were robbed. We have presidential candidates already doing that, and it's disgusting. So
it's
I
not
don't want
fun
someone,
to watch.
It's not fun to watch. So I don't want someone doing it to me. So, but it's an awesome show. I would like to be on it.
Tell David to make you a judge. Make you a judge. You obviously can do on-air reads.
So right, exactly.
You can put us down as a reference.
I'll get you a long way, Chad.
Yeah, that conversation with David's going to be like, David, hello? David?
Oh, no, Michael asked the wrong question.
I think I lost him. I'll call him back.
Oh, number blocked.
I've been blocked.
That's weird.
Again. All right, so you have done the acting thing. You kind of came into it a little bit later in life. I mean, you did
Not
some
really.
stuff. You did some stuff early.
I was on my first television show when I was 8 years old. But to your point, it's not like I did it, full time.
Yeah.
When I was in California, I did stage and theater, and I did some commercials, and I worked as crew, but was not a principal in front of the camera at all. And the whole commercial for Visit Florida, or for St. Augustine Tourism, St. Johns County Tourism, where I was the conquistador.
Yeah, eating ice cream.
That kind of that kind of jump started everything again. I had the only SAG agency in this part of Florida contact me, and so I started being represented by an agent, a manager, and that got a lot of other things. But those other things always wanted me to move from Florida. First it was California, and then it was Atlanta. And thank the maker, I never fell into that decision making. I wanted to stay in St. Augustine. I did not want to leave here. Leaving here was not a part of any of my plans. And this pandemic has wrecked all of my friends' acting careers. All of them have had to leave California if they didn't live there already, or went back home. The guys in Atlanta, they've all got other jobs.
They've all dispersed.
The acting jobs are zip. There's just the level of production is just not there yet. And so that would have been a huge mistake. So, I made a good decision there. I screwed up on Bitcoin, but I nailed that decision.
that was a good move. Sometimes it's there. So of all the things that you've done, and we got about 5 minutes, of all the things that you've done, what was the most rewarding or fun activity? I mean, besides our movie, obviously, we know that's number one.
No, that's going to be number one.
We know that's number one. But
the 500th and 450th all hit, in just a few consecutive years. And I love this city. I love the people. I love our history. And for me, that was just kind of very surreal. And I really, really enjoyed that time. I enjoyed doing it. I enjoyed everybody that we were dealing with, and then to be able to be up on the stage with the King and Queen of Spain, which my mother met
his father,
Mhm.
and so for me, I was like, "Look, Mom, I'm not a failure."
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just like you.
Well, but she didn't meet him the way that I did. She was like in a long reception line of
Okay.
feelings, and
So
so
still.
that's that. Well, even the people in Spain, when they saw the photographs of the king with kind of his arm around my back, he doesn't do that.
Mhm.
And so even the people in Spain were like, "Oh, okay, who's this guy?"
Yeah. Yeah. Wait a second.
Yeah, I
Is
ended
he
up on
one
the
of
front page of a bunch of papers in Spain just because that was such a odd thing for them
And,
to
and
see.
you got to go to Obelisk, didn't you?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. When that is beautiful and that place is beautiful and those people are wonderful, and because I was playing Pedro Menendez, and then after the whole thing with the king, when I went back,
Mhm.
there were people wanting the picture taken with me, and I wasn't even dressed out,
Mhm.
just because this is a guy that was with the king and had his arm around him.
Mhm.
So,
He hugged by the
apparently that never happened.
king. Yeah.
So.
Okay. So, and you speak a little bit of Spanish, but when you were there,
I think I speak great Spanish, especially after a couple of tequilas.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But seriously,
everyone. I speak great
yeah,
Spanish
no,
after.
no,
Well, actually,
seriously,
I can't drink tequila.
I can get
so.
through about any conversation in Spanish, but like a native.
Mhm.
The Mexicans don't care that you're not Mexican. The Puerto Ricans don't either. No one talks as fast as them anyway. The Cubans, they know you're not Cuban because they have a bunch of words that are particular to them. But the Spanish in Spain,
Mhm.
there's no way to learn to speak
Unless you grew
how
up there.
complicated it is unless you grew up there. They will pick you out immediately, especially in Aviles. They can tell when they meet anyone that's not from Aviles because they consider their Spanish to be the highest form of Spanish.
Gotcha.
In the royal family, the Spanish they speak is more closely related to the Asturian Spanish because that's where the Reconquista started.
Okay.
Now it's Castilian,
Mhm.
but it's just very difficult style of Spanish, and I'm not going to go into it. But so anytime I'm over there, I can communicate. But yeah, none of them think that I'm a native.
Yeah.
By
No.
any stretch of the
I mean,
imagination.
and all I know is a baño. Yeah, I just want to know where the
¿Dónde está el
bathroom
baño?
is. Yeah.
Por favor.
I don't even get that far.
Yeah.
I don't even go there. It's a baño because that's all you need to do is it's over there. So
look confused, baño, and then they'll point you in the right direction.
They're like, and clearly I'm not Spanish.
Right.
You
should go. It's a fun
tastiest
place.
white human being in the world.
Yeah.
All right. The other thing that I have out there is the freezing weather the rest of the country, and this goes back to Florida.
I live in Florida, so I don't care about the rest.
Yeah. Well, and we actually are almost having a winter here. It's been chilly a couple of days.
Yeah, I mean we're getting. I
actually had to put on
rain,
shoes and no flip flops
in the mornings. And what was it last week? We had frost twice.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime you're scraping frost off the windows here, it's that's.
That just
cold.
means you woke up too early.
That's cold.
That's all that means.
Yeah. My wife cycles and all that, like every morning. It's insane.
She from here?
Yeah, she grew up here, man.
Wow.
She's that crazy long distance athlete stuff, and so
and they're dedicated.
She'll run and ride and all that.
Well, they'll say, "Well, my
weather.
competition's not going to be in perfect weather."
It will be freezing rain, and she'll still do 30 miles on the bike every morning.
No, that's
well. And people are like, "Oh, he said the wrong number." No, I didn't. That's literally
30
her distances. Yeah. And she'll run anywhere from 16 to 20 miles, 3 and 4 times a week.
That's a long day.
Well, but then when you see her, she's all jacked up. You're like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, it makes sense.
I actually believe Chad now.
Yeah. And that's why you put in your earbuds when she says
no,
put in your earbuds.
Yeah.
I tell the truth.
I have to check every month or so. My arm's still bigger than yours, babe, because she's got some big arms.
Yeah. I wouldn't even do that. You never noticed me. I've never flexed. Oh wait, the stupid pictures I did. That was stupid. The shovel's over there. Well, you know what? That's the end of the show, Chad. I want to say thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate it. We were supposed to have Scott in here, and Scott's had a family member, and he had to leave town. So I appreciate you filling in at the last minute.
Absolutely.
And Pete, great job as always. I want to say thank you to all our sponsors and the people out there commenting. Jim, our research team, crushing it as always. This is Uncommon Ground with Mike and Troy, and we'll be right back tomorrow.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dan Hilbert, and this is the 4th episode of the Things I Like podcast. Joining me, as always, is Pete Melfi. Pete, how's it going?
Doing good here at the Padcast Studios.
Did I say Padcast?
I just had to give you... I'm so used to giving Mike and Troy so much hell. I just had to give you a little bit in the studio, too.
Well, I
Dan.
totally deserve it. I wish I had more whiskey before that slip-up. But we'll get there.
I think we'll make it.
We'll get there. Tonight's the night. Tonight's the night to get it done. Well, our show is brought to you, as always, by our two wonderful sponsors, 5 Star Pizza and Affordable Automotive. We'll talk a little bit later about them more in the podcast. But let me take the time now to introduce my 4th guest, Matt Stevens. Matt,
hello.
Welcome.
Thank you for inviting me.
You know, I invited you for purely selfish reasons.
You know, it's good friends are good.
That's right.
And I bring some good things. So
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Well, let me give you a formal introduction for those that don't know you. Matt is local. He's born here in St. Augustine, Florida. I did some math, and I calculate that you graduated from St. Augustine High in 1997. Does that sound right?
97.
97. All right. I'm 98, so I did some math there. You grew up playing basketball, fishing, working at local restaurants like Richard's Jazz Club and Fiddler's Green. You attended college in Gainesville, but found yourself heading to Arizona for flight school.
That is true.
We're going to get into that a little bit. After a 5-year stint as a general manager in Momentum Aviation in Arizona, Matt returned home to Florida to work in the craft brewery world. There we go, Pete. In 2017, he joined the St. Augustine Distillery as their general manager. We'll get into that later as well. He's an avid outdoorsman and adventurer, I would dare to say, liking to rock climb, go hiking, fishing, kayaking, of course, flying. But the most important thing to me, you're here to have whiskey with me and talk about one of the things I like, spirits of the distilled nature.
That is something I do have a good handle on. So
Excellent.
you're
Excellent.
good company.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. You know, people who've watched the show are used to this. We generally drink whiskey every show, although it's not a requirement. It's just something that's fun to do. And so before we do so, I think it's helpful for the audience to understand where you and I sit in the whiskey drinking world. So they know that when we're drinking and making comments on the whiskey, they can kind of understand, all right, that's where your opinion should lie, that's where my opinion should lie. So let me give you the 6 categories, and you let us know where you fall. Is this your first time drinking whiskey?
No.
No. You drink it here or there, but you don't know much about it. You drink regularly and have done some research. You drink it often, consider yourself an expert on whiskey. You are a master distiller or blender, or you're just here to get drunk.
There could be a couple of those, actually.
You're allowed to take a wide swath.
I am not a master distiller, but I definitely have a broad range of knowledge in the distillery world and in whiskey. So
I hope so. That's why you're here. So, all right, excellent. Well, I know you've got 2 poured for us right now. Why don't you take a moment and kind of set the stage for us? While you're doing that, I'm going to get my first sponsor read out of the way, and then we're going to come back and we're going to start drinking some whiskey. Sound good?
sounds great.
Awesome. So our first sponsor is 5 Star Pizza. John Gillespie opened the first 5 Star Pizza in Gainesville, Florida in 1988. The mission was to deliver a great pizza fast any time of the day or night. Soon it became a favorite of students at the University of Florida. Building on the overwhelming success of the first location, a second location was opened in Gainesville, operated by brothers Steve and Paul. A third location followed in Ocala, and today 5 Star Pizza has 20 locations and continues to grow. 5 Star Pizza's commitment to quality has never wavered, regardless of the cost of ingredients. They always use the best. There are no crazy new products, no gimmicks. 5 Star Pizza does consistently what it does best: provide every customer with the highest quality pizza and the highest quality service. And as they continue to grow, their commitment to quality remains consistent. It's their promise to you: bigger, better, and faster. It says it all. And man, I have to ask, you spent some time in Gainesville. Have you had 5 Star Pizza?
The first time I had 5 Star Pizza was actually here.
Okay.
I did not have it in Gainesville. So.
All right.
Actually, I could have had it in Gainesville. I just don't remember.
You just don't remember.
That's very likely.
I mean, that, you know.
Yeah.
We all know how that goes.
Yeah.
If you've been either to college, to technical school, really schooling anywhere, or you just like to party with pizza, you might have had 5 Star Pizza.
Yeah. It's great pizza.
Yeah.
I love it.
I'm with you. I love it. All right. So talk to me a little bit about the whiskey you brought. Walk us through it. Let us know what's in the glasses, and let's get to tasting a little bit.
All right. Well, The first one I brought a couple different ones for us to try, is our Florida Straight Bourbon. It's our flagship bourbon whiskey. Mm-hmm. It is 88 proof. It's made with Florida corn, Florida wheat, and barley does come from Minnesota. It's just a cold weather crop. It just doesn't grow in the South. And it's aged a minimum of 3 years. We're kind of extending that a little bit. We're in the 3.5 to almost 4 year range right now. And it's our number one selling bourbon out of the other ones that we'll make. We have the Saint Bourbon whiskey as well, which is an old-fashioned finished bourbon. We have the port finished bourbon, which is very unique. That one's aged in a port wine barrel from our friends at the winery just down the road.
Right.
And a couple single barrels and some other fun ones that I brought too. But this is the Florida Straight.
All right. Excellent.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Sometimes you drink something, it's like, I needed that.
I did.
Yeah.
I needed this today. For reasons we won't get into right now, I've had a rough day.
Well, to a better day.
To a better day. This is going to make my day. You know, I like it. I'm a little bit biased. I've had a lot of your whiskey, and I've actually enjoyed a bottle of the Saint, which I do find myself liking. I don't make a lot of old fashions, but I enjoy the Saint. And why don't you talk to viewers a little bit through why the Saint is different like that?
It's a very unique spirit. It's the first time it's ever been done. It's called an old-fashioned finished bourbon, and the reason why it is, we have this old-fashioned mix, which is really great. Mm-hmm. It's a very simple recipe. It's all natural. It's Florida golden cane sugar. It's got orange in it. Your bitters are in there. Everything you'd want to make for an old-fashioned is in the bottle. It's pretty simple. So 1 part your mix, 4 parts your bourbon, stir on ice and strain, and you're good to go. That syrup, that mix, is aged in our barrels. And it spends about 3 months in there, sometimes a little less if we're trying to speed up the process. Now that barrel has lost all that bourbon character. We kind of infused our mix with that bourbon character. And now that barrel is coated with all these rich, yummy flavors from the old-fashioned mix. We then take that barrel and pull some of our older stock bourbons that we know are really good. We'll blend those together, and we'll place those in the old-fashioned barrel, mixed barrel. And then it'll sit there for, it depends on how much longer we go. Our distillers have a real keen sense of when it's ready. It could be 3 to 6 months, and they'll pull it, and they'll blend those together. It's very limited. Our runs usually go between 300 to 600 bottles at a time, and it's always, barrel proof. So if it comes out, one time we did one at 114 proof. The current release, I believe, is 112 proof, 112.7. It's very unique and very different.
That's awesome. So as a general manager, did you come up with the branding and the name for it? I mean, marketing is always crucial in these types of things.
Yes, I did not do any of that. We have a great team of people. Phil McDaniel's, a brilliant mind. Most people probably have heard of him or know him in this town. And, we just brainstorm ideas. And I know exactly how the Saint came about. I probably won't relinquish it, but it came about, through the team and through Phil. And it was a very interesting experiment to come up with it. And so it's not one person or the other, we'll say.
That's good. Team effort. So, and there's a story there. I guess that's like the Coca-Cola recipe. So we'll just have to wait for years and years and never see the answer to that question.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really a super secret story, but it's
okay.
It's a good story, and it's one that we want to tell everybody everything.
I mean, there's not many people watching. We'll be all right.
All right.
The good news is I got a lot of time and whiskey to give you. See where we're at the end.
Bring it on. I'm a pro.
All right, so you've got, the straight bourbon.
Yep.
We talked about the Saint, and then you've got the port finished. Mm-hmm. So talk a little bit about that one.
Great partnership. Charles over at the winery, he has a really good port wine. It's a good, heavy proof dessert wine. If you've ever had a port wine, theirs is great. And they will take our used bourbon barrels. Before we came about, him and Phil, he was looking for barrels that he got from Kentucky originally to age his port in. And now that we have them, we can literally just roll them right down the road. He takes his port wine, ages it in there for about 8 months, and it's our used bourbon barrel. Gives a little character to his wine, so it's about the most local collaboration. And then we get that barrel back, which is again, make another local collaboration where we take our bourbon that we pulled from barrels that have been resting, and we'll finish it or age it longer in that port wine barrel, and it's great. We keep that one about 102 proof. We kind of proof that one down a little bit sweeter. It's definitely darker in color.
Sure. Is it more accessible than the Saint?
It is more accessible. Yeah. We can make more of that.
Okay. Well, you've got those barrels going back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think that's awesome. You know, and I've been over the winery. Great location, not very far from you guys.
Yep.
You know.
Literally throw a stone there.
I mean, we could roll you in a barrel.
Just come right by the studios by that way.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll stop by, pick up Pete.
That's a competition. We could roll ourselves.
Yeah.
Like, do a little walking in the barrel thing.
You know,
very competitive.
I think you and Pete should do it. I'll video.
Come on, Pete.
I will. Can I drink after and not before that?
You might need to do both.
I don't know if I can do before and then roll in a barrel.
Doing it during, like when you're actually on the barrel, walking that barrel down there. We can do this.
All right, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Now, you brought another bottle of bourbon that I'm staring at. Why don't you show that to the audience and talk to us a little bit about what that bottle is?
This one is really good. Where's that camera right there? This one is a single barrel. And what we've done, you can tell it's in a different type of bottle. We've kind of provided our guests many experiences. If you've ever been to the distillery, I'm sure a lot of your viewers have. It's a great experience. What we're now doing, instead of selling them a single barrel, we're letting them come in and do it themselves. Where this barrel has been pulled, our distillers have handpicked it. Lucas and Daniel and team said this is a good one, and they'll select that barrel. We don't proof it down. We'll keep it at high proof, and we'll put it in this contraption that we have. It's a fill your own station. The guests will come in. They can sample the bourbon if you want, and if you like it, you get to go ahead and fill the bottle. You put the juice in, you put the labels on, you actually get to handwrite the label. You have to take it out of bond. It's a whole process, and it's a ledger that we do there. It's all done right there by the viewer, or by the guest, I mean. Cork goes on, safety seal, and it's kind of just a unique experience. It's a great gift for someone who likes bourbon. Super fun, and we'll try that one next. It's really good.
Yeah, I definitely want to pop that one open. So this one's special for us.
Yes, it is actually, because I had our team fill this up before I came over here, and it says bottled by, but it's actually for the 904 Now crew.
That's right.
So that'll live here in your little bar, so you can try things and other shows, and I guarantee you once you try this one, which I better make some room in my glass. So
yeah, I feel like we can sample that one, then we can throw some ice in the glasses, and I'd like to sip on that one maybe today.
It's a good one.
As we're doing that, but Pete, you can never say that I haven't done anything for you.
No, I'm with this, man. I like this show. I like this show more every single week.
That's right.
It's great.
Gifts and lavish gifts with your name on it.
Spirits, and I know we've got our own custom bourbon now. It's pretty amazing.
You know, it's fun because the 904 Now brand is getting so popular.
That's it. Now we've got our own drinks.
You know, I told you this before we went on air. As I'm visiting the distillery yesterday to do some research, I'm going to walk in, and a couple of ladies are walking out of the distillery with boxes, right? So you guys are definitely selling some bourbon in there. And the one lady stops, and she looks at me, and I don't recognize her, and she goes, "You're the guy from the 904 Now." And I laughed because, of course, that's never happened to me before. You know, and I've been recognized for, like, Rotary before because, I don't know, I ran a campaign. You know, I was like, there's a couple reasons maybe. But no, I'm now famous only because of you, Pete. That's it.
Get used to it, man.
Good job.
The
Pete.
record's going to start calling you every morning. I mean, people are going to want to know who's this Dan Hilbert guy.
Oh, God.
That they should already know, by the way.
The good news is I'll be very level-headed. I won't get an ego at all.
I don't see that.
No.
That's not what those sunglasses said that you came in here wearing, Dan.
Well, you know, with my Gucci jacket.
That's right. That's right.
No, I don't.
You can
Your
tell this
new
one
Louis
smells
Vuitton
different
wallet.
right away.
Yeah, well, yeah. It hits different from the smell. And just so you know, I buy really cheap sunglasses because I break them all the time. So I'll buy
I am
them.
the same way.
Yeah.
It's a waste of money. I
Yeah.
lose them, crack them, break them, scratch them, dog chews on them.
And they're not a sponsor, although if you want to be, let me know. I buy Shady Rays online. It's an online sunglass company. And I'll buy like 5 at a time. They're $15 or $20 a pop. And I'll get them in. And then, you know, 6 to 8 months later, they'll either all be broken, destroyed, or whatever. And then I'll just buy another 5 or 6.
It's a good way to go. Yeah. I can't do it. I'll lose them before you know it. Yeah.
Well, and you're an outdoorsman.
Yeah.
So I'm sure like boating, fishing, kayaking, I mean, you're losing some glasses.
My last pair of nice Ray-Bans, I had them on. I'm at the beach. just swimming, not even surfing. And I'm like, oh, it's a great wave. I'm just going to ride this wave in, body surf in. Of course, there they go.
Yeah, you can't do that. Yeah. So I have been trying to learn how to paddleboard. And I fancy myself to be somebody who's a decent athlete and has good balance and whatnot. But paddleboarding, for some reason, is escaping me. And so my good friend Casey Arnold took me out paddleboarding at Matanzas Inlet, maybe a month or two ago. And I'm wearing a pair of the Shady Rays, the garbage glasses, but nice garbage glasses, Shady Rays. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, not a way to get a sponsor.
There goes your sponsor.
Damn it.
Not a way to get a sponsor.
It's the whiskey. I'm sorry. So anyway, I'm out there, and I was like, I'm going. And all of a sudden, I'm like, I got it. And I'm doing it. And then he's like, yeah, you might want to come back in. You're right in the middle where the boats go. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So I go to turn around, boom, out. Fall off the paddleboard, lose my sunglasses. And, of course, he's like, do you need my help? And I'm like, look, I have kayaked a lot and canoed a lot in my life. Like, I know how to get back on a vessel when I fall off. But it's just still embarrassing.
I can see it. I'm not the best paddleboarder.
Oh, man, that makes me feel so much better.
It's a height thing. I'm like, I'm just going to make up some excuses here.
Yeah. I got knee arthritis. Maybe that's something I can claim. I played football for 7 years, high school and college. And so my knees aren't the best.
I can see that. That's going to affect your paddleboarding for sure.
Man, this is my favorite guest I've had in a long time. All right, so
what's your thoughts on this one?
I really like it. Smooth finish, like butter.
It is really good. A good friend of mine taught me. I'm not an expert when it comes to picking up notes and telling you what dried fruits they are. I can tell you there is some dried fruit. I can tell you there's a little vanilla. But Doug over at Dog Rose used this term viscosity. It's real viscous. Yeah. And this one, it kind of coats your palate. You kind of feel it's like a nice viscous coating on the palate. Like the oil's kind of maintained there.
I got to get Doug in here.
Doug's a good dude.
I love beer, but beer doesn't love me. Hence my obsession with whiskey. But yeah, I never told everybody where I sit at. I drink it often, but I'm not an expert. I've done some research. I want to learn more. Part of the reason I reached out to you is I do want to learn more. And so I can't, tell you the differences. And I know you brought a card that kind of breaks down what's in this bottle.
Yeah. It is such a broad range of knowledge out there. When it comes to saying you're a bourbon expert, in my opinion, there is no such thing. I mean, I think there's people who know a lot about bourbon, but there's just so much more that we're learning from the aging and the types of woods and the size of barrels. And right now, there's a place that most people have heard of, Buffalo Trace. They're experimenting with barrels right now that they won't know what it's going to taste like until 40 years from now. Mm-hmm. And they don't know what that's going to be like. They can give you an idea. So that's the unique thing about bourbon. That's the thing that I'm drawn about that to the spirit is just such a it's a mysterious spirit because it's just there's so many different varieties, there's so many different taste profiles. If I put 5 vodkas out here and we tried them, we're going to taste vodka.
Right.
Some a little better than others, maybe, but bourbons are just very unique. They're very different like that.
I agree, and I want to get into this a little bit later because I know when you go into the liquor store, like I go to Browdy's, and you walk in there, there's just so many of them. It's a little bit intimidating to sit there and look at the breath and be like, okay, what do I pick? You know what I mean?
It's hard to pick one. It really is because there are so many. There's so much news that's out there that's describing what's the best and what's hard to find. From the Blantons to some other rare ones that are hard to get, like the Pappies, and it kind of creates like this Easter egg hunt where people want to go get these bourbons because they're so good. And they are good. I'll never knock a single bourbon. I think they're all good in their own way. But I think blindly tasting some things, you can learn a lot. I did a blind tasting with a friend of mine in Tallahassee, and he was pretty certain on some of the ones that he thought he would like. And then when you start to try them blindly, we have no idea what they are. They come in a glass like this with a little glass cover on it to kind of keep the aromas in there. And you can be misled by what you think is good.
Right.
I mean, really, if you think that Pappy 23 is the best bourbon ever and it tastes great, I like it, I've had it, then drink it. If you think that Jim Beam by itself is the best bourbon ever, then drink it. That's what's important.
I would say 2 things have happened recently in my whiskey drinking world that have really shaped, my outlook on whiskey, because I've heard about, the Easter egg whiskeys, the scavenger hunt whiskeys. There's all these fancy whiskeys out there, and you want to get them because they're so good. Two things. One was when I knew I was going to do a show that whiskey was going to be prominent in, I did go meet with Barry Browdy, and I sat down with him because I wanted to sit there and talk to somebody who I knew off the rip knew more about bourbon than I did.
He definitely knows his bit.
Yeah. And so, what he's great at, and he's like a philosophy professor, right? So you sit down to talk to him. He hits you with a question first, right? Like Socrates would do. He's going to hit you with a question. He's not going to lecture to you. He's going to open your mind. And the first thing he said was, what's the best way to drink whiskey? And I kind of sit there, befuddled, like, oh, God, I don't remember all these specific rules, and, but that's not what it's about. And his answer was the way you like it.
That's it.
Right? Mm-hmm. He's like, if you like it with water, fine. If you like it over the rocks, you like it neat. Whatever way you enjoy it, that's the way the bourbon's supposed to be drank. Or whiskey, or I would assume potentially any distilled spirit, any distiller would say.
Exactly.
Drink it the way you enjoy it.
Yeah.
The second one was a friend of mine, Phil, texted me an article from one of the distillers at Buffalo Trace. And he talked about the myth of age. Right, and he basically said, like, yeah, a 23-year-old bottle, it's important. It could be, a nice piece for your collection that hopefully you drink. You don't just sit on, but you drink it. But his favorite was the, 7 to 12 range. He loved whiskeys in the 7 to 12 range because he thought that was the natural peak of those whiskeys.
That's common, that 7 to 12. A lot of people believe that seems to be the sweet spot. When you get longer into the aging process, you're going to get a lot more of those oaks and tannins that some people might not like. And, it's, as people have probably heard before, the term angel share, when you have a barrel that's 53 gallons and you fill it up with clear spirit, or whiskey, I should say, and then you wait over time, throughout evaporation, you start to lose some. And it depends on the environment you're in, but at 20 years, you're only going to probably, if at best, yield 50 to maybe 70 bottles out of that. Where at first you have, a couple years later, you might get 225 bottles.
Right.
So if you do the math and divide it, you have to charge more for an older spirit. It doesn't mean it's better, by age, but generally speaking, it does. You can get a better spirit the longer it does get in there. Because when it goes in clear, and it tastes like corn whiskey.
Right.
So 100% of the color came from the barrel, and about 60% of the taste. So you're going to get a lot of different tastes that you would never get. So inevitably, when you leave it in longer, you're going to get more flavor.
Nice. Well, I want to deep dive on that some more later. So we'll definitely get into that. Let's get some ice in the glass, if you don't mind, because the way that I like to drink whiskey is over ice. That's my favorite. Are you a cube or a sphere guy?
Your choice. I am. Ice is fine for me.
All right. I go cube.
Cube it is.
Pete, do you want any whiskey today at all?
I won't turn it down.
Okay. You're in. And you're going to get my mother-in-law's glass, unless you have another glass.
Okay, no, I've got your mother's glass.
Oh, no, we can't. Yeah, it's back there. You found it?
Yes.
Wonderful. Come on. I'm so happy. I don't know. Brenda, if you ever watch the show, you'll notice that your glasses are now prominent.
Pete, do you have a preference?
These are cool.
No, of whiskey.
Oh, we're still on Ice Cube.
He's excited about the Ice Cube.
I'll take the 904. I gotta take.
All right, that's what we're talking about.
Honestly, that was the right choice.
It's really good. It's higher proof, but it's definitely smoother.
It's smoother.
It's 4 years old. Actually, 4 years, 119 days, I think.
Okay.
Right.
And what's going to be nice about that, when you have ice, it's going to be chilling down a little bit, so the taste profiles will open up a little. Also, it'll proof down slightly when the ice starts to melt. So if you initially sip it and you feel like it's a little too strong at 110 proof, just kind of wait, and it will start to kind of get more mild as time goes on. That's a good thing about the right ice. The right ice is, there's just so much into it.
I agree.
Yeah.
I totally agree, because, we were talking about it in your office, and my wife loves the crushed ice from like Sonic and stuff like that. But, if you don't like watered down whiskey, crushed ice is not your pick.
Exactly. And it shows you just how much it can change. For example, if we drink this bourbon right here out of this glass, you're going to get exactly what it tastes like.
Right.
If we transport this into here, you're going to get a little dilution. The temperature will change. But as you can imagine, that one big cube is going to take a little time to dissolve and melt. If you took a cup full of Sonic ice, like the little pebble ice, and you pour that same amount of bourbon in there, it'll get lost. And the next thing you know, your first sip is going to be, to me, like water. Your last sip will be water.
Right.
So you lose a lot of those flavors.
Right. But maybe you're hydrating,
Yeah, that's good.
If you're going to have,
you got to stay hydrated.
6 to 8, you should cut in some water.
Yeah, a little water.
Here we go. Look, we're being responsible. Pete, what do you think of the whiskey?
Very good. Very good. Very smooth.
Let me tell you something. For the man who loved the Peach Crown,
I've heard these stories, Pete.
Come on, man. Listen, me loving the Peach Crown was put on me by Barry Prouty. I'm just going to say that. He gave me no other option.
There's nothing wrong with Peach Crown if you like it.
I think that's a little bit of a cop-out. I think that they had such a selection of whiskey on the table, and then he sort of you did get kind of pigeonholed to it.
I did.
That's true. And I think it's still down here, by the way.
It is, because I don't like it. That's why.
We got, black, the Regal apple, vanilla, salted caramel, and the peach. Actually, your
flavored
caramel
spirits are huge right now.
We've got it right now.
If you like flavored spirits, we don't make any at the distillery, but Citygate Distilling downtown is one of our sister companies, and they make a lot of good flavored spirits.
Nice. Where are they located?
Right downtown across from the fort.
Perfect. Yeah. Citygate?
Citygate Spirits. Yeah.
All right. If you like a little bit of flavor like Pete does,
I think Pete's been there. I've seen some apple pie moonshine in his liquor cabinet.
I'm going to say he hasn't. I'm going to say that I've made him drink more whiskey in 4 episodes of this podcast than he's drank in the last 10 years of his life. Am I right or wrong?
I'm not confirming or denying anything.
Safe bet.
All right. Look, we got
that is good.
A long time to get back to whiskey. Part of why I love this podcast, though, it's not just the topics that I like, it's the people that I like. And as I'm going through information about you and your bio, I think you're interesting, believe it or not.
And first,
I'm reading about this. You do a lot of things that I love, and you also do a lot of things that I wish I did more of. I grew up in St. Louis, Missouri, but I sort of had rednecky roots where my uncle had campground, and we would, not campground, but he had a lot in a campground on the river, and we would go camping all the time and kayaking and canoeing all the time and tenting and living in the wilderness. I love that kind of stuff. So I've always loved being in the wilderness, even though I was never like a Boy Scout or anything like that, although I wouldn't have minded. But it sounds like you have a sense of adventure. Like you like to get out there and get after it.
Yeah, I do. I kind of grew up that way. You mentioned Boy Scouts. I had my son who was interested in Boy Scouts when he was younger. He's 21 now. And we go to the very first meeting, and we're sitting there. Not knocking Boy Scouts. This is great for a lot of people.
Sure.
But when I heard what their agenda was,
gotcha,
I was just like, all right, we got to go. I mean, you're excelling well beyond this in your 7. It's but yeah, to me, it's outdoors is where I find happiness. It really is.
Where did it come from?
I think just my childhood. I grew up with, being on the water fishing. My dad took me fishing when I was younger. My stepdad took me fishing. Me and my buddy Liam Callan's a great friend of mine, just grew up fishing. Like we were on the pier every day at St. Augustine Beach Pier, out there trying to reel in the fish that these grown men were out there trying to catch, and we're learning as we go. Going hunting as a younger kid. Just I don't know. It's just a thing. I just find a true sense of kind of like it's a calm feeling when I go hiking, especially.
Right.
A truly good friend of mine, a dear friend of mine, kind of pointed out just recently, actually, when I took her hiking, and she said, it's like you're in the moment when you're hiking. Like when we go these trails up in North Carolina and hiking, throughout these pretty adventurous trails. She said there's no anxiety. You're thinking about that moment. You're not thinking about your text messages or anything. You're grounded. It's good.
I totally agree. So why don't you pour us some more?
Okay.
Real quick, because I want mine to kind of water down a little bit. And I'll transition you to my next thought, because fishing, hiking a little bit, I get that. In Florida, water, kayaking, boating, all that stuff, I get it. But rock climbing and flying, those aren't necessarily synonymous with the state of Florida.
That is
flying
true.
Maybe, but not rock climbing.
Nope.
So where did you start growing?
It's actually, they both kind of fell into my life almost at the same time. When I left Gainesville, moved to Arizona, and seeking some adventure and trying to do something. I was young, 20-year-old. What am I going to do in my life? And ended up in Tucson, Arizona. Go up to this place called Mount Lemmon, and it was with my father-in-law at the time. And he pointed out something on the rock. He's like, "You see that piece of metal? It's called a piton, and people go climbing." And I'm like, "I'm from Florida. It's the first time I've ever seen a mountain, really." And I was like, "Oh, that's cool." Got back to the house. He gave me a book, and I started flipping through the book. I don't suggest anyone do this, but I read a book and went rock climbing. I think you should probably take some, professional training, just as a disclosure. But I learned really well from that way. And next thing I knew, I was up, buying ropes and harnesses, and I was actually going to flight school about the time. And a good friend of mine at the restaurant I was working at was like, "Oh, let's go. Oh, I heard you go rock climbing." So we started rappelling and climbing, and it just took on a whole life of its own. Probably 3 years of pretty hardcore climbing.
Yeah. 3 years.
Yeah. And then I still climb today, but it was like 3 years of pretty aggressive. We had plans to go to Yosemite, and then I had a kid. And my last I call it a big wall climb. It's not really a big wall. It's 600 feet, but it's multi-pitch climb. Big wall to me is like 1,000 plus feet. So we're halfway up this. It's
20
actually
feet from me.
It's an interesting story. We climb up this. We actually hike in early, like before the sun's up, and it's about a almost 2 hour approach to get to it. And then we start climbing, putting our harnesses on. The sun's just now starting to come up, and we start climbing, and we're probably 2 or 3 pitches in. Now we're having lunch. We're getting close to the top.
What's a pitch?
A pitch is where you kind of exceeded your limit of height for your rope.
Okay.
So, for example, you got 600 feet. There's no ropes that are 600 feet, really. I mean, there is, but it's not safe. So I'll climb up maybe 80 feet, and then I'll clip in, and then you're below me, and you'll start to come up. And then you get to my spot, we'll all clip in, be safe, and then I'll or you will lead the next pitch. And this is sheer rock faces, right? So we keep going throughout this whole process. We're at the very top. And I don't know if we got off the route, and this is the thing, there's not like you can't pull up YouTube and find out the right way to go.
There's no Google Maps for this?
No. So we're thinking it was the right path, and then his name was Isai. Isai was like, "I could go this way." So he starts to go that way. He's leading the last pitch, and it's 680 feet off the ground, and he starts to exceed my comfort level as far as where he's clipping in. There's nowhere to place an anchor, which is like a metal piece of device you'll put in the rock that you clip into. So, for example, if you're climbing up here and he clips in and I'm down here, if he falls, it kind of stops him.
Right.
There is no protection. And he's like, "I think I can make it." The key word I heard was think.
Yeah.
And I started to do like kind of thinking about it. If he falls and he starts to go and he can't make it and he slides down and he loses traction, he's going to fall below me because I'm the anchor point now. Most likely is going to rip me off this rock wall. And that's it. And the very first thought I had was my son, who was like probably 10 weeks at the time. And I said, "Nope, we're good." And he's like looking for me for advice. So he backpedaled down, and we had to put anchors in with these drills. We got down at the bottom probably 9 o'clock at night.
All right, so how long were you on this sheer face?
Probably 12, 13 hours.
And you're talking about you're doing the math. You know what I call that? That's called oh shit math.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. It was a calm thought, though. I was like, yeah, we should probably not do this. We could have succeeded and it had been fine, and we would have been on the big walls, and who knows. But it's like one of those pivotal moments in your life. You're like, this makes the best sense. This makes the most sense. We should do this. And this is what we did.
So you have no fear of heights?
Oh, no, I do.
Stop.
I do. It's one of those things. Like the first time I got to the edge of rock, I'm like, woo! You get kind of woozy, and you feel. I think that's why I liked it.
So you're into the adrenaline then?
No, it's just I like the challenge.
You're calm. I know.
No, I know. I don't. I just like the challenge of it. I like the gear side of it. I like the. I'm not the kind of climber where you see in these shows like, this is the hardest route, let's take that one.
Right.
No, we're taking the easiest route. Yeah. And I want the stuff I can grab onto, and and there's ratings about like 5'8", 5'9", 5'10" is my limit. I don't want to go any above that.
Okay. Yeah, and I think about it because I'm an overanalyzer, I'm OCD already anyway. I'm not clinically OCD, but I worry. It's kind of part of my job. I think about the future and like, okay, what could happen here? And you were doing that a little bit with him, right? So the first thing I thought of, you said we hiked 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm like, all right, so if you fall off this cliff and manage to survive, the people that are coming to rescue you have a 2-hour hike to do.
If you can call them.
If you get any satellite coverage whatsoever.
Yeah. This is back in the day, the old Sprint flip phone. And
there you go.
Yeah, there was no.
Did you have the Razor?
I never had the Razor.
No?
It was like, this was the one before the Razor.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was like dense. You could probably murder a small animal with it, but you couldn't call anybody.
Had a color screen, though.
Oh, okay.
But not touch screen, obviously.
Did you have to hit the buttons like 3 times, like A, B, C, F?
Yeah, I never even text back then, actually. I still don't text. I'm just kidding.
Really?
No.
Oh, God. Text is a godsend.
Yeah, definitely helpful.
If I could have the conversation by text instead of by phone call, that's my preference.
I can see that. I'm a phone call person.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I like to talk.
Okay. All right.
I'll text you, but...
all right. Well, look, now you know where I sit, and I know where you sit. So, for future communications, if I'm texting you, don't take offense.
I'll call you back. That's fine.
I may not answer. I'm going to... Pete, are you a texter?
I'm totally a texter.
Yeah.
Totally. My voicemail says, oh, you missed me, text me. It's probably the only way you'll get me.
Part of my problem is I wake up every morning sometime between 6:30 and 7, and the first thing I do is check emails and text messages, and it's not because I'm vain. It's because in my line of work, I got to know if something happened, right? I'm a criminal defense lawyer. People get arrested at all times, and I need to make sure that none of my clients are in trouble at 6:30 in the morning or 7 o'clock in the morning. Also, Mark Cuban, first thing he does is wake up and check his emails. So if he's successful, then maybe
you better follow suit.
I know. I need to be a billionaire.
Well, if that's the case, then Elon Musk, he doesn't have meetings. We should stop having meetings.
I'm not against that.
It's a thing, honestly.
I think, well, in my world, I have to have some meetings because, like, when it comes to the point where I have to tell you the good or bad news, that's better delivered face to face with a long conversation that you can ask questions with. But if it's just simple things like the meeting to coordinate or whatever, like corporate America, I would struggle massively with the regular meeting. It would drive me nuts.
Yeah, you can over meeting a lot. I've been places before, and it's like you meet, and you don't have time to do.
Right.
We're all where we're at because we've done things, not because we talk about doing things.
Right. I'm a big fan of delegation. Like, you hired me for a reason. Just give me the task, and I will go complete it. I have to assume at the St. Augustine Distillery, you're not having meetings every week.
We have meetings. I wouldn't say it's not a religious. Let's pound down and have a bunch of meetings. We have a great crew of people. Honestly, we from Phil and Mike, the co-founders of the place, they put trust in the people who work below them, and they hire good people and say, hey, this is what we want. Let's make it happen. And I think the mission for us is great, where it's let's do something good. We're doing great for the community. Just try to stay true to our roots, and most importantly, have fun doing it.
So we have some latecomers to the show asking what we're drinking. Dion, my boy, we're drinking some St. Augustine Distillery bourbon. Right now we're drinking the special single barrel that he came with, that you can go down to the St. Augustine Distillery and pour your own bottle.
Yep, you can fill up your own bottle. It's a cool little process.
Yes, they do taste testing. He's asking questions. We're answering these questions live. This is great. Yeah, they do. You can come down there and taste it.
7 days a week?
7 days a week.
Yeah.
Always open.
Always. Oh, 3 days we're not open. Guess them.
Now I'm confused.
3 days?
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
No, 3 days annually.
Oh, Christmas Day?
Yep.
Hold on. I got it. Christmas Day, Thanksgiving Day?
Good job.
New Year's Day.
Easter.
Okay.
Family days,
Fair enough. Yeah. All right. I'm going to go off on a tangent. I'm famous for this. And Patrick Canan,
great guy, by the way.
He loves when I go down this road. I have a faux book that I've been writing for years with Hilbertisms. Favorite holiday ever? Thanksgiving.
I like Thanksgiving.
Love it. I love it.
Yeah.
You know what I love about it? You have no clue.
I don't know. Please tell me.
It's not about gifts or anything. You know what it's about? It's just about family and food, and I love to eat.
Oh, that's it for you.
And so, and I make pies, which is weird, right? Like I'm a pie maker. That's weird. And honestly, I like to drink wine with my meal on Thanksgiving. I don't really hit the bourbon on Thanksgiving. Yeah. I do wine. I cook pies all day, cook food all day, and then it's about family and an early bedtime.
What's your favorite pie?
Oh God. So here's the funny part is I actually prefer cakes to pies.
I'm a pie guy over cake.
But I'm better at making pies than cakes. And it comes from my great-grandfather came from Germany on my father's side. And we have his Ellis Island transcript.
That's pretty cool.
And he came over as a baker from Germany. And he came over $10, so he was wealthy in whatever year he came over. And then his son was a baker and owned a bakery in St. Louis, Missouri. So there was a Hilbert's Bakery in St. Louis, Missouri for years and years and years. And they baked pies and cookies and breads and all that stuff. And then my father grew up in the bakery, but it ended at my grandfather. And so I don't know if it's hereditary or whatever. I love to cook, but I started gravitating to baking. And I remember, late in life, my grandfather had already died from cancer. And I was like, what are the recipes? Right?
Yeah.
There are no recipes. Oh. Because my grandparents, when they baked, because my grandmother was involved, they didn't need a recipe. They probably made millions of pies in their day. And so my father, his brother and sister, and I, at least I was engaging him, and he probably engaged them. I was like, give me the best tips you can give me, because I need to reconstruct the apple pie. So if you ever wanted something baked by me, you want my apple pie.
Apple pie, okay.
All right? So as we get closer to Thanksgiving, I'm weak. If you hit me up and say, Dan, please bake me an apple pie for Thanksgiving.
Via text, I'm learning. Okay.
You're more likely to succeed via text than you would by call. Number one, because it's a more effective method of communication. Number two, because I will more likely remember. I will happily bake you an apple pie. It's a passion of mine. I love it. And I think I'm pretty darn good at it.
All right.
So
I'm in.
Oh, man, I love that holiday. All right, we got off on a super sidetrack there. I want to get back to adventuring. Have you ever adventure raced?
I have not. This sounds exciting, though.
Do you know what it is?
Oh, yeah, totally.
So years and years and years ago, back in the 90s, when you and I were just young bucks learning how to be men, do you remember the Eco Challenge?
Oh, yeah. That was the jam.
Right.
Yeah.
So I remember when I was like, 13, 14, 15, watching the Eco Challenge. And my brother, who, by the way, was actually on Team USA as a triathlete.
Nice.
He's raced internationally with Team USA as a triathlete. I was always the fat, slow kid, so that wasn't me. I played football and hit things. But as I grew older, I had this outdoorsy feel, and I always wanted to do it. And I remember I was a prosecutor in Palatka, and I told people, I'm going to adventure race, because Florida actually is a good hotbed for adventure racing. And so I finally started doing it. And so for those of you who don't know, adventure racing is a triathlon off-road with a map and a compass, and you bike, usually on a mountain bike, you kayak or canoe, and you run, and there's no set path. You have to go find checkpoints with a map and a compass and get there and check in and then go to the next one, and you have a time limit to do it. And the quickest ones are usually like 3 or 4 hours. Medium ones are 5 to 7. Long ones, you could adventure race for 3 or 4 days, and then the Eco Challenge is like a week long.
Yeah.
So did you watch the most recent one?
No.
It's back.
It's back? Okay, I didn't know that it was back. I knew it was like a big thing back in the day.
Yeah, go on Amazon Prime. Do you have Amazon Prime?
Of course.
And just look it up.
Okay.
And so I've watched it. And so here's my thing to you. I quit adventure racing about 6 years ago when my second child was born, and because it takes a lot of time and energy, because you have to be fit enough to exercise for 5 to 6 hours.
Yeah.
And people are like, "There's no way your fat ass is fit enough to exercise for 5 6 hours." I'm a good pacer. I'm slow, but I can do it for a long time.
So you've had that kind of that runner's high, that burn you get which I've experienced before on long hikes and multi-day hikes, where you're into it, and then all of a sudden you're like, when you feel like you can't go any longer, you get this like little extra energy. And then for me, it's like almost like it just takes over. It's like autopilot where I just keep going.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Oh, I have that. Sorry.
No, what I have is...
That's why I feel like I would do well at it.
I'm goal-oriented. So if you will just tell me where the next goal is, I will get there.
Okay.
You know, I'm a good like tank. Like I can just rumble through things. You know what I mean? And so my first adventure racing team ever, I thought it was, oh man, I got this Army guy. I'm like, all right, you're fit. You're ready to go. And by the way, he showed up with like his like younger sibling's pink bicycle. I'm like, bro, you don't have a bike? And he showed up with like a 2-gear pink bicycle. And I got an ex-professional mountain biker from like Colorado days. I'm like, man, this team is elite. We finished like 26 out of 28.
26 out of 28. I wouldn't say that's elite, but it's close.
No, we weren't. I had high expectations. And then I got there and I'm like, all right, Army guy, you navigate. And he's like, I don't know how to navigate. I'm like, you're in the Army. And he's like, no clue, bro.
There's a lot of jobs in the Army.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I'm learning that. So it ended up being me navigating, which was sad. It was just sad. But anyway, if you would like to go adventure racing, I have done a lot more since then, and I'm a lot better. But we need a couple months to get in shape.
In.
Pete, you in?
Nope.
That was a hard no.
You knew it was going to happen.
Hard no.
All right.
I'm not going to pretend like I am able to get in that kind of shape.
Come on. You don't want to go get lost in the woods with me and Matt for like 5 hours?
Sounds a little creepy, to be honest with you.
You're allowed to take your cell phone just in case you need to call for help.
We'll consider it. The answer is probably still no.
All right. Yeah, it'd probably be a lot of you and I like carrying him for miles.
Yeah, I don't want to put that burden on you guys.
Maybe. The guy that's the ex-professional mountain biker from Colorado, he lives in North Carolina now, but I can probably get him back.
Okay.
So then at that point, you two would just need to be relying on me to catch up to you.
Okay.
But I'm good at navigating now.
That's good. That's important. It's easy to navigate in Florida.
Yeah, there's no hills, which is nice. And you just stay on trails. Because honestly, the ones that I do, there's trails. So it's not that bad. All right. Let's get back into the whiskey because people are like, please, this is boring. Let me ask you this question. You come back to St. Augustine, right? Yes. You've been in this aviation world for a while. Mm-hmm. And you say, all right, I'm done with that. Craft brewing and craft spirits. How the heck did that happen?
It's a much longer story than I'll dive into. When I did come back, I started to get back into aviation a little bit. Start a media company here in town where we did things throughout the state. That involved into me working at A1A Works. Mm-hmm. Started managing that place for a while, and great team of people there. Then I met Phil. Phil McDaniel, the co-founder of the distillery. He came in one day when the distillery opened up, and he had this bottle of vodka, and it was before he had anything else to sell, and goes, "Hey, you want to sell this?" And he came to the right guy. I'm from St. Augustine, and I saw the opportunity. I'm like, "Hey, this could sell. I like it. It's got our name on it, St. Augustine." So he and I became really good friends and started this drink like a local campaign where we had these little menus on the table that all the visitors that would come to A1A would say, "Oh, look, there's a distillery in town." Kind of built a good friendship, and then eventually his company started to grow a lot where he needed someone to kind of help run the place. And he's great at so many things, and you can easily get kind of stuck in one spot when you're trying to run the day-to-day operation. So trying to grow the company, he needed someone to be in that position. So he offered me the job, and I gladly took it, and it's been a great 4 years. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
So talk to me a little bit about the beginnings of St. Augustine Distillery, right? You got Phil, you said co-founders.
Yep.
So give us you don't have to go all the way deep inside, but as comfortable as you are to go, give us the inside dealings of how the company came about.
Phil McDaniel was on the West Coast, in Oregon, at a trade show of all these different companies that were making craft spirits and all these different things, and he kind of learned that this might be something might work out pretty well in St. Augustine. And this is before craft breweries were starting to become popular. There was very few. It might have been like 3 craft distillers, maybe even 2 actually at the time.
In the entire state of Florida?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he acquired the building just down the road, the old ice plant. And there's a lot of good stories behind the whole project, but
we have plenty of time. As comfortable as you are to share, just give it to us.
No, it was, he met his partner and the other co-founder, Mike Diaz, through a mutual friend, John Regan. And Mike Diaz thought this is not maybe the best idea because it's a highly regulated business, but he took the dive into it, and it's been pretty successful. It took about 2 years to rehabilitate the building. There's a lot of legal loopholes that we had to fight as a distillery. We couldn't even sell a single bottle in the gift shop when we first opened the doors. Or actually, they changed the law right before. So it's been a lot of challenges. But Phil, that's where he does really well when it comes to lobbying and trying to get the distilleries on par with other things such as wineries. Like, for example, the winery just down the road, you can walk in there, you can like their wine, and you can buy as much as you want. If you can't put it in your car or your bike because you're riding, you can have them ship it to your house. Mm-hmm. If you want to go upstairs and buy a glass of their wine, you can do that.
Can't do that with whiskey or vodka or gin.
As a distillery in Florida, we were limited. It used to be 2 bottles per person. Then they increased that to 6. And then we're hoping with some new legislation, and it's really been just because of the people kind of pulling together and kind of demanding it, really. But we're going to be able to hopefully sell by the glass pretty soon. Shipping is a big one for us. If we could ship, it would be a game changer. We have 50 employees that are, people that live in our community that like to go to work every day. And it's just a bunch of good people having fun. So
who was? So I visited you yesterday. Who was the guy shopping your wares behind the register when I walked in? That guy was awesome.
That's Larry. Yeah,
Larry knows your bourbon. Larry
knows all of our spirits. He's great. Yeah. He's there Monday through Thursday. If you have any questions about anything, you go and ask him. Honestly, he's great. He's super passionate about what we're doing. He's a retired gentleman that loves to do what we're doing. He has a great time and he comes in every day. We have from college kids to retired. Yeah. Different employees that work there, and he's great.
I can't wait. So when I retire, I want to retire at 65. Can I just come hawk whiskey?
Absolutely.
Oh God, here we go. Yes.
Absolutely.
I see. I'm just wheeling and dealing with this podcast.
We got your retirement set up already.
I got it ready to go, honey. I'm going to be working at the distillery.
We got good employee discounts. So keep your bar stocked up.
There we go. I promise I won't steal from you.
No one does.
Okay.
We'll give it to you before you do that.
I can't promise that I won't have some during the job, though. I won't be a mess, though.
It's okay.
I can handle it, as people probably have seen, because you and I have consumed some good whiskey over the last hour.
Yeah, that bottle's starting to go down.
50 minutes in, and we're already pushing it. I think, Pete, remind me, didn't Phil McDaniel go on with Karen Zander on the 904?
He did, yeah, a couple months ago.
So if you want to know more information about Phil McDaniel, check out Karen Zander's podcast on the 904 Network. I'm sure they, I think I watched it, but I'm sure they went into a deep dive a little bit more about him and the distillery as well. So let me talk about you, though, a little bit. So, you find this winding path until you land into the craft distillery world. Coming into the job, how much whiskey education or distillery education did you have?
I was a huge whiskey fan before, well before. I knew a good bit, and it's one of those things that if you ever kind of introduce me to something, if I don't know it, it's like the book with the rock climbing. Mm-hmm. Next thing you know, I'm rock climbing,
right?
Just because it was a passion. So it was one of those things that I had a good common knowledge just on business in general. That was the main reason to come over. But now you have to learn what you're actually building and operating. I went to Kentucky, spent 7 days, 12 distilleries. I mean, it was a whirlwind trip, and it was great. Learned a lot, and just throughout time, educating myself. And I think the knowledge I had going into it was helpful. I could tell you a bunch about whiskey before. And what I've learned in the meantime has just been massive. And I'm actually trying to plan a trip in March. There's a course up in Louisville that I want to go and take. So it's constantly trying to educate yourself on what's the new operations and the new things that are happening. It's a lot out there.
So yeah, you're going to go take a course. So the first time that you went out to Louisville, was that to take courses, or did they know you were coming out and you were already associated with the distillery, or was it just a fan of whiskey? You're there to just do the touristy stuff, or not touristy stuff, but do the inside stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I was already at the distillery, but it was more of a let's go see what other companies are doing.
Right.
Let's just go see what's happening out there in the world on the Bourbon Trail.
Right.
There's a lot of great distilleries out there. If you haven't ever been up there, you should definitely go. Buffalo Trace is one of my favorite distilleries. It's just a really cool operation. Great people. And that's the thing. The thing I took back from that trip was the distillery I enjoyed most, 100% had the best staff.
Yeah.
I mean, the people were just, Mike Diaz, the other owner, was like, man, what are these people drinking up here? Because they're just super, super nice.
Right.
And it's there's a funny story. There was this big semi backing up, and he was unloading all these barrels. And keep in mind, they make 1,200 barrels of whiskey a day.
A day.
We do 40 a month, which is we're proud of. We're going to ramp up to do 2 shifts and have 80 every month. And it was like this kind of like game of chicken where he's about to pull out and we're walking by, and I feel like we're in a spot we shouldn't be.
Right.
And he just looks at us and he goes, waves us by, and we walk by, and Mike looks back and goes, sorry. And he leans out and says, that's okay. You guys keep us moving.
There you go.
I'm like, well, that guy's cool.
Yeah.
Then we make another turn around another corner, and there's this guy rolling barrels like literally down the street. It looks
just
like.
rolling them.
Yeah. And he stops one. He goes, y'all want to come in? I guarantee this is not part of the tour. We did not have any VIP passes. We weren't no one even knew who we were. And we take this little walkway. And next thing you know, Mike and I are back where this guy's filling barrels. He's got this big pneumatic, it puts the bungs in to kind of seal the barrel. He looks at us. He's wearing earplugs. And I'm like waiting for this guy to say, get out. And he goes, grabs his hammer, goes, you want to put one in? We're like, yeah. I got videos of Mike and I hammering down. There's a barrel at Buffalo Trace with hopefully it's not leaking because Mike and I put the bungs in them. But it's like,
now they know.
We're like,
you guys.
I wish I knew what barrel it was. But no, it's like we walk out of there going, this is the cool. They're just treating people right, And I guess every company wants to do the same.
So I think your industry is a little special though, and I'll say this based on this. So a good friend of mine got married later on, and so we had a bachelor party. He wanted to go to Louisville, Kentucky, because at that time it wasn't about partying; it was more about like trying to be fancy or something. I don't know. So we decided to just do a bunch of whiskey distillery tours. You know what I mean?
It's fun.
And what I walked away from, because it was this idea that, it started maybe back in the Prohibition era, right? Where these whiskey makers and blenders and distillers, they were like a family. Even though they were maybe making whiskey for different companies and different organizations and different people or whatever, but there was like a bond between them. And it was almost like a camaraderie, right? And I walked away feeling like, man, all these whiskey guys, they just want whiskey to succeed. Whether you're making it or they're making it.
It's the truth.
Yeah.
There's you mentioned Amazon Prime. If anyone has an interest in whiskey, bourbon, and wants to learn more about it, and you mentioned Amazon Prime, download a documentary called Neat, N-E-A-T.
Okay.
And watch it. It magically kind of paints a picture of what bourbon is, and it's more than just a spirit in a glass.
Right.
Yeah, you have to watch it. It's good.
Well, I should. Now I feel bad that I haven't. Also, we said Amazon Prime twice. Bezos,
who just retired now.
Show. Yeah, but he's going to be an executive chair or something.
He's like a 9 a.m. guy. He's like, he doesn't start working until after 9.
I am a believer in that everybody's different.
Yeah.
Like my wife is really good at what she does. She's a teacher, and she's really good at what she does. But she's just not a super early in the morning person, which her and I work out well because I can be ready to go at 6, and I'm good. 6 to 7 is my normal wake-up time, and I'm happy with it. And so I do all the, the kids' stuff at that period of time, and then shifts over to her. And then I usually work late into the afternoon and evening, and so she handles the second side of it. So, not all humans are created the same.
Yeah. I wake up early, about 5:30.
I'm not there.
I have a puppy now, so I wake up even earlier than that. But it's a nice morning ritual. It's just nice, slow, and
Have you ever read the article? It's on Deadspin, if you remember what Deadspin was. I don't know if it's still around or not. But the best times for some GD peace and quiet?
No.
You got to look into this.
I got to look it up.
And it's targeted to dads.
Okay.
Right? And it breaks down hour by hour of the day, the 24-hour day, and what times of periods during the day are the best times just to get some peace and quiet. And it hits you in the feels. As a dad, you're like, some of those times you're like, they're right. And my favorite is that little period of time when I first wake up and I start making coffee and nobody else is really going yet. That's the best time.
Yeah.
I love it.
In Arizona, when I had my first kid, my son, he was young, probably like, I don't know, say, we'll call it 2 months old. And the owner of the flights organization I work for was talking to me about him one day, and he goes, one thing you're going to appreciate one day is when you can take a nap. And it didn't even make sense. I was like, I'm not a big napper.
I'm not either.
But I was starting to think about it. I'm like, the time where your son's old enough, your kid's old enough, to where you can fall asleep and not worry about something bad happening. Yeah. I'm like, that took a while, but it makes sense.
Are you a napper now?
No.
I'm not at all.
If I nap, I'm sick.
Yeah, me too.
Love naps.
Really? See, I
love them.
I'll take a nap. I wake up, I have a headache.
Yeah.
I will wake up hungover from a nap.
If we stay drinking and we go to bed at 2 a.m., I will still wake up at 6.
Yeah, me too. We could party all night. I'll be up. I won't be up at 6, but I'll be up by 7 without a problem. And I'll just deal with it.
Man, I can't nap, though. Like, I might be tired throughout the day, but I won't nap.
I can't do it. It's funny because my wife will say, you fell asleep on the couch. What happened? You know what I mean? Because it's just not my thing.
Oh, something happened, yeah.
I'm not a napper. Let us know if you're a napper. I'd be curious to know who's nappers and who's not. All right, let's get nerdy. All right, and you and I are not whiskey nerds, but
I would say I'm not a whiskey nerd. I love whiskey, but I'm not going to tell you all these, different types of things, and they're in there. I can tell you I like it, I don't like it. I can point you in the right direction.
But you have the technical know-how.
Yeah.
Like I have at some point in time heard the technical know-how, right? But when I learned what it took to be a bourbon on the whiskey trails in Louisville, I was already drinking bourbon.
And you didn't know, though?
I didn't know. Going into it, didn't know. I just knew I liked whiskey. I've drank whiskey for a long time, but I didn't start caring about what it was until really the last maybe 10 years. Mm-hmm. But even then, I wasn't reading articles and stuff like that. I was just buying things that I liked. So when I went on the tour, it was the first time I was like, okay, I'm going to really start paying attention. But the problem was I'm on a bachelor party, and I'm already drinking on the way to the...
There's different level of interest.
Yeah.
Some people are just hooting and hollering. And
Right. Yeah. So I'm like trying to pay attention, but when you're like shooting shots on the bus on the way in, your memory's not going to be good on the way out. Right?
Okay.
But so I'm going to learn a little bit here maybe. Let's start with 101 for the novice whiskey drinker. What is whiskey?
Whiskey is a spirit that's been distilled from a grain mash. So if you are going to ferment a grain, it could be a barley, a corn, any kind of grain, and you want to go ahead and distill that after you have your mash. That's whiskey.
Pretty simple.
Yeah. Like Scotch is a whiskey.
Right.
Bourbon's a whiskey.
And that's the thing is, and we'd already talked about it earlier on, right? You walk into the store and there's all these different types, and I try to write them down just to give the overwhelming sense that you can get, right? You got areas where it's made: Irish whiskey, Scotch whiskey, Japanese whiskey, Canadian whiskey, American whiskey, bourbon, Tennessee whiskey, right? And then you have some of the blends. Oh, it could be rye or blended whiskey or single malt whiskey, right? And then you have some of the barrel types, which we've talked a little bit about with your whiskeys, right? Single barrel, single pot still, small batch, barrel proof, right? You have all these things that can kind of come into play. And so what are some ways that we could simplify this for people? How do we let people know, when you walk in there, you don't need to be intimidated by whiskey?
Yeah, I mean, it can seem very intimidating. If you do go to Browdy's, there's great staff there; they'll help you. But generally speaking, this is not this is not meaning this is the definite truth. But most scotches will taste generally the same. There are going to be some that are very smoky and peaty, versus some that might be a blended scotch or the malted scotch. And most people don't know what that means. The malt, what that means. It's where you take the barley and you germinate it. So if you were to take a seed and I'll paint this picture. Some people will probably look at it differently than others. But you take a seed and you put it in a little wet napkin and you cover it up and it starts to kind of sprout. That's a malted barley. And you take that and then dry it out, and you will use that in your mash. So it's a little bit different than just a regular barley. But generally speaking, most scotches will taste very similar. Most Canadian whiskeys will taste very similar. Mm-hmm. Most Irish whiskeys will taste similar because it's the region they're made, it's the ingredients that they're using. So, for example, if you made an apple pie and I made an apple pie, we use 2 different apples, 2 different crusts. Probably tastes a lot different. They'll probably taste very similar. But if we went to the same apple farm,
Right.
and we went to the same store and bought the same ingredients, yours will probably still taste better than mine, but they'll be more similar. Does that make sense?
It totally does, because the apple matters. I use a blended apple in
I
my
like
pie.
This is good.
I won't tell you the blend,
You should not.
but there's a blend and a number of each apple that I use.
This
It's
is good.
specific. Yes.
I'm gonna text you a apple pie.
I'll pick it apart. So let's start with this. Talk me through tip to tail. How is a whiskey made? And then I'll come back and ask you some more specific questions.
I'll use bourbon as an example. To be a bourbon whiskey, you have to be, we call it the ABCs. There's a lot more I might dive into, maybe ahead of your game here. But proof-wise, I'm not going to get involved in that. Is how high it comes off the still versus how high it goes in the barrel, what's the proof when it goes in the bottle. But the big 3 are, we call it the ABCs. And if you've ever been on a tour at the distillery, you probably know this already. A, has to be made in America. B, we refer to that as the barrel, has to be aged in a unused charred oak barrel, which I think is the most impactful in flavor, which I can get into later. And C is corn. Has to be at least 51% corn. There'll never be a rye bourbon. We can put rye. We can put 49% of our ingredients rye and 51% corn and call it a bourbon.
Right.
So those are the big 3.
So that's bourbon, but take me through the real simple basics, right? You've already talked to mash and the barrel. Like where does it get? You get the still. Like just talk me through the life cycle of it.
So we'll take our corn, wheat, and barley. Those are 3 ingredients that we will actually use to make our bourbon. They are, like I mentioned before, Florida corn, Florida wheat, and the barley comes in grains. Our hard-working production staff, honestly, if you ever want to see some hard-working people, those are the guys. They will take these ingredients, they will run them through a mill every morning. We use forklifts and hold them up high over this big mill and then open up this buckhorn. They'll drop through and the grains get kind of cracked up and opened up. You want to open up the grains. And then we'll take those grains and put them in a mash tun. This is very similar to the beer making process at this point. In the mash tank, we'll call it a big pot. You put your ingredients in, you put hot water, and you cook it. There's a little more scientific process as far as what temperature you put your corn in versus your wheat and barley because it's more delicate grains. And then when it's just right, what we have done is we have cooked all these ingredients. It looks like oatmeal. We have released all the sugars, the natural sugars that are in these grains. We then want to cool it because you don't want to add yeast at this point, which is what we have to do ultimately when it's hot because it'll kill the yeast. So we're going to bring that temperature down to a safe temperature. We add our yeast to it and then pump that into one of the fermentation tanks. We have 8 750-gallon fermentation tanks. So when one of those gets filled up, you have what we call our mash. That's sitting there and waiting. What happens day one is the yeast starts to interact with all the sugar. It's eating up all the sugar, and it's converting it to alcohol, ethanol. About 4 days later, we have somewhere between 15, maybe 17% alcohol. We call it distiller's beer. It's like a wine. So if I was to open up this mash tank and let you drink it, it would taste like corn, beer, and it would get you a little buzz.
Okay.
We then take that 750 gallons and we'll pump it over to one of the stills. We have 2 different stills. One is a stripping still and one is a refining still. But they're pot stills, both of them.
And they're huge.
They are big. You saw them. Yeah.
They're huge.
Yeah.
Like, Pete, wider than my hands can go right now.
Right? Much wider.
Yeah.
About as wide as this room. What you're doing now is you take this. This is where we come from a brewery to a distillery. We heat that up. In the stripping still, you do it really fast. You just pump in a lot of heat. And if you ever boiled a pot of water, you'll notice steam starts to come off, before it boils. Water boils at 212 every time, every day. Doesn't matter. The vapor comes off much sooner, somewhere in the low, like 180 or high 80s and low 190s. You start to see steam coming off. Alcohol actually turns to a boil about 155 degrees and turns to a steam even sooner. So now imagine if we had a big pot, 750 gallons of 15% alcohol, we heat that up to 190, all the alcohol is going to turn to a vapor in some of the water. And that goes up into a column, and that steam gets condensed back to a liquid through a condenser. And then that's what we collect. That's called low wines at first.
Right.
That's all the alcohol. Now, out of that 750 gallons, you have about 200 gallons of low wines. We have to take a whole other fermentation. So the one they did the next day.
When it comes out, and is that the clear?
It's clear.
Okay.
Yep. All the grains stay behind, and we actually do some fun stuff with that. We'll take it, and they'll pump that out. And Scott is a gentleman that comes probably 2 or 3 times a week. He's a farmer out on 214. He takes somewhere between 6 to maybe even more totes. It's a 275-gallon plastic tote of corn mash. All the alcohol's gone. Takes it to his farm, feeds his cows with it, which is a really cool partnership. Feeding cows.
Yeah, it's sustainable.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
We do so much on the sustainable efforts. It's ridiculous. From our solar panels we have installed, it's a lot. Zero waste water system.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot that I could get into that really geeks out people, but
well, it fits into the zombie apocalypse. We know where we can go to be sustainable.
And our team of people would make some during the zombie apocalypse would make some good stuff for people.
And the ice plant building, the distillery ice plant building, that's a great building for the apocalypse.
Oh, it's a fortress.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like The Walking Dead. You ever watch that show?
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get back to that.
Yeah.
All right, so keep going.
Yeah. So once that is done, we have our low wines. Got to do a whole another run to get another 200 gallons of low wines. So we take that and top it and or place that into our refining still. The refining still is where the magic happens, where you take all this alcohol. It's the good, bad, the ugly, and you want to refine it down to the really good part. The parts that come off first, the real volatile parts, the stuff you don't want to drink. Acetone, like fingernail polish remover. We use a lot of that actually during, making hand sanitizer.
Talk about that.
Oh gosh.
Give us the Reader's Digest version. You don't have to go all the way.
No,
down.
it was something that we've had this stuff for years. We use it for internal cleaning already. It's great for removing anything. I mean, it's super high proof stuff. And during the pandemic, Phil had this idea. It's like we really got to, we gave it away. We really did. We started to sell it eventually to certain organizations, but we donated so much hand sanitizer.
And to be clear, you bottled hand sanitizer.
Yeah.
And in the beginning of the pandemic, when we're all freaking out, we don't know what to do.
Yeah.
And toilet paper and Clorox wipes flew off the shelves. Mm-hmm. You guys bottled and just gave away hand sanitizer to anybody who wanted it.
Yeah, we had a drive-through scenario. A couple of days we did this at the distillery. It was great, actually. I think Pete came out and filmed it a little bit one day.
You got Pete?
And we had a long line of cars that came through. People had this need and this desire to have it, and we were there to help. And we did a donation where we had out in West Augustine, the American Legion was out there, and they basically collected money to help build a little kids park. And everybody that came by, you could drop nothing in the bucket. One guy came through with a big old fancy truck, and there was $80 and took one bottle of hand sanitizer.
Yeah.
And it was like, that's a great thing. Is people helping people. And that money went right to that little kids park, which is cool. So.
Yeah, that's been the silver lining to the pandemic, just people helping people. All right, so what we're talking about is you're taking that. That's not going into the bourbon. That's not going to the whiskey.
That's going hand sanitizer.
That comes out for the good of the world.
Exactly.
All right, what's left?
You get to this spot, and our distillers, this is where they are, in my opinion, where they really exceed in this part. It's called the tasting to make the cuts. They will smell it. And I've experienced this before. Mm-hmm. When I first started working at a distillery 4 years ago, I worked with the production crew. I said, I want to learn everything you're doing in here. Lucas and his team and Daniel were like, all right, what's what we're going to do? I'm humping grain. I'm doing everything I can to try to learn what these guys do every day. And when it comes time to making the cuts is meaning you're smelling and tasting the spirits that are coming off the still, because you want to get to that sweet spot. Mm-hmm. We're like, this is the stuff I want to put in a bottle. You want to remove all the bowed alcohols. Yes. I smell it. I'm like, I taste it. I'm like, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
He goes, we'll come back later. We come back about 10 minutes later. I smell it, taste it again. I'm like, no, that's good.
Okay.
He goes, we'll come back later. So I come back later and he smell it. I'm like, ooh, no, that's good. He goes, all right. They flip a switch, and that's the part they collect.
Wow.
So now imagine all this alcohol, and this is kind of the comparison of, like a cheaper grade spirit, like a cheaper grade alcohol, like a vodka or something, like a low bottom shelf one, like a well liquor. We remove a lot of those things we don't want, and you really get to the sweet spots, parts that are much better tasting. Those wood grain alcohols aren't there, so you're not going to have a headache.
Yeah.
And obviously, if you drink enough of anything, you'll have a headache the next day.
Of course.
But generally speaking, you drink our stuff, it's a very clean, like our vodka is very clean. It's a boutique spirits.
That's good. Yeah, I get the feeling you guys are like, let's go quality over quantity.
Yeah, definitely. If you look at the bottle, it says it right there, St. Augustine Distillery.
Right.
From a branding standard, that might be like branding suicide. It's like, you can't really grow that too far. We're making St. Augustine known for world-class spirits.
Right.
That's kind of the mission, and we're the spirit of Florida.
Right.
We've been tagged that for many years. We've won more bourbon awards than anyone in Florida. It's bourbon and made in Florida is different than bourbon made in Oregon versus Kentucky versus wherever you go. So we're proud of it, though. It's
and you're busting the myth that bourbon has to be made in Kentucky. Bourbon doesn't have to be made in Kentucky. If you don't know this, it doesn't have to come out of Louisville.
That is true. It has to be made in America. And I've actually had a gentleman once say that on one of our tours. Well, it has to be made in Bourbon County, Kentucky. I'm like, okay, I've been to Bourbon County,
There's
Kentucky.
a Bourbon County?
There really is.
Okay.
There's not one distillery, though, in Bourbon County, Kentucky.
Right.
So it's like, interesting.
And the other thing I've heard is, the water. Because the limestone and the water, and that's the key, you know what I mean? I think the idea here is we're going to create different bourbons with different flavor profiles. And as long as you're focused on the quality, it shouldn't matter.
Water is important. It really is. I'm not going to say that it's the most important thing. It can definitely make something unique. Like our water makes our spirit unique versus someone else's.
Right.
I feel like if you're going to spend a lot of time trying to sell something and say why, like the blind tasting I mentioned, drink it. You like it, you're good. If you have to put this big, mysterious kind of coating behind something,
right?
And I hate to talk bad about brands, and I won't mention the name of the brand. Y'all can research it. But there is one. It's a bourbon made in the Northeast, and they do say that, like how great their limestone aquifer, it's the granite, it's this water source that they have. I mean, it's just this is what makes us so unique, right? And one representative, it was Chuck Schumer up in New York, says we make this great stuff, and he was talking to Mitch McConnell. It was like one of these speakings. You can actually look it up online, and he goes, Mitch McConnell's out of Kentucky. He goes, well, we make some good stuff up in New York too, and he gave him this bottle. I won't say the name. And he gets that bottle and says, oh, thanks, right? You look on the back of this bottle, and it says, distilled in Kentucky, not in New York. It's true. It's called sourcing product, and there's a lot of companies that do it. It's not a bad business model. There's some great product that is made out there. But it says in the back of the bottle, if you read your bottles, to the bourbon enthusiast, if you want to make some or try something that someone makes, it says in the back, distilled and bottled by, or distilled, aged, and bottled by. If it says produced by or bottled by, they didn't make it.
Right.
They might have blended it, which is not bad. But one of the largest whiskey companies really in the world that no one's ever heard their name is called MGP.
Right.
Midwest Grain Products out of Indiana. They make a lot of whiskey.
And they pump it out, and then people come in and say, I want to market this as my own blend, and they just pick their blend from them, and then bottle it and produce it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In some companies, they were upfront and say that. Like, oh, we just buy these things, and we have some good blenders, and it's true. It's the wine world's real popular with that, and you can make some good stuff by blending.
Well, let's talk about that, because that's a good natural transition point, right? Because it comes out of the still, it's clear, you're cutting it down to the quality stuff, but that doesn't end the whiskey trail, right? It's going to go into a barrel. It's going to get its caramelization flavor. I think you mentioned 60% comes from the barrel, or was it 40%?
60% of the taste is going to come on average,
Right. But then, different barrels, wherever they're located and whatever wood goes into the combination of the barrel creates a different flavor. And I feel like I'm now putting a lot of words in your mouth. You're the expert, and I'm not, right? So walk the viewer through when it comes off the still, it's clear, and you're picking out the batch that you want to make into bourbon. Where does it go next, and how do we get to the point where we're going to blend?
Now that we have that sweet spot,
right?
We have our refined spirit. We are ready to go to barrel. Our distillers will take that. We have our barrels made for us by Kelvin Cooperage and a couple other cooperages that make our barrels for us. We don't do it in-house. It's a whole another undertaking. And for the viewers who are curious, a barrel for bourbon, you can only use it once.
Right.
And I always refer to that like a tea bag, where if you were to put your spirit in that barrel and you pull it out, if you try to reuse that barrel again, most of the flavors have been stripped out that first time you've used it. It's been absorbed. You can still get some fun character out of it, but not with, usually it turns into a whiskey. Once it goes in the barrel, that's where you sit and wait.
Yep.
That's it's I can only imagine what Phil and Mike were thinking back then. All right, now let's wait 3 years.
Yeah. We did it.
Yeah, but it was a thing though. It was like, hey, let's wait. And when they finally released the bourbon, it was before I started there. I wish I was there at the time though, but there was a long line, because really for 2.5 years or more, it was talking about our bourbon we're making.
Right.
And all you could buy was vodka.
Yep.
And then you could buy gin, and then you could buy rum, which is great. All those are great. And then eventually hey, you can now come and buy our bourbon. And it was this long line. It was a great day for the company. It was, unprecedented how many people showed up. It was nuts. But it's the barrel, as you mentioned, it's 60% of the flavor, 100% of the color comes from that. If you look at the barrel grains of the wood, kind of like your pores in your skin, as it heats up, they kind of expand. The liquid, the whiskey will penetrate deep into the grains of the wood, and as it cools off, it'll start to close down and kind of the barrel is basically breathing the spirit
right
throughout time. And then when you think it's right, it's we try to keep it as long as we can.
Right.
We don't source products, so therefore the oldest spirit that we're going to have is between 4 and 5 years old, because we've been making bourbon for 5 years now. We have some that are getting close to 6, but it is what it is. It's good stuff though. It just takes time.
So that's awesome. So you've got racks upon racks upon racks of
yes.
bourbon in barrels, right? You guys don't just have like 10 barrels laying around, right? You got hundreds, I'm assuming, at this point?
Thousands.
All right, thank you. But at some point, right, because the tree impacts each barrel, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, and let me walk you through why I'm coming to this. Okay. If I'm wrong, correct me. Because, like I said, I'm not a snob, and if I'm wrong, correct me. But I remember on the Bourbon Trail, one of the clear moments I had was when Buffalo Trace had like the single tree project, right? Okay. Where they made barrels out of one tree, and each barrel then became its own unique batch. And I know some people still have bottles of the single tree project, right? So the way that I understand it is when you blend the trees into the barrel, so every little plank of the barrel is from a different tree, you can get some more consistency across the breadth of the bourbon that you're trying to make. But even then, a blender can come in and taste each barrel, and then when they go to get mixed, you can create sort of that unified taste that maybe like a Jack Daniel's that people are used to having across the board with consistency.
Yeah, it is a huge impact, that barrel. And how they're made, the kind of oak you use. For example, right now at the distillery, we have multiple woods. Missouri oak, Minnesota oak.
From Missouri. Powerful Missouri oak.
You gotta love that Missouri oak.
That's right. Very neutral, very polite oak.
But you're right. It's gonna affect it in some way, slightly different. That single tree oak kind of project. I never heard of that before. It sounds like a cool marketing thing.
They abandoned it, by the way.
Yeah.
They tested it, they did the thing, and then they left it go.
And I'm sure it was fine. But it's just there's so many things that people are putting different staves in from different types of wood.
Right.
Cocoa woods, and there's just a wide variety of like French oaks. You can't make the barrel of it, but you can make a stave, which is just like a little curly Q piece or just a strip of wood, and you put in your barrel.
Like just throw it in there loose?
Yeah. Makers does that, and there's only so much you're allowed to do that with.
Okay.
There's so many things that are being done right now. I mentioned to you before about the Buffalo Trace experimental barrels that they're doing. 40 years, they're going to find out what that tastes like.
Right.
So there's so many different things you can do. And in my opinion, there's no wrong way. It's more of
it's fun.
Let's try this. And it's in that documentary Neat I mentioned. It's there's a lady who is a great distiller who mentions about she painted in a great picture like this tree grew for 50 years.
Right.
In the field, and someone comes and makes staves out of it, and these wooden staves will sit outside, called yarding, letting the certain oils bleed off for 3 to 4 years. the wood's just sitting there. Then they take those woods and they'll shape them and make a barrel, and they'll char the barrel with a wood fire, because you don't use like gas, obviously. Then that season, the corn is being harvested, and it's a process. You don't think about what it took to make that.
Right.
It's a lot of work that goes into it.
A lot of care.
Yeah.
So, to me, when you're approaching that rack of whiskey, all the different types, we already went through it with the different regions and the blends and the barrel types and stuff like that. What I have found helpful, now that I've started to care about where I'm going, is as you taste them, just start zoning in on the areas that you like. It's like, for me, I enjoy a bourbon. I really do. I used to love Scotch, not as much anymore. So a good example is when I go to a Scotch now, for some reason, I like the sherry cask. Whatever the sherry cask, which is, a Scotch finished in a cask made from sherry wine, right? Am I doing that right?
Yeah.
Whatever that flavor profile creates, I'll enjoy that. And so now I've just kind of learned, okay, I'm going to navigate to the areas that I enjoy, and then I'm just going to pinpoint things that I enjoy within those areas.
There's really, if it's working out for you when you're tasting things, the only advice I can give is, if you taste it, until you buy a bottle, experimental bottle.
Right.
Like, I'll try this. You don't like it, right?
I got one of those in the cabinet right now.
Try it again.
Yeah.
Another day.
Ooh, buddy.
Just do it. It might be still bad, but what I'm getting to is that your taste profile. Like, if I chewed gum before I came here today, or things are going to change. And most importantly, I think that if you can, experiment with blind tastings, I think that is huge. I love so many different good bourbons out there, and if we did a blind tasting, it's unbiased. So you're going to tell yourself what you like on the smell and the taste versus what the bottle, versus what you're telling me, versus what Pete's telling me. This peach whiskey is the best, or whatever it is. You determine what that is.
We should check in. How much have you drank, Pete?
I'm done.
Stop it.
I'm done with my glass.
You drank it all?
Yeah. I mean,
we need to get you
in there, but
all right.
I have another rock if you want to pour another glass.
I'll drink with you guys maybe after the show.
Okay. He's not going to do that.
He's not going to do that.
Yeah. I'm a litigator. I've been lied to a lot in my career.
This.
Oh yeah, I'm ahead of the game on that.
Now he's doing reverse psychology, so that I'll say, you know what, Dan, give me another drink.
Man, you're good.
But on the world of reverse psychology, that was really good, right? It was really subtle.
I like it.
I'm really good at that. So we got a couple questions from our live viewers, which is awesome. The first one is from Jim. Have you ever made bourbon using sulfur water?
No.
I kind of figured that was the answer.
Our water is important. It goes through a pretty big treatment process that we go through to kind of clear up the water.
Yeah.
Especially in proofing. You can kind of cook with certain waters and probably be okay with it. But when it comes to proofing, which is when you have your barrel pulled and you have pure alcohol, the water you put in there, and I'll quickly paint this picture when it comes to, I don't know what parts per million are, but when you look at like tap water, I'm making this up and say it's like 500 something parts per million in St. Augustine city water. Zephyr Hills is like 80 parts per million.
Okay.
The water that we use to our reverse osmosis system, this is no joke, 3 parts per million. It's the purest water. It takes weeks to make our water, as weird as it sounds, go through this process. Right. That's the water that we use to put into the final product. So it's a process. But when cooking, it's not that refined water. Right. But no sulfur water.
I'm pretty sure and so Jim, I'm starting to question now. Like, do you drink out of your irrigation faucets? Because isn't that the sulfur water is what you use to irrigate the lawn, right?
It's water that's not drawn too far from the water table, I believe.
Okay.
Sure.
See, this is new to me.
It smells like egg.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I moved to Florida in 2003, and I had no clue what sulfur water is. Like, I come from Missouri. Sulfur water doesn't exist, as far as I know.
It's
Missouri.
a Florida thing.
Yeah, and I moved down here, and I remember like smelling it and be like, "What the heck is that?"
Sprinklers are on. You're like,
yeah, that and Bike Week. Where I grew up, in Missouri, people rode motorcycles, but it was not a prevalent thing where I grew up.
Interesting.
And so I'll never forget. I moved down here. It would have been August of 2003, and I'm living in an apartment complex on Jack's Beach. And this guy wakes up, and it's like 6 in the morning in October, of course, right? So that's right around Biketoberfest.
Yep.
And he goes out into the apartment complex parking lot, and for some reason, he can't get his Harley to crank over. But he's going to try. You know, come hell or high water, he is turning this bike over. And from like 6 a.m. to 6:30, he is getting after this bike. Oh, God. And it's like right outside my window. And I'm not afraid of conflict. I'm not scared of conflict. And so, especially at 6:30 in the morning on a Saturday morning when I may have had too many whiskeys the night before, I just strolled out there in my boxer shorts, and I was like, hey, buddy, what's going on? You know, and he's looking at me like it's Biketoberfest. Like, I should know what that means, right? And I have no clue. This is a foreign thing to me. All I know is you're up here at 6 a.m. cranking a bike on a Saturday. How did that story end? I think I went back to bed, and I think he drove his bike off.
So he cranked it up. Persistence. I like it.
Yeah, I don't know, but I remember being very upset. Are you a biker?
I have ridden a motorcycle a few times.
Have.
I'm not a biker.
I know, but you've climbed 600 feet walls, so I feel like anything dangerous you would do.
It's fun. I actually did it out in Arizona.
Yeah.
The Saguaro National Monument is this really cool little place where, you know, the typical cactus you see, which like the arms, saguaro,
like the tree ones or whatever.
There's the largest, growing area of saguaros in Tucson, Arizona, where I live.
Right.
So a buddy of mine had a bike, actually had an extra one. He's, let's go ride a bike. Never ridden a bike before. He taught me how to ride it in the parking lot. And then we go cruising around. I'm like, oh, this is kind of cool.
All right, so Jim is arguing the self-water to death. He says if we let it sit for 24 hours, the egg smell and taste will go completely away, and then the mineral content of the water would still be there, and we would be surprised by the quality of the water.
Hey, this might be interesting.
I have no clue what the answer is.
I don't either. I mean, it's
I assume you're going to distill it, or not distill it, but clean it anyway.
Yeah, when it comes to the final proofing side, I mean, you could probably still cook with that, though. Right. But you definitely want to, what we spent 4+ years making in that barrel, right. The water you add is going to affect it no matter what.
Right.
But you want to try to affect it as little as possible. But if the sulfur water, as he was describing, is something that is the minerals are great, maybe you could cook with it. I'm not sure.
All right, so this is my podcast, and I got a good buzz going now. So,
all right.
What's the most dangerous thing that you've ever experienced while flying a plane, where you're flying the plane, or at least somewhat behind the controls?
Yeah. I've been very fortunate. I've had no emergencies except one, and it was actually on my solo flight as a student pilot. And which a student pilot means, you become a pilot, and you have your pilot license, you're ready to go from then on. I have a commercial pilot license. I can fly twin-engine planes, instrument rated, different things you can do. But to get a private pilot license, which is your basic pilot license, before you get that, you become a student pilot, which means you're allowed to fly by yourself with no passengers. And you're actually supposed to have so many hours that you do that with, so that way you feel confident. You don't have an instructor there the whole time. But you have to get so much time with an instructor before you're a student pilot.
Right.
So after my first solo flight, got my student pilot license, and now I'm instructed to go to the practice area and do some flights. And I get in this plane. It was an older, most people who fly these older beater planes. And I take off, and I'm flying out to the practice area. It's actually called Fagan Practice Area, and it's right around throughout the mountains of Tucson, Arizona. And I'm doing some maneuvers. I have my little knee board. Kind of wrote some notes about what I want to do when I get out there. And then I'm in radio control, basically. I can still talk to the controllers. They're watching me out there on radar. And I see this plane kind of fly pretty close by, like closer than normal.
Right.
Because usually they give you a heads up. They'll say, Cessna 79537, traffic 2 o'clock, 5,000 feet. And they didn't say that. I'm like, that's kind of weird. Guess the air traffic controller's just taking a little break. So now I'm going to come in, and I make a call on the radio, and there's nothing. I'm like, huh. And then I try to turn on, it's called the ATIS. It's like a way to get weather. You're supposed to report the weather that you've heard it, so you can know what the wind is doing. And then I turn on the radio. I'm like, well, there's nothing. I can't hear anything. And I started to look at all the instruments and realize that my alternator failed and all my electrical systems are failing.
Stop.
Yeah.
So
the engine still runs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that separate from the electronics?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a driven device that when the engine is turning, it's going to turn something to give it spark. It's called a magneto.
Okay.
So I'm still running. My engine's running fine, but I have like no avionics, no radios, and it's funny. There's a transponder. You're supposed to squawk a certain thing. Like if you take off, let's say squawk 1 2 3 4 5 or 1 2 3 4. It's 4 digits, and then if you do 1 2 3 4 and they see this little bleep on the radar that says 1 2 3 4 as you're flying around, so they know it's you.
Right.
And then there's 7600, right, or 7500. There's different ones for different things, and one of them is for hijack, and this is pre 9/11, and one of them is for lost comms, lost radio. So you're trained to report that. So I'm like looking, oh, don't put hijack, and I make sure. So I put the right one in the transponder, and I fly into the airport, and they give you light signals.
Okay.
Right? Like a steady green versus
From
a flash,
where?
the tower.
Okay.
Yep. So I get to the right altitude, I'm flying in, and I'm like, I hope they know. Like I'm just literally, I mean, I can see, thankfully.
Right.
I'm not flying blind literally, but
Right.
I don't know. And this is a big airport too. Tucson International, there's Southwest is landing there, American Airlines. It's not like landing at the small little St.
Right.
Augustine airport.
Right.
So I'm like coming in, I'm at traffic pattern altitude, which is the right height to be in to come in for your landing, and I see this steady green light, and it was like the best feeling ever. So they knew I had no radio or no electronics, so I like flap my wing at them, like rock my wings just so I acknowledge that, and I come in and land, and then this is actually another funny story. They come in to land, I'm like, all right, put my flaps down. And the flaps are controlled by electric motors. I had no flaps to slow down. So now I'm coming in super hot, super fast, and I'm like, it was a perfect landing. I taxied. It was fine. But I kept cool. That's important.
I'm sold. Yeah. When are we flying to like Aruba?
We can do it.
Nice.
I can rent planes out of St. Augustine Airport. Let's go.
All right, we got it. So have you ever had the Top Gun permission to fly the tower moment?
No. I've landed at Air Force bases. I did a lot of flying where we taught people to fly for the Air Force. At Davis Monthan Air Force Base in Tucson. They do like C-130s and A-10 Warthogs. So I did fly and land at that base, which was kind of cool. I landed on a drag strip one time for an air show.
What does that mean?
Like a drag strip, like where people race cars.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was not a runway.
Okay.
But I landed on one.
Hey, make it happen.
Yeah. My flight instructor once told me one time is the best advice ever. And I was like, if we ever lose an engine, where should I? I mean, there's always where you can land. Like, you're flying over a heavily populated area.
Right.
He just said, I'll land on top of Walmart if I have to. You land where you got to land, you know?
Yeah. Don't do 95. Highway 95?
Just go with the traffic. Don't go against it. That could be bad.
Well, but they're not moving.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The tourist from Canada is going to slow you down.
Yeah, true.
You're going to be in trouble. Pete, do you feel comfortable? Would you fly?
With Matt?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
All right, so
I know he's got a ton of experience. I probably would.
Yeah, look, we'll get all the Pete
plane.
schnapps you need.
That's good stuff.
We'll back you in the back. All right, I'm going to turn over to our second sponsor, Affordable Automotive. While you can refresh yourself if you need to. I'm probably pretty good.
Okay.
Established in 2003 by owner Jim Green after 30 years of service at a local Ford dealership, Affordable Automotive serves our local community, providing a high level of service at a reasonable cost. Master certified by the Ford Motor Company, the team at Affordable Automotive pride themselves on honest repairs done right the first time using dealership level equipment to properly diagnose and repair your Ford, Lincoln, or Mercury. But that's not all. They have access to the latest technological information, and they have the latest available equipment to diagnose and repair all domestic and foreign vehicles. The goal at Affordable Automotive is to be the dealership alternative and to provide you with excellent customer service at a reasonable price. All right. So, the distillery, right? What's the future? We know you're making great bourbon, and we've talked about it. We haven't focused on this. You make vodka, you make gin, right? And we're making rum before, or we're now getting started?
No, we've made rum. Yeah, we've made rum for many years. It's a great rum. It's a barrel-aged rum. We actually have a new release coming out actually Saturday. It's never been done before.
We'll talk about that in a second. But Why were vodka, rum, and gin able to come out early?
So if we were to make bourbon and only be a bourbon company, it's kind of imagine like a auto repair place, right? Or a pizza place, and you're like, hey, let's start making pizzas. Let's start a business. Let's build the building. Let's do everything. Let's wait 3 years before we fix the car or before we sell the pizza.
Right.
You ain't gonna stay in business.
It's gonna be a problem for 3 years.
Yeah, you ain't gonna do it. So the quick thing was to sell vodka, because vodka it's actually the most consumed spirit throughout the world. It makes great cocktails. And we made something very unique, being Florida sugarcane as our base, and something you can make, and within 10 days you're in the bottle, ready to go, and you can make it quick.
So 10 days from the mash and all that.
Yeah, you basically take
your bottle.
Yeah, it's a cane neutral spirit that we can take and distill. It's from sugarcane from Miami, and it's a redistilled kind of refining process that we go through to make it clean and ready to go, and it's super, super good.
Nice. Yeah. So I know the answer to this, so it's a total loaded question, but what's different about your gin than most gins?
Well, since you know the answer to this one already.
I'm cheating.
Our gin is one of the most awarded spirits that we have, actually. We've seen it so many times with the thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of people that have come through us, actually. Most people don't know that, but probably next year we're going to have our 1,000,000th visitor.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's been remarkable. But it's a common question we ask. Who doesn't like gin? And people raise their hands. And we always say, hey, do us a favor. Just try ours. As Larry says, the price is right. It's free.
Oh, Larry's great.
But our gin is unique because to be a gin, there's two main qualifiers. You have to be a neutral spirit, which means you come off a still at 190 proof or higher, which means you have stripped off flavor.
Right.
Now back into the bourbon world, or whiskeys, you cannot come off higher than 160 because they want you to maintain the flavor.
Right.
So to be a vodka, you got to be 190 or higher, which is neutral spirit, same as a gin. But now you have to add juniper, which is a little spruce kind of berry from a pine tree type thing. So it's spruce trees. Once you add juniper to it, which most companies do, add a lot, they mash it up, and now you have gin.
Which gives it that pine flavor, right?
That's why some
people
one that
pops you.
Don't like gin, actually.
Right.
It's like they say it's like pine saw. It's like you're licking a pine tree. It's very piney. Well, we have to put it in, and we do. But what we've done with multiple people that was involved in the whole process of our ingredients, when the trial and error phases of coming up with our gin, there's a bunch of other botanicals. There's 14 total. There's 6 different citrus varieties, nutmeg, coriander. There's a whole bunch of different things that go in it. We don't give the full recipe. All those ingredients will actually get ground. It's just herbs. They get ground on a little grinder by hand. Those get tossed into the gin still, the botanical still. The juniper gets tossed in whole. So you still get some of the influence of that juniper. You get that little pine, which you want that. But you get a lot of other things involved in it. And it is a remarkable gin. And I'm not a huge gin fan. I have a bottle of aviation gin. It's great gin, some people say. I'm just not a huge gin fan. I like it because obviously I'm a pilot, and it has this kind of old aviation look to it.
Does it have the sunglasses? The aviators?
No.
That's a marketing faux pas. Come on, get on
They should include that.
Right.
But I had one drink out of it, and that was it. It's just I don't really enjoy it that much. Some people probably love it.
I don't.
But ours is just so good. It's won Best Craft Gin in the U.S. by USA Today, which is a great award because it's consumers that vote for that. It's not like a tasting panel like these 6 guys will tell you what bourbon is the best, or something else. This is people vote on it. And for us to win 2 years in a row on USA Today, Best Craft Gin, that speaks for itself.
So is that 19 and 20? Or 18 and 19?
18, 19, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, 20's been a weird year.
You can't even taste things in 20 anymore.
We just want to blow by that year. Just let it roll. Yeah. So gin and me have not been fans. I like vodka. I'll drink vodka. It's my off liquor. When I'm not drinking whiskey, I usually drink vodka. But I will tell you, I love citrus. Mm-hmm. And you can really taste it in your gin. I could smell it. When you popped off the container the other day and I leaned over to smell it, I could smell it and I liked it.
Yeah, it's good. It's a real good, clean gin. And you should try it.
Well, I have and I will.
Okay.
I know I have. It
makes great cocktails.
I come to gin with okay, it's gin. What are we doing? I feel that pine saw heavy, and I don't know why I don't like it, but I don't like it. But I do think that I want to be a little James Bond sometimes and get my martini.
Right? That. Yeah, good.
You like that? You know? I mean, I rolled in here with sunglasses, according to Pete. My $15 sunglasses. Actually, yeah, you're the aviator guy. Those are Pete. Those are your sunglasses.
No, those are yours, Dan. I don't know what you're talking about.
God, such a liar. All right, so let's talk about this Saturday, February 6th. A very special spirit is coming out. Give us the announcement.
It has been put on Facebook finally. We've been kind of quiet behind it.
Come on, this isn't the first time you've said anything about it.
But no one has actually seen it.
Ah! Pete, we did it! Yeah! We did it!
There it is.
Boom.
Bam. Look at that. This is something that is it's amazing, actually. There's a huge story behind it. There really is. I'll
give it to us. Yeah. You have time, man. Go for it.
We've been making rum for a while. It was, one of our third spirit release, and it's always been aged in our barrels. We've had so many people saying, "Y'all make clear rum? Do you make clear rum?" Since I've been there, and very few people. I mean, very few. Like people who work there, the owners, myself, and some other staff members have tried our rum clear. Our barrel aged rum is great. We age it in our barrels. It's amazing. Like it's hands down one of the best rums I've ever had. And I'm not a huge rum fan, but like you try this compared to Bacardi, forget it. This is amazing.
Excellent.
What's special about it? A couple things. One, it's overproof rum, which means it's super high proof. This one came in at 126 proof,
which means be careful. Consume responsibly.
It makes amazing cocktails. It is really great. The coolest thing behind this rum, in my opinion, is it's a tribute to Day One Danny. He's one of our staff members. He's actually the very first staff member.
First employee.
Yeah, it's
number one.
He's the most remarkable person. He really is. He's from Honduras, lived in New York for a time period. He lives in St. Augustine. And the quick story is when the project started, Phil had to do a lot of work to that building. You know, I grew up here. I knew that building was abandoned for many years, and 2 years of rehabilitation to get it to where it's at now. You know, 4 National Preservation Awards. You know, so it's been a good thing. Danny was a laborer, contractor, just in there working on this, and he's touched every single part of that building: electrical, plumbing, masonry, you name it, he's done it. Built frame walls. He was there the whole time. And the stills showed up. We finally got the stills delivered from Kentucky, and he was there to kind of just oversee that. He's never seen a still in his life, and here they are.
Huge. They're huge.
They're huge, as big as your hands. He's just a great person, and the tribute to this rum is it says it on the bottle right there. Rodriguez and Sons. That's him. Yeah, he's actually signed this one bottle right here. I'm gonna leave this here for you too, Pete.
Nice, thank you.
Pete loves it.
Yeah, if anybody wants to get one, you can come to the distillery Saturday. Danny's going to be there, and he's going to be signing them. But this tribute, it has the stars from the Honduran flag. That's where he's from.
That's awesome.
It's in a lot that most people, we don't really get into it too much, but a lot of the proceeds that we were going to release this a while ago, and then COVID and all. But a lot of the money that we've actually were anticipating on the sales of this, we're donating to some of the relief efforts for the 2 storms that hit
Honduras.
Yeah. Affected actually his family.
Yeah.
Traumatically, like home gone.
Right.
Matthew, I understood that one because my home flooded.
Right.
But at least I still had a home there. This is a different story.
And you had infrastructure.
Yeah. So it's been a really hard time for these people, and we've already sent the money. We're just giving them money. Let's just make it happen. Let's do the right thing, and that's what we've done. But it's more than anything, it's a tribute to him, to the effort he's put into the distillery, making us who we are. He now. He runs the stills. He can make cuts. I mean, he is the MacGyver of all MacGyvers. He takes engines and electrical motors and rebuilds them. And I mean, he made a cart with his pump out of just pieces. I'm like, where did this come from? He's like, I made it.
Yeah.
He's just the most remarkable person. And the best thing about it, no matter what's going on that day, he's got a smile.
Got a good attitude.
He's just super positive. He's on my zombie apocalypse team.
So. I was going to say, he's Team 1 member, Distillery Apocalypse Team 1.
Yeah, just a great person. So that's the reason we did it. We it says in the back there's a story about it, and Lucas and Daniel kind of wrote the little story, which is they're thick as thieves, man. They go fishing together. That production team is a super tight knit group of 7 people, and they're making some good stuff and doing good stuff. So,
well, let's zone in on that. All right, so we got the Danny Rodriguez rum, the Overproof rum, coming out Saturday, February 6th, here in St. Augustine, Florida, at the distillery.
Yep.
Which is located here off of Riberia.
Yep.
What's the specific address if you don't
112.
know?
Yeah.
112. And then what times can people stop by to see Danny, get a signature on the rum from Danny?
He'll be there at 11 o'clock.
Okay.
We open at 10. You can come. And it's not, for all the viewers out there, we've had some limited releases. One of them I actually have down here was a single barrel that we did. There's only 204 bottles of it. We sold every one of them in 45 minutes.
They're gone.
They'll never be gone. I mean, yeah, exactly. I have one here.
Well, show it to the people.
Yeah.
Let's see what you missed out on, people. It's in this office.
It's still sealed. That's it right there.
Oh, look at that.
There's 156 bottles to get back as barrel number 204.
Okay.
It was amazing. It's still amazing. But it was one of our very first times you ever did a single barrel.
Ooh, I see that. Look, Missouri Oak.
Missouri Oak.
We
should open this one.
Yeah, I won't tell you no. If you want to.
You got to try it. It's great. But we do have a lot of this, so it's not gonna sell it in one day.
Yeah.
We should have it for a week or so.
Okay.
So it's great. And it's a clear rum. It's $35. It's great. It's a great price point. Makes amazing cocktails.
It's got a great story behind it.
Yeah.
And the money from it is going to go to a good cause.
Yeah, and he's going to be signing bottles. He actually signed this one, like I already said, on his little shirt. But you have to meet him. Even if you can't come by for the rum release, just go by, and he's there, Monday through Thursday usually. But you'll see him working hard.
He'll probably pick you up.
Oh, he's a little tank, man. I love him.
Yeah, he's the kind of guy that you hang out with and you walk away and you're like, man, I feel better about myself. Like he's just made me feel better for the day.
Yeah, he's a good guy. So
whatever the opposite of the Debbie Downer is.
That's Danny Rodriguez.
It's the Danny Upper.
Danny Upper, I like it.
You like that?
That's Danny Upper.
I wish I had some of that. All right, I would love to taste that in a second. All right, but we are getting to the end of the interview. Super stoked about this. Super happy that you came in. Couple things to close it out. So for every guest that I have come in, and I'm going to scroll through the comments a little bit. We've got some nappers that they love naps here. Not me though.
I wish I could. I bet they're great. Like I said, when I'm sick, they're great.
Yeah, I just can't nap.
I
can't do it. All right. So every guest gets a this or that. And I try to figure out something fun for the specific guest. And I think because you're an outdoorsman, you like to get outdoors, you like to fish and climb and do all these things. You get the opportunity. And I think, you know what? Dang it. I screwed up, Pete. The conversation yesterday, I already know what the answer is, I think.
Uh-oh.
I should have paid attention to you more yesterday, but I was mesmerized by the distillery and the huge stills. Beach house or mountain house? Mountain house.
Mountain house, 100%.
Dang it! Because you don't know why? Yesterday he told me he bought a mountain house. He was super stoked about having a mountain house.
Yeah. It's my bucket list item, number 1.
Well, good for you, first of all.
And it's,
for
be fair, it's not mine. It's generations. That's how I look at it. I want someone else to enjoy it.
Yes.
We're always borrowing things.
Yeah.
That's all we're doing.
Okay. Damn it. Pete, beach house or mountain house?
Mountain house. It'll be there longer, and I like to get away from everything.
Beach house might not be there very long.
Right.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like Pete would like my house. Like, he's going to pick a third one. I don't care. I'm going to my house. All right, so we're lame. All three of us picked the same one. My wife was a beach house. I think I've converted her.
Okay.
She wanted the beach house for the longest time, and we don't have one of those yet, but bucket list. But I love the same thing you love about it. I want to escape.
Go stay at the cabin up in North Carolina.
I mean, if you're offering, I'm saying yes.
Then it's offered. It's there.
Excellent. Can I get one of these bottles to go up there?
There are already some there.
Jesus. Pete, thank you so much for having me do this podcast. Like, I love the lady recognized me earlier, but this is the most important thing in my day. All right. Well, hey, look. thanks again for everybody sticking with us. Thanks, Matt, for coming out here and sharing us with us the bourbon, the rum, the vodka, the gin, the back to the bourbon, the bourbon. Wonderful to be here. Thank you again. Get out there and check out the St. Augustine Distillery. Look, I'm not an expert on whiskey, but I drink it all the time. I have a bottle of their whiskey in my cabinet. Anybody who's a whiskey guy or girl always has multiple whiskeys in the cabinet. St. Augustine is always in my cabinet at some point in time. I'm always touching onto it. It's great. It's wonderful stuff. Get out there and get your own bottle that you could package yourself and enjoy and put your own label on it. Get out there Saturday, February 6th. Get some of Danny Rodriguez's rum. It's got a great story behind it. Sounds like it's wonderful rum as well. We will be back in 2 weeks. I've got a special guest, so we go every 2 weeks. The next thing I like, it's not the biggest Florida thing, but I love baseball. Baseball is huge to me. I come from St. Louis, Missouri. Baseball is the #1 sport, right? Yeah. So there's a local kid by the name of Andrew Opie Broadbeck. Everybody calls him Opie from the old show back in the day. Okay. He played baseball at Flagler College 5 to 8 years ago. We had him at the St. Johns County Sports Club. He played, I think, second base. He was infield for sure. The kid could hit. Got drafted by the St. Louis Cardinals.
Oh,
it's my team. And so I got to know him through that a little bit just because I met him at Sports Club. I'm a huge Cardinal fan. He got drafted by my team. I know Dave Barnett, who's a longtime coach at Flagler Baseball. So he's agreed to come onto the show in 2 weeks, talk baseball with me, hopefully have some whiskey as well. We'll see if he's into that as well. And talk to us about whiskey and baseball, hopefully. So let me know what you want to see. If you have something that you like that you want me to cover, happy to cover it. Leave it in the comments. Talk to me about it. Excited to get to it. If you want to learn more about the podcast, you can check us out on Facebook. We have the Things I Like podcast. We have 904 Now app, or you can check us out on Roku or Fire Stick. Cheers. I don't have anything left.
Oh, we got to fix that.
That one's coming next.
All right. You know, Missouri was my state report in middle school.
Really?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
I don't know. I picked the straw, and it was the Missouri straw, I guess.
Did you talk about baseball?
I talked about the arches and all that stuff.
There was only one arch.
Yeah, well, the arch is. I don't know. See? I got an A.
Awesome. All right, we done.
Welcome to the St. Augustine Chronicles, the where, the who, and the how'd they get there. This morning, I'm so excited to have as my guest Sailor Cher. You are the epitome of what my show is about. Interesting people who've done interesting things and have interesting stories to tell. So you are my dream guest. Thank you for joining me.
The pressure. Oh, God.
Nope, this is just your story to tell. So I usually start people out by asking them, how did you end up in St. Augustine?
Well, the recent story is that I came here from San Diego to visit my parents who were retired here. But if you want to go way back to the beginning,
yeah,
we came to St. Augustine. My father, when I was born, worked for the Naval Ordnance Lab. We're from D.C., Maryland. And every summer we'd go to Key West for weapons testing. And so this is before 95, this is 52. And we'd come down US 1, and we'd always stop in St. Augustine for a few days because my mother's Spanish, and she just loved it here. And then we continued to the Keys. Well, then in 58, my father was one of the original scientists for NASA. So
he must have been brilliant.
Selectively. He was a good guy. But anyway, we continued to come to Florida every summer, except now we would only go as far as Cocoa, the Cape. But we'd come to St. Augustine, stay here. My mother always said, when we retire, we're moving to St. Augustine. And they did. So I came here every summer growing up. 71, I joined the Navy. 71, my father retired. So then I'd come here to visit my parents. And
had to be really different.
Oh, yeah. You mean different St. Augustine then?
Yeah, it had to be so much different than what it is now.
Well, I could only stand to be here about 3 days before.
Was it just a tiny little, yeah.
Everything, like, rolled up at night. There was no place to go. There was no theater. There was, I think Winn-Dixie and Woolworths and all were the only, chains. But when I came here in 89 to visit my parents, I was like, this town's pretty cool. What's changed? And my mother said, you. So anyway, we came to visit in '89, and right after I got here, I found out I was pregnant with our youngest daughter, and it was like, oh, what do? We don't want to go back to San Diego. We have my support groups here, so I stayed here. I had our daughter in December '89, but we couldn't go back because when she was born, they gave her to my mother.
Why'd they do what?
I don't know, but they did. And my mother, they just bonded immediately. So anyway, so I couldn't take the baby away from my mom, so we stayed. Then my mom got sick, so we couldn't leave. Then my mom died, and I couldn't leave my dad. Then my dad died, and by then we were in our second house, and we're like, whatever.
We live here now.
We live here now. And that was, 31 years ago.
So you own a tattoo parlor and body piercing studio now.
Yes.
But that's not what you've done your whole life. How did you what did you do when you first graduated from high school?
I joined the Navy right after high school. And, well, actually, I went to Annapolis, and I worked for the newspaper, the Capital Gazette Press. And I was the night switchboard operator. But it got me, journalism was my background in school and stuff. So it kind of got me into the newsroom, and it kind of got me familiar with things.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then I joined the Navy and became a journalist in the Navy. So I spent my career there.
What does a Navy journalist do? What year was that? There must have been a lot of, was that Vietnam War?
Yes. What did they do?
I mean, were you shipped out to Vietnam, or?
I was with Pacific Stars and Stripes during the end of the Vietnam War. So we covered it then. And what did they do? Well, you cover public affairs is what you do. And depending on what billet you're in, sometimes you're doing mostly community work, and sometimes you're doing the base newspaper. And I was a print journalist versus a broadcaster. But then the Navy sent me to Syracuse University, and I became an 8148, which is a photojournalist. And that's really nice duty. You get presidential visits, you get VIPs, you do the high-end stuff, and it's fun.
Wasn't it difficult covering the Vietnam War because the administration's story was very different than what was actually happening, right? I was so young then that I don't.
Well, I was young too, and I towed the company line, and so the controversy, as far as policy, of course, I didn't get into that in my work.
It seems like the story that you could have told could have been very different than the story that the government wanted to be told.
Well, seeing that I was a member of the United States Navy, I didn't have an option.
That's what I'm getting at. Like, you really had to tell the story that they wanted told, correct?
Well, with Stars and Stripes, we were a daily newspaper, and like I said, we didn't get so much. I don't remember getting into policy so much as just reporting.
Did Stars and Stripes go out to military people, or who did that? Who was the audience for that?
Everyone, but it's the only English daily newspaper in the Far East. At least it was. I don't know. It's been a while since I was there. I'm talking the 70s. And I know the last administration was trying to defund it, and everybody's like, that's where our troops get the news.
Well, of course they were.
There's European Stars and Stripes, and there's Pacific Stars and Stripes. So I was with Pacific.
So that seems like it must have been an incredibly interesting role at that time.
To be a reporter for Stripes?
Yeah.
It was a job. There's a lot of things in my life that have happened that I don't think of in superlatives until later on. I'm looking back and going, oh, dang.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because you were really covering something that was so incredibly important to our history.
I'll tell you the one thing that I covered was the baby lift.
Out of Vietnam?
Out of Saigon.
Yeah.
And I recently did a show at the Limelight, and in the part of my monologue, I had to cry. And what did I think of every evening to make me cry was the baby lift in Vietnam. And just watching people hand their infants over to sailors and,
Right, just to get them out of there.
So, something like that, I realized the magnitude. Some of the magnitude of stuff I did was like, I covered Prince Charles when he was in the Navy, and his ship pulled into San Diego. And the big frickin' deal was that this is the first time the Prince of Wales had been back to San Diego since Edward met Wallace Simpson and, gave up the throne.
Yeah,
Like that.
yeah.
So that's not significant policy, international affairs.
Right,
That's fluff.
Right.
But that's the stuff I did.
Yeah.
So
how long were you in the Navy?
16 years.
Did you retire in San Diego?
No, I didn't retire at all. I got out before my last, if I had re-upped for my last tour, that would have put me at retirement and would have given my ex-husband half of my retirement for the rest of his life. I'm serious. And I'm like,
that ain't happening.
I don't think so. So I opt to get out.
Strategically, you left.
Yeah. And some old timers say, oh, half a loaf of bread is better than no loaf of bread. And I'm like, nope. Nope. I just remember his face when I told him I wasn't shipping up.
He had a different plan?
Apparently. It was,
well,
yeah.
He ended up your ex.
Yeah. But it was, 16 years.
So where did you end up then?
After getting out of the Navy?
Yeah, where were you?
Okay, so I was in San Diego, and I was a little lost, and my children were living with my ex-husband, and so I paid my neighbor $100 to put everything in my little house on the beach into a storage, and I drove up the coast, just not very far. I just wanted to get real quiet, and I lived in my car for about a year, and then I started selling beer on the nude beach in Black's Beach. And
oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, and that is where I met
that's a nephew to your ex-husband right there.
And that's where I met my current husband. I was a beer vendor, and he was a volleyball player.
That's the best I met him where story I've ever heard.
So so we lived in, like, I hate to call them homeless camps. We weren't homeless. We were just an alternative lifestyle. And
on the beach. But in I've been to the beaches in California, and you're right, they're not really homeless camps because they're those when you just like live on the beach and kind of out of your car, it's different in California.
Yeah, it is. I don't know how homeless people do it here. There's too many bugs. It's too wet.
Yeah, there it's more just like this kind of casual beach life.
Mm-hmm. Totally.
Yeah. So you had the kids were with your ex-husband. Mm-hmm. You remarried, and then what did you do? How long did you sell beer in a nude beach?
But about a year, I guess. Then we came here. I said I'm going to go to Florida and see my parents and regroup, and you want to come with? And he's like, yeah, okay. So we came here, realized we had to get serious. So he got a job at Grumman. He's ex-Air Force, and I did all sorts of things. I was a stay-at-home mom, and I worked like on Sundays at a little shop at the beach, and I started making clothes, and I started making these dolls called biker babes, and they're anatomically correct rag dolls, and I can make them look like people. I started selling that. I got pretty successful with that. In the meantime, I had the store Blackout downtown, and I had that for about 4 years.
You said that was on Cordova?
It was on Cordova Street. Everything I sold was black. And I was very much ahead of my time, apparently, because this was 94, But then I just kind of got bored,
Were your customers mainly tourists or locals?
Both, yeah. And a lot of Flagler students, and I don't know, it's just, I started off 7 days a week, and, you can't do that.
Yeah, you got to have a break, especially if you're a mom.
Yeah.
And a wife, really.
Well, Molly, my youngest, grew up in the back of that store. And this is what's funny, is she used to sit out on a stool, right, because we're right across from Flagler, right? She used to sit on a little stool out there, just because she's a little 3-4-year-old. And she used to look at Flagler, and she used to think it was a castle. And
it does look like a castle.
And she used to think that the girls and boys, the youngins, were princes and princesses.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So years later, she used to always get her picture in the paper because she'd be out there petting a dog, or she'd be out there, hustling drawings. She'd draw pictures and sell them to people, and they'd buy them. But years later, she applied to Flagler, and they have to write an essay, and she tells that story.
Who wouldn't get in with that?
I know. I'm like, that's a shoe-in. All right. It's all connected.
So when did you start getting? Did you have tattoos when you were in the Navy?
No. I tried to get tattooed early on when I was there was a female radio man I knew when I pick up my messages in the morning, and she had a little tattoo. It was a long stem rosebud on her right on her hip, and I was like, oh, that's what I want. Because see, back when my dad worked for NOL, okay, even though he was a civilian, we used to get all our shots and all from the Navy corpsman. You know, I'm like 5 years old, and the Navy corpsman that would give me my shots every year had like a sailor. I think back now, I realize it's like a Sailor Jerry hula girl, and he'd move his arm, and she'd wiggle, and I was fascinated by it. Okay, so this stuck with me. So then I have this friend in the Navy, and she got this tattoo, and I'm like, now this is back before tattoo studios were on every corner like they are now. This is like they were only open at night. There were only nasty dudes with cigars and dogs. And so the first time I went, this place was on right off the Embarcadero, right off Broadway, India Street. And I went in. The first time I went, they were closed. They hadn't opened yet. The second time I went in there, and it was like, hey, baby. And I'm like 19. I'm like, oh, my God.
This is going to hurt.
I was scared shitless and all, so I made an appointment. The third time I went back for my appointment, I didn't get out of the car. I was so scared. So then, you know, life goes on and everything, and then you don't know, and blah, blah, blah. So then when I had my store blackout, this woman came in, and she was looking to open a studio in town, and she was all tattooed, and my mom had just passed. And so I knew what I wanted, which was my mom tattoo here.
That's your first one?
This is my first tattoo. And the funny thing is that they tried to talk me out of it, because that back then was considered a big tattoo. It was just
really.
And the fact that I wanted it on my bicep, and I'm a chick, they were like,
first one,
and they were like, oh, you know, because women got tattoos on the inside of their ankles, so you could only see it if they crossed their legs. And they were like, you know, and I'm like, no, that's what I want. And
what year was that?
93, 94.
I'm just trying to think about how much it's evolved.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's how it started. And then, and the woman that tattooed me first, she kept saying, you know, you'd be good in this industry, because I have an art background. And I'd be like, no, I don't want to touch people. God. No. And she bugged me literally for years. And one day she caught me between jobs. I had closed my store, and I was working for Chico's. And my daughter worked for Chico's. When my daughter got a big promotion, suddenly there was a conflict of interest. My daughter had to fire me. I was driving home. My phone rings.
I don't know many people who've been fired by their daughter.
She felt real bad. So. But I get this phone call, you know, come on down. I'm like, okay. So I went down at 6 o'clock that night. She hired me as a piercer. No experience.
I was just going to say, you'd never done it before. That had to be a little intimidating.
Well, yeah. But in my mind, I was like, I was only going to be there 2 weeks. I was going to give her 2 weeks, and then I'm out of there, you know, because I didn't think, I mean, how do you make a living? How many piercings and tattoos can people get? Well, I took to it like a duck to water. I was like, oh my God. And I educated myself. A lot of people, you know, in Jacksonville and all that she knew helped me out. I did a lot of research. Yeah, I had a seat in my pants. I did it. And I, it's funny, in the beginning when I first started piercing, like the next day I'd call my clients to see how they were doing. And they just thought that was so nice that I was a caring person. In reality, I was so scared that I fucked it up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But
I can't imagine piercing. I mean, I think I was in junior high, and my friend and I pierced each other's ears, and that was a little painful because, you know, we didn't know what we're doing. But that, okay, but I can't imagine piercing people in places that people get pierced, not having done it before, not really thinking that was your career, that you were going to do it, just on the kind of a whim, just going, oh, okay, I got to do this. I mean, ears to me, like, all right, that's not that difficult. You can't screw it up that badly. Mm-hmm. But there are places where I would be pretty damn intimidated to pierce another person.
Those kind of places, you know, you do the first couple ones with somebody who knows what they're doing, and the people you do it on know that you don't know what you're doing. I mean, they're assured that I have a certain amount of knowledge. I read a lot. And every year, well, not this last year because of the pandemic, but we go to the Association of Professional Piercer conference in Vegas. And, I mean, this is like high-level training.
I lived in Las Vegas, okay. I remember, yeah.
And the freaks aren't down.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot to it, and it's constant. You're constantly learning. And I still maintain my piercing license, even though I've gone into tattooing. So, I still train. Now, my piercer is one of my daughters.
Yeah, you have a family business now, right?
It's all girls, which
That's
makes
so
for
cool.
just a really nice atmosphere and nice music. And
probably nice decor too.
Yeah. And my piercer is Erin G, and she's one of my daughters. I tell people, not only did I give her life, but I gave her an apprenticeship. And she has just gone. I mean, she is so good.
But I picture her growing up with you, knowing this might be a career path for me. It's different than what you did, where you sort of fell into it and said, "Well, I'll give it a try for 2 weeks, and what the hell."
Yeah, I don't know if they thought that. Any of my kids did.
No.
I'll have to ask her when I go in today, because, I mean, not something that they watched. Maybe the youngest did, because she was still young when I got into it.
But at least they were exposed to it. They kind of knew what was going on with it.
Yeah.
If you're coming in from the outside and you just got your first tattoo not long ago, you really didn't know what to think.
Now, see, I got my first tattoo in '94, but I didn't get into the industry until 2004.
But you weren't really around the industry between that time, were you?
Yeah, I mean, I was getting tattooed, I was getting pierced, I knew people and went to conventions, so it wasn't totally foreign to me.
Yeah.
So
after your first one, what then makes you decide, I'm going to keep going?
It's the crack we put in the ink. I'm only kidding. I don't know what it is. It's
Is it the artistic expression on your body, or what is it that makes you want to keep going? Because most people that I know who have one tattoo have more than one tattoo.
Yes. I only know 2 people that have one tattoo. I don't know what it is. Every tattoo, even on the same person, every tattoo is different. And sometimes, in fact, a lot of times for people, it's very emotional. I've done memorial tattoos where the people have cried, not because of the sensation, but because of the emotion that it's releasing.
Yeah, I can totally see that.
And I always tell people it's like bloodletting. Let's let that bad mojo out, and it does. It just,
So you're almost a counselor.
Oh, yeah, just like nail techs, just like hairdressers.
Yeah.
I hear all the stories, and it's fascinating. Yeah. And we tattoo and pierce the whole gamut of people. We pierce babies, so we deal with that, and the new parents and stuff like that. And we have people we tattoo who are in their 80s.
What makes a person in their 80s want to get a tattoo? That's an interesting thought. All your life you haven't had something, and when
some of them have had tattoos, and they're just adding on. But yeah,
and at 80 years old, you say to yourself, "I need to get this tattoo,"
just to commemorate something, just a memorial, just to remember.
Is that mostly what older people get? Is memorial type tattoos? I'm wondering if younger people get more like self-expression, or it means there's some.
A lot of people get memorial tattoos. Yeah, I have to think about that because I'm asked that a lot. A lot of first tattoos are memorial tattoos.
Well, I think I would think that would be because you don't know if you're going to regret it. So if you get a memorial tattoo, it's likely you're not going to regret it unless you get something that's memorializing your first marriage. Right?
We do cover-ups.
I'll bet you do a lot of those.
Yeah. I'll have to think about that. Maybe we could start, pulling some stats on that and see, memorial tattoos, who's getting them, things like that.
Because as you get older, you start to think more about your, what your life has been and the people you've known, and maybe it becomes more important to you as you get older.
The lady I'm thinking about, that was like in her 80s, she wanted to commemorate the fact that she walks the lighthouse 3 times a week or whatever it was.
Oh, good for her.
So that was what it was. They did a lighthouse on her, as I recall. Yeah, we get a lot of paw prints, for their dogs and their cats, and
Again, though, that's one you're probably not going to regret, right?
Yeah,
Because you're going to always have that relationship to your animal, your past
But
animal.
then things run in groups. Like one week we were doing a lot of pineapples. Now, why pineapples? I don't know. But we had like a bunch of people coming, unrelated, wanting pineapples. And then there was palm trees. And then you get your infinity signs. And then you get, I don't know what the surge is or the wave, but yeah, it's kind of interesting.
So you have a lot of tattoos. Do your tattoos have does your body have a theme? Or is it just, I wanted this tattoo, and they just add up over time?
Oh, my right arm is my Japanese theme. It all pretty much connects. This one is I call it my pork chop arm. It's all just random. And, do they have meaning? Some of them do. This is from my husband. These are my kids. This is from Tennessee Williams, the rose tattoo. So it's for my children. This was for my 50th birthday. Let me see. This is the Navy. My flying dick is... There's a story behind that one, too.
Tell me the story.
Well, like I said, things run in
I had to look at that twice, too, and I think I know what that is, but...
Well, a lot of people were coming in, and they wanted bat wings. They wanted, hearts with bat wings, and they wanted this with bat wings. And my comment was, bat wings are so ugly. Who would want bat wings? The only thing that looked good with bat wings would be a flying dick. And then as soon as I said it, I thought, oh, that's kind of cool. So nobody would do it on me.
Why?
They'd say, no, we don't want you to do it because we want you to regret it later.
But, I mean,
and I said, darling, I already am later. So I got a apprentice from, I think he was from Portland or someplace out west. He did it on me, and technique, and it's not a very good tattoo, but it's a funny tattoo.
And it's also one that you don't see all the time.
Yeah.
You gotta show people.
Well, it's funny because sometimes I'll be talking to people and I'll be leaning like this, and they'll be looking. It's like, what are they looking? Oh.
That's what I mean. When you first showed me, I had to look like I think I might know what that is, but I'm not sure because the wings.
My husband said, "Don't be telling anybody that's my dick because it looks weird." But then I countered it with my flying cherry pie, and it's my angel wing cherry pie. So, but anyway, now on my fingers are my wedding vows. So, and when we got married, we replaced all of where people say forever. Mm-hmm. I'm like, man, that's too much pressure. I forever.
That's very honest.
I can only give you what I got, and all I got is now. So every time we were to say forever, we said for now.
But that's honest.
Yeah.
That's honesty.
So that's what my fingers say. You and me for now.
Yep.
Yeah. And it does. It takes some of that pressure off. So
it's been how many years?
We've been together coming up with 32.
It's a long for now.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me tell you another story. My husband's probably going, oh, no, don't be telling this stuff. When I met him, I really wasn't interested in a relationship.
That's how it always happens.
When I first met him, he just physically epitomized my ideal man. I'll spare the details, but I was just like, so I didn't really want to have a relationship. I just wanted to hook up,
I was the same with my husband, too. I didn't want to date him.
Yeah? So
I knew.
So I said to him, my experience is after 3 days, the glow is gone. So you got 3 days. He said, okay.
Talk about pressure.
So after 3 days, I was like, we were talking, and I said, I'm not really, I still like you. So you want to do it for another 3 days? Because during those 3 days, we were together. You didn't have to worry about a thing. We were, So then we went to 3 days, and then it went 3 more days, and then it went for another week, and then it was the end of the month, and then it was to his birthday, and then he knocked me up. So what are you going to do, right? But I tell people, this is the longest 3 days of my life. But he's a great guy.
Well, like I said, I had the same thing with my husband. I didn't want to date him because I just knew that he was a person for me, and I was not in any way, shape, or form ready for that. So I really did not want to do that. Yeah. And we got married 3 months later. And still, it's been close to 30 years.
Yeah, good for you. There's hope, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That's awesome.
So you're tattooed all over your body, right?
Almost, yeah. I don't have anything, like I don't have a tramp stamp.
Good for you.
I have nothing. I have nothing. I have a
Thank
little
you.
swath of skin, right, like a belt around here that I don't have anything. I have tattoos go down to here. I have tattoos that come up to here.
It seems like it'd be a really painful place to get a tattoo.
That's exactly why I don't have them. Yeah. I wanted to get a stomach rocker that said outrageous because when I was in the Navy, that was my call sign, outrageous red, because my hair was red. And
That's perfect for you.
But I never got it, and now nobody wants to see my stomach, so it probably won't happen.
And are there shows that you can go to when you have a lot of tattoos that you can? I don't. This is going to be a terrible analogy, but I think of like beauty contests where they walk across the stage.
Oh, there's
or muscle and
competitions.
fitness. Are there shows like that?
At conventions, there's always contests. Best arm, best leg, best black and gray, best color, large, small. Yeah.
Do you enter?
No.
Why?
I'm a bad loser. I don't put myself in that position.
What about your artwork, your tattoos? Have they been entered?
One time, and I didn't win. But my artist Ash had also entered 2 in the same contest, and I thought I don't have a chance. But I did enter because the guy that had it wanted to enter, and I mean it was a good tattoo. Yeah. Yeah, I just don't think to, I don't know.
So most tattoo artists have a lot of artistic ability, right? I mean, because you have to design the tattoos. Somebody doesn't come to you with, here is exactly what I want all the time.
Not all the time. Yeah, tattoo artists should be good at art, but unfortunately not all of them are.
How could you do that then if you're not good at art? How's that possible?
Well, you trace a picture and make a stencil and trace the stencil and color it in. But to create a tattoo, for someone to come in with your ideas and tell them what you want and how they want to feel and what they're trying to get across, and you create a tattoo, and that's where the art comes in.
Yeah.
I don't want to sound like I'm putting people down, but seriously, there's some people that, can't draw.
I can't imagine being a tattoo artist if you can't draw, though. That's a little bit off the wall to me.
The caliber of tattoo artists now, in my opinion, is just phenomenal, though. I mean, there's people, it's considered a true art form now.
Yeah.
And there's things that people do that I'm just like...
What makes you think that? Since you're in the industry, what type of thing do you look at and go, wow, that's just incredible?
Incredible realism. I'm an illustrative artist, and I have a certain style, and I can do realism, to a certain point, But there's people that just create these masterpieces. It looks like paintings on their arms and things, and it's just like, so.
Do most people get color in their tattoos now? Back in the day, like in the 50s, 60s, it seems like my picture of that is just the anchor and the RIP or something in black on some
Well, they had
guy.
limited colors back then, and whereas tattooing really hasn't changed that much, technology has, So, like, I use a wireless rotary machine now. Hardly makes any noise. People kind of miss that noise, the coil machine.
I was just going to say that.
So things have changed. Pigments have changed. There's more colors now. Gosh, I don't know. I'd say it's probably half and half. Some people love a lot of colors, and others just want black and gray, and they're both beautiful, beautiful types of tattoos.
Do the pigments resist fading now?
No.
They still fade?
Mm-hmm. They still fade, yeah.
So do you have to do a lot of touch-up to recolorize? Do people do that or no?
Yeah, oh yeah. In fact, I have a whole section in my portfolio of tattoos that I've redone. Same tattoo, I've just revitalized them, And, yeah, things fade, and then people don't take care of their tattoos, They go out in the sun, and they, like me. I don't. But people ask me, how do your tattoos stay so, nice looking and stuff? But I moisturize every day. I mean, I just slather stuff on me, so that helps a little bit. And then it's just the nature of the beast,
Some people's skin are
your
different than
skin
ours.
is a living organism,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
And then people say to me, a lot. What are you going to do when you're totally covered? Re-ink. You re-ink. This arm has been re-inked.
Re-ink meaning that you transform it into something else?
No.
Or just
revitalize it. This flower had totally lost all of its color.
Really? Because it's so vibrant right now. How long ago did you re-ink it then?
A couple years ago I re-inked it, yeah. But it was totally empty. I mean, the color had totally gone. My dragon, I had that re-inked a couple years ago.
You can't tattoo yourself, can you?
Yes.
You can?
Mm-hmm. If you can reach it and you can stretch it, you know. So I've tattooed myself on my left leg because that's the only place I can really reach. So
I actually think that would be really cool to have your own artwork and your own expression on your own body.
Well, they make you tattoo yourself when you're apprenticing. I always say never trust a tattooist that has no tattoos. I mean, how can somebody who doesn't know what the sensation is, who doesn't know what is happening, because it's not something you can you can try to imagine. You have tattoos?
I don't. I've thought about it, but I'm deathly allergic to iodine, and I'm so terrified that I would have an allergic reaction. I'm so allergic that my airways swell. I go into anaphylactic shock, and so that's why I haven't had a tattoo. I don't know what would happen, and I don't want to chance that reaction.
You have a piercing?
Yes, I have piercings, but I used to have more, and I took them out. Yeah,
That's what's funny. People come in and they'll go like, young girls. My daddy says I can get a tattoo, but I can't get a piercing. What? Piercings, you just let them go and they go away.
I can tell you when I got my nose pierced, I was living here, and I moved from Las Vegas, and so, it was not conservative there. And so when I got my nose pierced, I had a hoop in it, and I think I had both girls at the time. So I think my oldest was probably about 7, and my youngest was maybe 3, and got the piercing, and my neighbor across the street lived in St. Johns County, but not St. Augustine. She said to me, how are you ever going to explain to your daughters that you got that piercing? Aren't you ashamed? How can you ever look at them and explain to them why you got a piercing? I'm like, it's just a freaking nose piercing. What are you talking about? Like, I'm an adult. I mean, what the hell?
You didn't get a swastika tattooed on your forehead.
No, yeah. And I went to a tattoo shop in Riverside, and I was homeschooling at the time, and they were little, so I took them with me. And so, she said, "Where'd you get it?" And I said, "Oh, I went to this tattoo shop in Riverside." "Oh my God, you took your kids there." Like, they were very nice. It was very, I don't know what your issue is. I just couldn't believe the reaction to just a simple.
And how long ago was that?
That was probably 17, 18 years ago. But
things have changed, huh?
Yeah. She said, "You're a mother. How could you do that?"
Yeah.
Oh, it's just it was just bizarre to me.
And in some cultures, it's a rite of passage.
Right.
So
I told her, well, I guess when they're old enough to do what they want to do, I'll probably tell them they do what they want to do.
That's right.
But do you have people come in and want tattoos in places, or tattoos that they want designs that you just go, no, we ain't doing that?
We don't do hate tattoos. So
do you get a lot of requests for that?
No. And so what was the point? Did we refuse to do?
Do you have people come in that want tattoos in places that you won't do them, or tattoo designs that you just won't do? So the hate tattoos you won't do.
Yeah. Otherwise, no. I can't think of anything. There's some tattoos that I don't say I question them, but I'm like, really, But then they end up being like cool tattoos. In places, I don't like doing ears, the cuff of the ears. I've only done a couple of them, and it's just really painful, and
it's probably hard to work as well.
Yeah, it wiggles. Your cartilage is in there, and the skin wiggles. It's hard to get a good stretch on it,
Yeah.
so I try to discourage that. We talk to people about where they want it. I'll be like, when you reach out to offer someone your hand, this is what they're going to see. It's funny because now people are wanting real personal tattoos. They want them on their wrist, and they want them what technically is upside down. A tattoo should be facing, that should be read from the person looking at it.
Yeah.
But they want them upside down.
Outgoing.
Yeah. So that's it. So they want them though facing them because it's a personal tattoo or whatever. And I always tell them, because there are some old timers that won't tattoo that. That's upside down, I won't do it. But I understand why they want it that way. And but I do give them the spiel that it's upside down, and they understand. But what's funny is these usually little girls come in and they'll want a cross. But I want it facing me. It means meaning to me. Yes, but when someone's looking at you, it's an upside down cross, which is the sign of the devil. Right. So, yeah, thank you, and so lots of times we'll do it at diagonal.
Yeah. So it's not upside down to anybody.
But it's funny. There's people don't think of certain things. Another thing I always say, you can tell we're a girl shop because when we're doing leg tattoos, what's going to show below your shorts, what's going to show under your skirt.
Yeah.
When you sit down.
Yeah.
I have a friend that has a tattoo that it looks like a dick when he sits down. I think it's a fish. But
bad artist.
I'm like, what's on your leg? So I didn't mention any names. So yeah, you got to help people think things through.
Well, it's so different now too, like you said, because 20 years ago, employers had rules about where people with tattoos, and you had to cover them and all that, and even piercings. Mm-hmm. You had to cover piercings. And now people don't really care.
It's like when I first got in the industry, I pierced noses, and then they'd have to go work with a Band-Aid on their nose.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
doesn't that look dumb?
We used to get a lot of people would come in for retainers, and they all seemed to work at a local restaurant. And I'm like, what is it with that restaurant? They're like, well, the manager says. I said, you tell her to call me. So she did. And I said, listen, I'd rather be served with somebody with a nose piercing than somebody with a Band-Aid on their nose. And, da-da-da-da-da. And we had a little discussion. And she said, well, if I do it for one, I have to do it for all of them. Okay. And I offered her a free piercing. She never did come in and get it and all. But, that was really interesting. I've never understood. Well, now, like, St. Augustine Police, you can have tattoos.
Yeah.
Sheriff's Office,
yeah.
I think you might have to cover them. I don't know, but I've tattooed police officers and deputies, and then of course the Navy opened it up recently.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, the article that ran in the Navy Times announcing that the Navy had opened up its tattoo policy quoted me. I have the article framed in the studio.
Good for you.
Well, because the senior writer at Navy Times is an old friend of mine from the Navy, and so, of course, who does he call? And so that was kind of cool, but it was about time, because...
Have they allowed piercings, though?
No.
I thought that was different.
No piercings. But just the fact that, you can have them on your neck and your hands, certain sizes, and then, of course, I think the Army followed. The only holdout, I think, is the Marine Corps. I could be wrong on that, but...
I would think Coast Guard, too. Coast Guard seems pretty uptight.
Yeah, I don't know. But it's just so weird because, back in the day, all the sailors had tattoos.
Right.
All the jarheads had tattoos.
Right. That's what I think of back in the day, as you said, it was military tattoos.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask you the same questions about piercing. Have you done any piercings or had a request for piercings where you think, hell no, I'm not doing that in that place?
No. We have people who, we call them collectors, they're exotic piercings. When a person gets to that point where they want certain parts of their body that are just, not the norm, we always have a discussion with them about why they want it, and we tell them the risks of it, the chances of it migrating, snagging risks, things like that. Usually by the time people are at that level of wanting those kind of piercings.
Yeah, you don't start there.
Yeah, they understand that. And have we ever done... I won't do webbing.
What's webbing?
Webbing, right here. And I don't do finger piercings because
finger piercings?
Yeah.
Don't you have a lot of bone to go through, too?
Yeah, and they're going to migrate. It's just, that's kind of...
What do you mean when you say migrate? I think I know, but what do you mean?
It works its way out. It just migrates until it just either falls out. You can see the skin in between the two holes getting thinner and smaller and smaller. And at some point, it just pushes it out. And it may heal okay, or you may have a scar. But you always watch for migration. Sometimes if it's pierced too close to the surface, there's a lot of variables, both in tattooing and piercing, that people don't think about, that you should have knowledge about, on our end,
Yeah, well, I would think that.
Yeah.
That
So
doesn't
people
seem
think they
surprising.
can just come in and just push a hole, just push a needle through to make it. No, there's things going on underneath there, and so.
How do you do the gauges when you have the big? That's what they call the big ear things, right? Do you have to start really small and then get bigger, or do you just go big all of a sudden?
Oh no, you start small. You can't go big all of a sudden because this, at least in the state of Florida, we are restricted from doing tongue splitting, branding, scarification, and dermal punches over 10 millimeters. So we couldn't make a hole that big. Some people will pierce them with a 12 or a 10 gauge. Just it's a bigger hole than we would normally pierce an ear and all that. It's a little bit bigger and get them going, but mostly it's just stretching. You just stretch. You just put a little bit bigger piece of jewelry in there, a taper, and just allow the ear. It took me 5 years to get to a 5/8. So.
I have a friend who had some pretty big ones, and then she decided she didn't want them anymore, and then that was kind of an ordeal to close them up.
Depends on how big you get them, and it depends on how long you've had them that big. So some people can just let them go, and they just shrink back to a reasonable size.
Yeah, no, she had to have plastic surgery.
Yeah, just had them clipped, put back together. Yeah.
So tell me some interesting stories, because I can't imagine the stories that you have from your tattoo shop, your career, your piercings. There's got to be some interesting stories. You told me before the show that there's a woman that did you pierce her or did you put a tattoo on her?
Oh, the little girl. This has been back when I was piercing. She was 16, and her mother came in with her with the paperwork and all, and I pierced her belly button. And at the time I was at the other shop, and the way my chair was situated, it was up against a wall.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was there. I remember that.
Okay.
Yep.
So I pierced her. She did perfectly fine. She was sitting, with her legs hanging off the table waiting. I had my back to her because I was doing paperwork and I was talking to the mother. And I turned around just to see her eyes roll back into her head, and she just slumped. And the thing is that, people pass out sometimes. It's just the body's reaction. That's not the big deal. The big deal is we don't want them to fall and hurt themselves.
Right.
So as I saw her, start to lose it, I grabbed her and caught her. And as I caught her, she let go and peed all over my shoes. I was like, well, dang. And the thing is that there were a pair of $250, oh gosh, what was the label on them? I forget the brand, but they were.
Would be the one day you wore those shoes.
They were leopard with this red heel, and it was just like, hype. They were my leopard hype shoes. And I just looked at them. And so now, this was years ago. So now, every so often, I'll see this woman now, and she'll be like, Sailor Cher, remember me? I'm the one who peed on your shoes. And I'm like, yes, I remember
Yeah, I remember.
So I cleaned them, and I continued to wear them.
Well, I would.
Yeah. Gosh, what's that story? That was a good story.
Well, do people usually come in sober to get tattoos now, or do
they have to come in sober? Yeah.
Because back in the day, as you get really
you don't want a drunk person in your chair. They're sloppy. They can be belligerent, and then they bleed. I mean, that alcohol thins your blood, and they bleed out. And so anything you're putting in there, especially color, is just going to come back out. But lots of times it's just, I'm sure people have had a drink before they come in and all, but drunk people, no. Yeah. I had this one client, though. I'm trying not to mention names, but drunk was her constant state. So,
so you're never going to get her.
So you never really. And I was tattooing her back, and she would she had her back to me, and she would slouch to her left. So I tattoo her and then push her up, and tattoo her and push her up, and so it was like, a typewriter, ding, ding. So that was kind of cute. We have really great people in there, though. People tell you the story.
That's what I'm thinking. You must really be a counselor, because it's not a quick thing, right? You're sitting for a couple hours with these people, for sure.
Yeah.
And I would just think it becomes a counseling session in a lot of ways.
Well,
you really have to be a people person.
Yeah. You got to touch them. Yeah. I had this one lady came in, and I did a tattoo on her. It was a silhouette of a swing on a tree limb, side of a tree and a swing, and it was a silhouette of a little girl with a stuffed animal. And we made the little girl look like her daughter, who had just passed. She was 15.
I was just going to say, this sounds sad.
Yeah, she was 15. She had some condition she was born with, and as I recall, she lived longer than she was supposed to. And so she showed me pictures of her daughter. So we did the little bob, you know, and the kind of shoes she liked to wear and all. And she always carried a rabbit. So we made stuffed animal rabbit. And then it was a quote from Winnie the Pooh about, oh gosh, what did it say? Something about loving something so much that it's so hard to let go, or say goodbye.
Oh, that's so sad.
And it was pretty
Powerful.
emotional. Yeah, it was pretty emotional. And then I did the portrait of a. Now this guy is a regular client of mine, and his dog had died, and he was very, very upset. And he brought me the dog's ashes, and I did the dog's portrait with the dog's ashes.
You can do that?
Yeah, and this guy who is just this big buff dude and all, just sat there and cried.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
You know, it's like it can get emotional. Yeah.
I'm sure it can.
Mm-hmm.
And plus, it's painful, so that brings up emotion as well.
Now, we don't use the P word.
Oh, okay.
We don't say pain. We say sensation.
Well, that's what I meant.
The sensation can get severe, perhaps.
Just that brings up emotion. So when you've got other buried emotions as well, I mean, it's just got to be a really powerful experience.
Yeah, it can be, yes.
Do you have a lot of people that come in and want to do tattoos together, like couples that want to do tattoos together?
Oh, yeah.
I would think, knowing a little bit about your personality, that you would very quickly be able to discern if they're going to be together forever or not. I mean, you can often tell, like, no, this is not a good idea.
Yeah,
you guys need to hold off for a few months.
Yeah, sometimes, especially if it's the gentleman that brings in the lady to get, like, his name on her or something, for, you know, and you can tell she's not, like, really into it. And I always give them the option.
Can you imagine being dragged in to get somebody's name on you when you're not really into it? I can't even imagine.
We get people that are into the dominant, submissive thing, and they'll come in with the master, and, you know, sometimes situations like that. But to answer your question about matching tattoos, we get that a lot, actually. Mother-daughter, sisters, multiple sisters getting the same tattoo, or, you know.
It's a bonding.
Oh, yeah, yeah. We'll do things like one will get a piece of bread with jelly, and the other will get the piece of bread with peanut butter. Or we'll get ones where they put their hands together, their feet together, and it completes it. Or the mother will get "You Are My Sunshine," and then the daughter will get "My Only Sunshine." Yeah. And we do a lot of that. Yeah. And it's cool.
Are you surprised now how piercing and tattooing has evolved to be so mainstream? Are you surprised, looking back from where you started, to the type of clientele that you now get?
Surprised? No. Grateful, thankful. It's about time, you know. It's that's on one hand, and then on the other hand, I posted on my page one day. I think I liked it better when I was bad instead of hip. And somebody commented, "At least you don't have a bad hip." But on the other hand, it's great to see people opening up and accepting it, and you know, doing things they've wanted to do. But I will tell you, back in my days on the nude beach, Black's Beach in San Diego, I was up the beach a ways, and the word came down the beach that there was a woman down at the horseshoe pit, and she had pierced nipples. And it was like, oh my God. And I trotted down there to see, and she had like horns, like little jewelry that had like little horns, and oh, I was fascinated with it. And then look, 30 years later, who would have thunk? You know?
Yeah.
So yeah, times have changed, attitudes have changed. It's
thank God.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's loosen up a little bit. It's okay.
And you have an all-girl shop.
Yes.
That is so cool. All-girl and family as well.
Yeah, I
3 generations in your family?
3 generations in the shop. We have 5 daughters, and 3 of them live out of state. And so Erin G is my middle daughter. She's one of my twins. she's my piercer. Her daughter, Callie, my granddaughter, runs the front desk. And then Molly, my youngest, or our youngest daughter, she teaches at Flagler, and she's got her own practice. She's a play therapist, stuff like that. But she does my taxes and my bookkeeping and stuff like that. So she's off-site, but she works there too. I love tattooed boys. Bless their hearts. But I just don't want to really work with them. I find that working is just so funny. They're, they talk about chicks. Guys are just as bad, if not worse, I think sometimes.
Oh yeah.
And I observe being an older person in the industry, watching these youngins. I find myself nodding and smiling a lot.
Oh, but you do all day long. I'll bet.
But I like, people, especially when we first open. And in fact, just the other day, someone said, "What's it like working with your family? Aren't you at each other's throats?" No.
Well, if that was the case, you probably wouldn't be working with them.
No, I know their backstory. No, I know what motivates them. I know what makes them happy. I know where they live. No, it's great. It's great. And I thought that the more important thing would be an all-girls shop, but I find people are more impressed with the fact that we're family. Just an observation.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's equally as cool.
Yeah.
I only have 2 daughters, but I get why they might be impressed because sometimes it's a love-hate relationship.
Yeah.
Until they get a little bit older and they say, "Okay, you weren't that bad."
That's funny. That's funny.
But yeah, what I think is just so cool is just the female empowerment.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I love strong women, and I talk all the time that you're one of them, that I do interviews with badass women, and I love that, and I want to promote that. And yeah, and nobody ever thinks they are.
Yeah.
Everybody that I interview, and I say, I got another badass woman on, and they're like, what? But I love strong women. I love women promoting other women, and I love women who go, I don't give a shit what you think. That to me is just, that's it.
We were talking earlier about hair. People come up to me, or women come up to me all the time, "Oh my God, I wish I could do that." I shaved my head for 17 years.
I had a shaved head too.
Yeah, and it was awesome.
That was back when I had my nose piercing and shaved head.
And what will your daughters think? But it was funny. I say, do it. It's hair.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Back.
Doesn't matter. I was running marathons at the time, and I said, well, I'm just going to shave my head. It's a lot easier. And it was.
Well, I shaved my head. My mom had cancer. She lost all her hair. So I shaved my head because I said to her, at least you have a nice shaped head, Mom. And she's like, it was her crowning glory, and she didn't deal with it well.
Yeah. Back in that generation, it's different.
And so I shaved my head. Now, it wasn't anything new. People did it for other people. But I did it, and I was like, oh, my God.
Right?
This is awesome.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So when I went and showed my mom what I did, she looked at me. And it was one of the last things she coherently said to me. She looked at me, and she said, "You look ridiculous." All right, it must be good. If mom thinks it's ridiculous. And then I just kept it for the longest time because it was just so easy,
That was my favorite hairstyle I've ever had, is when I shaved my head. Yep, I only had it for a couple years, but it was just awesome. Didn't take you any time, and
Well, I did it for a long time, and I acquired quite the wardrobe of hats.
Yeah,
I would wear if my head would get cold.
Yeah.
Then I let my hair grow, and then I made this hawk, and now I put my hair go boing, boing. So who knows? I might go back to that. So.
Well, listen, I loved having you in. Thank you so much for making the time
and
to come in.
I didn't say fuck once.
You can.
I was so worried.
No, we're a podcast.
All right.
I have another show that I do, and I interviewed a local politician, very nice man, but what did I say? I think I said shit, and he looked at me, and he's on air, and he said, "Oh, I didn't know we could say that." And I said, "Well, just shit." Not that bad.
Oh, crap.
But again, thank you so much for coming in. I really
enjoyed
it. I think you have an incredible story that you've told, and
now you need to come get a tattoo.
Well, plug the shop.
All right, Sailor Shares. It's US 1 North, just past Lewis Speedway. We're open every day, noonish to 7, and we're closed Wednesdays and Sundays. and we're the best of St. Augustine for the last 3 years.
Good for you.
As well as the best of the 904. So
good for you. Good for you. Thank you so much, Sailor Cher. I loved having you in. So this was an episode of the St. Augustine Chronicles, the where, the who, the how'd they get there, and we are produced in Pete Melfi's 904 Now studio. You can catch us every week on the St. Augustine Chronicles podcast on Facebook. Like us, follow us, and thank you for tuning in.
All right, everybody, good morning and welcome to The Focus with Karen and Zach. I am Zach Thomas and this is Karen
I'm
Zander. Karen. Hello, good morning.
Hey, how are you? Staying warm?
Very much.
I like your hat.
Oh, wait, yeah, I forgot I'm wearing this darn hat. I should take it off, but I guess now we're going with it.
We're professional. We can do whatever we want.
Well, it's also for my favorite charity in the whole world, Bert's Big Adventure. So,
yeah, tell me about that. I see you post on Facebook.
Bert's Big Adventure. So I've been doing it for probably about 12 years. Bert Weiss is a morning radio talk show host in Atlanta. I think he's got the #1 morning radio show in Atlanta. And every year, I think it's been 16, 17 years, he takes 13 terminal and chronically ill children and their families on an all expenses paid vacation, 5-day vacation to Disney World. And
are they from Atlanta or are they from all over?
So originally it was from Atlanta, but because his show has grown and he's been syndicated in different markets, usually they will take a family maybe from I think I know that he's syndicated in Charleston, so they'll take a Charleston family. I think he's syndicated in somewhere in Illinois, and so he'll take and so usually it's like 70% Atlanta families, and then he kind of picks around with his but he's not trying because the trip is so personal, because it's him and the cast of his show, and then the volunteers, and I mean it's 90% of the same volunteers are going on this trip, and for the last 12 years we've just done it constantly.
How'd you get hooked up with that?
Some friends of mine, I don't know if you know Troika, they're a marketing agency over on Masters Drive. It was one of their clients, and and so and I guess one year they needed a photographer, and so I volunteered, and then I've just kind of been with them ever since. So
that's really cool. It's
really awesome. It's and like, because you end up building these relationships with these families that you haven't. I've got friends that I've watched their kids grow up. I mean, again, the kids go on the trips when they're 6, 7, 8, 9, and so.
I have to ask you: is it heartbreaking as well if they're terminally ill? We must see a lot of.
I've lost some friends and some children's friends' children's, and absolutely. I mean, because they become friends, but I also think the whole experience though is just it normalizes it. Like you're with these families. Basically, the purpose of the vacation has nothing to do with their disease or curing their disease or whatever. The whole purpose is the families are caregiving, are taking care of their children some of the times 24 hours a day.
Sure.
And that has an impact on the parents, that has an impact on
absolutely.
the siblings, and the siblings are treated just like the BBA kids, Everybody gets the whatever you want. Anything you want to eat, anything. And this is just about and each family has 1 or 2 volunteers that'll come and hang out and help and so that the families can let go for a second.
It's almost like just forget and have fun. And,
enjoy your child as a child, so yeah, I mean, there's heartbreaking moments, but there's lots of hugs and lots of, and I'm not friends with every family that we've gone. I mean, now at this point it's been probably 150 families that I've gone with, but I think each person who volunteers for it, has 4, 5, 6, 7 families that they still just kind of link up. And I always say it's my favorite thing we do every year. This year has been postponed, though.
Yeah, because you can't take terminally ill children out very easily to places where they're going to interact with a lot of other people.
Yeah, I think we just wanted to, make sure all precautions were.
You couldn't forget for a day because you'd be so concerned.
Right, and I and even from a math, as a photographer, I've got a challenge. It's like I go as a photographer, and we use these photos for the magazine, we use it for the website, we use it for just general marketing, for signage and things. There's a bunch of great sponsors in the Atlanta area, like Moe's and Jersey Mike's and all that kind of stuff get on. And what do you do when like a kid's face lights up to see Mickey, but they got a big mask on their face? Yeah. So it's we got all kind of other problems, but it's all right. We're gonna work it out. And the charity does more than just that. They do 4 reunions a year, so like all the families come back together all the time. Like the attempt is more than anything the main mission is to create a sense of community for all these families and things like that. So
very cool.
Yeah, it's awesome. So Bert's Big Adventure. I think if you check my Facebook page, they're doing like the little give, and you can text $5 and give them $5. You can do that. Anyway, but today,
yeah. So today we're going to talk about, we always tell people that this show is predicated on the fact that we want to keep you informed and how do you get involved. And so we thought we should probably take a step back and really tell you, if you personally want to get involved in some of the local boards, how do you do that? Where are they? Where do you find info? And what's the procedure? I think for me, I'm always impressed with anyone who runs for office. Frankly, I don't know why anyone would run for office in the age of social media.
Totally.
Right? I don't get it. And so I applaud anyone who runs for office and is willing to put themselves out there like that. But most of these boards are actually appointed. You don't have to run and be elected.
Right.
And so there's some jumping off points too that have historically led to bigger positions or more visible boards, and then maybe a run for elected office as well.
Right.
And I think there's a lot of boards that people don't even know about.
No, absolutely. And I think that's something we want to talk about today, is kind of what, I don't know. We've talked to Barbara Blonder, we've talked to Nancy Shaver, we've talked to these people who've run it, and and they all had kind of this inspirational moment. And there's different ways you can serve the community, and different ways you can serve your community. I was just speaking with my neighbor the other day, and he was so mad at Washington D.C. politicians, and he just thought they're all terrible people. And
he's not alone.
No, he's not alone. I mean, and I think anybody has.
They're all Pete's friends from back in the day.
I think anybody who watches news and looks at it, it gets very easy to blame people's intentions and think of them as bad people. And but I also know that even when I just did my small little planning zoning board, thing that I did for a couple of years, I remember people thinking that I was motivated for reasons that I wasn't. It's
always they do.
People always kind of question your motivations on things, and it's like, I'm just up here, trying to make a decision, and I think the point of what we want to talk about today is you can have that voice. You can have people question your intention and yell at you and tell you you're a bad person too.
I always get people who say, well, you own a real estate brokerage, so of course you want growth, or of course you want development, or of course you want high housing prices. And I always tell them, I can sell anything.
There you go.
It doesn't mean, I mean, I could make the argument that lower housing prices will mean more sales for me, right? Yeah. So it's all going to even out. Lower sales, but more of them is the same as few sales and higher. I mean, it doesn't. That argument, I just don't get it.
You just want business. You just want business. And I think that I also don't think there's anything wrong with someone being biased towards their profession, as long as they do proceed in an ethical fashion.
I always tried to take my profession out of the decision making. I would use the knowledge that I have from my profession, of course, because I felt like that's why I was appointed, to bring that knowledge to the board or to the table or to the discussion. So I used that, but I really honestly tried to take my profession and what might be better for me out of my decision making. And I can tell you, my husband, who owns a brokerage with me, I would go home from planning and zoning meetings many times, and he would say, that vote you just cast and that argument you just made is hurting our brokerage. Because I truly said, like, I know I own a real estate brokerage, but that's not part of my decision-making process.
Right. I mean,
and I can give you examples, and people who watch those meetings would call me and say, I can't believe that you voted that way owning a real estate brokerage. And I would say, well, my owning a real estate brokerage has nothing to do with how I should be voting.
Right. And I think that you could certainly show examples of where that's worked against you. And that's
absolutely.
But I think what I'm getting at is just from an expectation. If you're someone here, it's like you can't totally change who you are. And I think this is why when I say that these boards and everything should be representative. And I mean, I'm just a wedding and commercial photographer. Like, what do I have to say about land use?
Well, what did I always tell you?
Common sense questions. Absolutely, but
there's huge value in just bringing common sense outlook.
Absolutely, but I can't take my photographerness entirely out of my decision making ability, and nor do I think that I should. I think that I need to think about what's best for the community, but people are just people, and I think the perspective is important, and so I think the whole point of what we're talking about today is you should get involved. You should sign up for these boards, whatever you are.
Well, and the other thing too, I listen. Nancy Shaver and I often agreed, and we often didn't agree. And her predecessor, Joe Bowles, I have a tremendous amount of respect for him, and I agreed with much of what Joe did. He's a friend of mine, but so is Nancy. They're both friends of mine, but they were a bit in the opposite camps.
Certainly.
And I appreciate the contributions that each of them made. But Nancy was a person that I had a tremendous amount of respect for because she got involved in something that she was passionate about in opposing, which was the Riberia Point potentially approved. A project was under consideration at Riberia Point, and it was a aquarium.
Okay.
Private enterprise aquarium wanted to put their location there. And she was adamant that that was a bad idea and joined with her neighbors and fought against that. They were successful. Now Riberia Point is a protected nature area. But that's really what got her started in running for office. And so I appreciate the fact that she found a cause and fought to make sure that that project didn't come up. And then she said, now it's my turn. If I'm going to do this, I need to make change.
Right.
I need to be part of the change.
Right.
Instead of just fighting everything and never stepping up herself. She put herself out there. She went on the hot seat. She won office, and she said, I got to be part of the solution. And I really respect that. And so I think people, you can complain all you want, but then step up.
Absolutely. And I think you hit a good point on the head. It's like if you look too broadly, you're not going to get anything done. You need to pick an area, pick a segment, pick something. I mean, really, I think even before we delve into any what these boards are or whatever, I think the first step that anybody should make if you're ever going to complain about anything, I think you should just start going to meetings. Just be in the audience. That's the first, most basic, see how they talk to each other and see. I would even say go to something that you don't care about, because go to a meeting that you don't care about, anything that's on the agenda. Because I remember going to it was when the police chief was leaving St. Augustine Beach. And
not the great, fantastic Chief Hardwick, but
not
the one
Chief
prior.
Hardwick, not the one prior to that.
Chief Hardwick leaving is not. It's a sad thing for the beach, but good for him.
There was a whole conflict
the
where the people, the officers, were complaining to the commissioners, and apparently that was breaking the chain of command.
Well, there was a reason for that.
Right, and it just seemed like a total conflict of interest to me. Is like, you can't have the people, you have to have somebody else that somebody can complain to. It's a flawed system if the person you're complaining about, the person you complain about
is the person that you have to report to.
That is in charge of your pay. I mean,
I'd be like, hey, thanks. There's a door.
And I asked that question to the board, but I stuck around a little longer, and they were talking about the darn Pope Road and A1A stoplight.
Oh, the perennial Pope Road and A1A stoplight.
And it just was interesting to me how they were talking about it. The contractor came up. He was talking about how many and just the different things they were considering. It wasn't interesting. It wasn't particularly inflammatory. It wasn't, there's some stuff in it that I bought. Some of it I didn't buy, but I found that process a little interesting, and that's what made me ask. At the time, I think Commissioner Helhosky, I said, what do I do? He said, volunteer to be on the planning zoning board, and you'll be an alternate. And I was junior alternate, and then I was an alternate. It took about 3 months, like 3 meetings, and I was sitting in that big chair with all the spoils of small municipality board of planning zoning board. But I found it to be very fulfilling and just a way of being involved. And even though I didn't know everything or much of anything, I thought it was very fulfilling. So, I don't know.
Yep, I'm not sure what to say.
Did I ramble on too far?
Well, I think we should talk about, what do you want to do, beach, city, or county first?
I feel like maybe we start with the county.
Okay.
Since it's the overarching umbrella kind of thing.
Okay.
Right?
So the county has a lot of boards that you can be appointed to. I'm scrolling through it. I don't know, it's maybe 20 of them that you can be appointed to. And of course, there's the planning and zoning. They call it the PZA at county, Planning and Zoning Agency.
Okay.
And I will tell you, if you really don't know your zoning that well or your land use that well, you probably don't want to be on the county PZA because it gets really complicated with
thick.
DRIs and PUDs and just a bunch of stuff.
What's a DRI?
DRI is Development of Regional Impact. So like Nocatee and Silverleaf and all the big ones, they're DRIs as well as PUDs.
And PUDs like the smaller planned urban development?
Planned unit development. But no, PUDs are, the big ones are DRIs and PUDs at the same time.
Okay.
So it gets really complicated. So if you don't know what you're doing on land use and zoning, don't volunteer for the PZA. Because
how many members are on that?
I don't even know. Is there 5 or 7? I don't know.
Is it, so would you think that this board should be primarily realtors, attorneys, and
there's
developers?
No, so they've had property appraiser or appraisers, I should say, on there. They've had people who do land use. You really have to know what you're doing. You cannot tackle county PZA items without having a very clear understanding of what you're doing. You could be you have to have something. Like, for example, Ryan Carter, who does all the permitting for like docks and things like that, he would have a background that he could bring to the table. But is not a realtor, he's not an attorney, but he's just got experience in stuff. You have to know how the permitting process works. It's pretty complicated, and their applicants are high level as well. They have experience. Nobody applies for county PZA without having either board experience or legal experience or industry experience.
And this is all appointed, so you fill out your application probably with the planning zoning department.
No, it's just with the county. So the county does it a little differently. When you apply for one of their boards, you can fill it out at any time. There doesn't have to be an opening, and then your application sits at the county. When openings come up, if your application hasn't expired, and I don't remember if it's a year or how long it sits there, but if your application hasn't expired for whatever you've said you have interest in, you're automatically in the mix.
Okay.
But then
you go before the board, and the board would be like,
yeah, actually at the county, for example, with PZA, you go before the PZA board, they review your application, and then they make a recommendation to the commission. That's different than City of St. Augustine Beach or City of St. Augustine, where only the commission handles the appointed board members. At the county level, for example, for the PZA looks at it first. So they're looking at who they want on their own board.
I would imagine that's because the pool that the county can pull from is so much larger than the pool that St. Augustine. I mean, we didn't have people jumping out to join the PCB.
No, but City of St. Augustine has some good applicants and a good number of them for some of these boards.
Okay.
So at a county level, it's handled a little bit differently, but there is a formal application, and you can get that on the county website, which is co.st-johns with an S, .fl.us, and you go to the boards section, which is under, I think it's under info. I don't know how I got to it, actually. I'm not sure, but there's appointed boards and committees. And so it lists all of them. So the other one that is that almost, I think every municipality would have to have, I can't imagine that they wouldn't, is a code enforcement board, or a code, the county calls it adjustment and appeals board. I sat on the code enforcement board for City of St. Augustine before I was on the planning and zoning board. And so every municipality has a code, a building code, that people have to follow. And it's the violations to the code are generally complaint driven. So your neighbors call and say, hey, they're doing this, or, you know, they built a structure too close to my property line or something like that, or, you know, they've got a bunch of junk out and they're not cleaning it up, or their structure is unsafe and it's affecting mine, whatever. So generally they're complaint driven, and then the code enforcement, I can't remember what their title is, people, code enforcers, I can't remember what their title is, but they respond on that complaint, and then my experience is that they often try to talk through the issue with someone and just get them to
fixed.
to say, like, okay, and they'll give a warning perhaps.
Right.
But sometimes you get a quasi, like a ticket, a write-up.
Yeah.
And a violation, they call it. And so then you've got to go before the code enforcement board, or whatever the equivalent thing is called at the municipality, and you've got to state your case, and the code enforcement board can then levy fines, or they could force you to remove something perhaps that would be in violation on your property. They could do both. And the interesting thing is those fines, if left unpaid and accumulate too high, they can affect the sale of your property.
Become a lien?
Yeah.
Okay.
And at some point, sometimes the municipality can take your property because you owe too much and you're not paying it, and they're fed up.
Right. Got it. Well, so the board, the code enforcement board, is appointed.
They're appointed, but it's
the enforcers. Those would be county employees, though.
Correct. They're employees or city employees or whatever they are. Yeah,
okay.
I think they're called code enforcement officers. I don't know if that's what they're called everywhere.
COO, COOs.
I think that's what they're called. Yeah, we'll have to call a few of them on the show here. Actually, that might be kind of fun to bring one on.
We should, yeah. Probably hear some interesting.
We'll bring Bobby. He's a photographer.
Who's this? Bobby who?
I'm not going to name him until I know that he wants me to. But he's a photographer as well.
Very good.
Fun photographer. You guys would get along. So code enforcement is a good way to start in some of these municipalities.
Yeah.
Beach has it. City of St. Augustine has it. Again, with the county, their code is pretty intense. You
feel like you have to be on the more experienced level to. So it sounds just like county is like
you gotta know
that's
what
like
you're doing.
Major League Ball, or that's at least like farm league.
Yeah.
Whereas like St. Augustine Beach is kind of Mighty Mites. I mean.
Yeah. It's very different. Yeah. Absolutely.
Is Mighty Mites apply up here? Do they have Mighty Mites here in St. Johns County? Is that still a thing, or is that 1978?
Might be a little old school.
Okay. What do you call it? Pop Warner? No.
Pop Warner was when I was growing up. Yeah.
What's like PAL, Police Athletic League? Is that the tiny baseball now?
I have no idea. We'll have to start a tiny baseball league show and talk about it there.
T-ball. There you go.
Focus.
He'll edit it all out. He's like, we're live. Okay. So
county has other boards. There's one called the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee.
Yes.
They review established policies and procedures, ordinances, land development regulations, and adopted local government comprehensive plan to recommend specific action or initiatives to encourage or facilitate affordable housing while protecting the ability of the property to appreciate in value. So that's
Is that a
the
board
synopsis.
that gets listened to in St. Johns County?
Some of these boards aren't active either.
Okay.
There's one that actually was
By
just
not active means there's nobody in there, or they don't have regular meetings.
they're not functioning now. They exist, but they're not functioning. I'll give you an example. So there's one called, we call it the LAMP.
Yes.
Okay, LAMP.
You guys mentioned that last time.
The LAMP Conservation Board. So the LAMP program sat in the closet for a couple of years now, for the past few years, and it was just reactivated by the county. And that board then will assist the county in working to get land that we want to acquire and conserve.
Okay.
And it could be a historic piece of land, it could be a very environmentally sensitive piece of land, whatever. But that board is going to help on the process of reviewing where does this land qualify? Should we pursue this? So that's one that was just reactivated because the LAMP program was just reactivated.
Okay.
And there again, you got to really have some specific knowledge.
Right.
And there will be people who have excellent knowledge bases that will be on that board because the county has those people.
Got it.
Our resident base is really amazing for the level of knowledge that it brings.
What do you think are good boards for people with maybe more general knowledge? Say,
I would not start at the county.
Go to T-ball. Go to the T-ball. Start with all right. So
at the beach, if you live at the beach, it's easy to get on a board and
tree board.
Yeah, exactly. There's a tree advisory board. Actually, let's go to that. So the boards that are appointed in the city of St. Augustine Beach are the Planning and Zoning Board, Code Enforcement, the Sustainability and Environmental Planning Advisory Committee. That might be what they now call the tree board.
Oh, okay.
They don't tell you what they do.
There was the one woman who was with the tree board who was at almost all of our meetings, and she always had something great to say.
Yes. Yeah.
And
I don't want to give her name here.
Okay.
But yeah.
That lady was awesome.
Yeah, I think that's what they now call the tree board.
Okay.
Because the people who are on that board were part of what we called the tree board.
Yeah.
So that's Sustainability and Environmental Planning Advisory Committee, CPAC they call it. That seems really they're moving up.
That sounds legit.
Right?
Sounds like an airport.
And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. But see, those people were on what we called the tree board.
Oh, there we go.
And they've been on for a long time, right? Because there's not a lot of people who want to do it.
Right.
And so the good part is that they're very knowledgeable.
Right.
The bad thing is you don't get a lot of new perspective.
No, you don't get a lot of new perspective, but I will say that group of people, I recognize a few of those names that are still on there. I always listen to their opinions as
they
the
know what they're
planning
doing.
zoning,
Yeah.
So.
And one of them is an architect, so
Yep.
that's an interesting, when you can review plans and look at plans and understand how things are cited on parcels, I think that's helpful for that board. But one of the functions of that board was to try to protect and preserve trees on properties.
Right.
Right?
Yep. I tried my hand at rewriting the tree code and making it slightly more consistent.
How'd you do that?
They gave me the code. I went through it.
Told you to write it.
No, I basically there were just.
I'm just laughing because that's not a layperson's job. Code.
Totally not a layperson's job, but there were things in it that were inconsistent. Like there would be rules for trees that had a circumference up to 29.5 centimeters or inches around, and then rules for trees 30 inches and larger. And I said, you've got this weird little window of half an inch in that, things need to make sense, and things needed some level of enforceability. And
Well, frankly, code is often inconsistent. Planning and building
written by
code,
different people.
It's just and it's added on to, and so they don't necessarily cover every base when they make a change to it. They try, but sometimes they don't catch things. So I found that code was often inconsistent, and that was not by design. That was just they're doing the best they can, and it's very.
I think
complex.
things get added into it. It's
complex.
It's like a house with additions. If you have 8 additions onto a if what started as a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house, and you turn it into a 2-story, 8-bedroom, 7-bathroom house over 40 years, it's going to look like a patchwork of different houses.
Yeah.
I thought it was. I was just kind of trying my hand at something, and I didn't have a real strong opinion about the way the trees should. I just wanted bigger trees to have some level of protection, and then if you broke the law, that there was some sort of consistent fines.
Well, but that's up to the code enforcement boards.
Right. Oh, absolutely. And
although there are parameters often
Rich O'Brien shot it down. He said, "What the hell is this?" Apparently, he had no interest in it whatsoever.
Of course.
So I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't have said that, but I don't care.
Well, hey, you were trying to offer input, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's where stuff starts at PZB and goes up to the commissions. That kind of speaks to the flow of things.
Well, I can tell you that while I was on the planning and zoning board for the city, which was 3 years, literally the first month for sure. I think it was the first week, but definitely within the first month that I was appointed to the city's City of St. Augustine's planning and zoning board, I requested a review of the parking code because a lot of that is it's very complex and it does not need to be. And again, they just kept adding on and they have business names that don't exist, or business types that don't exist anymore, but they don't have other, food truck parks aren't on there. It's just, it's so outdated and it just needed to be updated. And if it's so difficult to understand, then nobody's going to know whether they comply or not. And then you can cheat because it's so complex.
Right.
So, I asked for a review of the code and a revision of the code, which was something that would have to go through, for example, the Planning and Zoning Board and then on to Commission. So I was on for 3 years. And I continually asked, hey, when are we going to do this? Hey, when are we going to do this? I asked in public meetings. I asked privately. 3 years later, after I stepped down from the board, they're reviewing the parking code. Don't you think that's by design?
Like Karen's gonna make us sweat.
When is Karen off that board? That's when we'll be doing it. 3 years they stalled.
Hey, that means you had an impact, right? I'm just saying, So, but PZB in the small municipality is so. St. Augustine Beach is a particularly small municipality.
It's so easy to get involved there.
Planning Zoning Board was really a good intro in the political world. Is City of St. Augustine, I would imagine, is probably a little more intense.
They're more buttoned up a little bit, but still, there are people who are just really interested in something and don't necessarily have the background that you would think would be needed or wanted or whatever on the board, but they bring a knowledge base that's really important. Like I always told you, they bring a common sense viewpoint. I'll give you an example. Kathy Brown she sat on the City of St. Augustine Planning and Zoning Board for a number of years, and she was heavily involved with I'm drawing a blank. The senior citizens.
Council on Aging.
Council on Aging. Thank you. Thank you very much. She was heavily involved with running that. You wouldn't think that would be something that would be necessarily beneficial to the Planning and Zoning Board, but she was a wonderful Planning and Zoning Board member. She had great input. She had great feedback.
Right.
You don't need to have, at the county level, you definitely need to have some skill set and some knowledge base. But at the city level, I think, and definitely at the beach, just the common sense and varied viewpoints are often more helpful.
Got it.
But you still, and Kathy did, she learned the code very well, and I think she was a realtor in a past life too, so she had some knowledge base there. But you do really have to understand the code and how it works. That's across the board, and you can learn that very quickly. But you got to do that because your decisions on planning and zoning are often quasi-judicial.
Got it.
Which means they got to stand up in
stuck
court.
To some legal.
Yeah, you got to have a legal basis. But yeah, so in the city of St. Augustine, the Planning and Zoning Board is appointed by the commission, so you don't need to run the Historic Architectural Review Board, which we call HARB. That's appointed by the commission. Code Enforcement, and then there are some other boards at the city, which is, hang on here, there are some other boards. There's corridor review committees.
What's the corridor?
So in the city of St. Augustine, there are 3 entrance corridors. There's San Marco, there is King Street, and there is Anastasia Boulevard. And there's zoning that applies to those corridors that's always there, just like every place else in the city. But there is an overlay piece that, and in the city of St. Augustine Beach, they have an overlay district along A1A Beach Boulevard as well.
Okay.
So those overlay districts have more requirements, for example, or altered things that you can do. So the zoning still applies, but for example,
but with greater restrictions.
Or sometimes just different types of things. For example, on San Marco Boulevard, because of the corridor standards, design standards, they call them, design standards for entry corridors. And each entry corridor has its own design standards, because King Street shouldn't look like Anastasia Boulevard, right? Sure. So, for example, on the corridor that's San Marco, I don't think this is 100% accurate, but it might say something like, you can build to 0 feet off the property line with a building, as long as you have the first 10 feet of that building only 12 feet high. And then the rest of it can step up to, let's say, 25 feet high. So there's just, or you could put a fence in a certain place that maybe wouldn't be allowed, but because we want this certain look in this entry corridor, we're going to let you do this. But you still have to follow these guidelines, and there's criteria that you have to meet in order to do this. Or what's even more common is your structure has to have this vernacular, this look. So
first Spanish, second Spanish,
or mid-century modern, or like murals are allowed on Anastasia Boulevard because they want kind of that funky mid-century look, but they certainly are not allowed in other places in the city. So there's the zoning that's always there, but then there's this overlay that you have to know, and so the corridor review committees, they look at it used to be HARB that did this, and HARB's agendas were just so big that they said, we've got to create these special boards for the review committee. So the review committee looks at the design standards that apply to the corridors, and so they look only within those design standards. So they don't look at the planning and zoning board items that might apply to that. They don't look at the HARB items that might or might not apply to that. They look only at, we have these design standards, that's all that our criteria looks at. You've got to go to this board for that. You've got to go to this board for that. We're only here to look at this.
Right. Got it.
So that's a newly formed board, or committee, I should say, and I know they wanted some people who had a stake in the entry corridors, and then I think there were just people who were, I don't know, lay people or whatever. But that's a newly formed board, and they're appointed.
So that an entry corridor board
committee. Yeah.
All right. There's one for everyone. So.
Yeah.
Right.
There's one called the Lincolnville CRA. So a CRA is a community redevelopment area. And I'll read off. The Lincolnville CRA's purpose is to promote the preservation and improvement of the Lincolnville neighborhood by implementing and encouraging physical revitalization and economic growth. So that's an active board appointed by the commission. And I believe that everyone on the Lincolnville CRA is a resident of Lincolnville. I'm not positive. I would think that it would matter to them.
Right.
But there's a specific that's a great way to get involved, because that's a truly, I'm passionate about, for instance, where I live, Lincolnville. I'm really passionate about that, and I just want to preserve and protect it in the way that I feel is best.
To some degree, it sounds like a homeowners association, but for a public areas.
You know, that's a pretty good way of describing it.
You know, it's just okay. I dig it.
Yeah, yeah. So there's a bunch of them. They have the Street Tree Advisory Committee at the city. They have a Civil Service Board, which doesn't get any press.
What's the Civil Service?
Civil Service Board has the duty to adopt, enact, and amend a code of rules and regulations covering the conduct and direction of the members of the police and fire departments.
Wow.
To prescribe discipline and control, to provide for exams and lists of those eligible for employment and promotion, and to hear appeals of discharged and suspended employees.
So this sounds mostly like it would be, you know, police officers
and fire
would be former members, or, you know, people who are involved in that would be, or is it active? Is that open to active? Or
no, I don't think you could do active, because I think there would be a conflict. I mean, there are just,
or you could be a community man.
Yeah, there. I know people who have or are serving maybe still on that board, and they're just, sometimes it's a common sense approach that's helpful. I'm sure attorneys or human resources people would bring a knowledge base that would be helpful to that, but you know, just common sense often is the best approach.
Right.
So you can contact the city to apply for these things, but the city does it a little differently than the county. The city and the county advertises when they have vacancies as well. I shouldn't say that they don't, but the county definitely has that policy where you can apply at any time, and the application sits there, and they put it in the mix.
What office do you go to apply in with the city?
I contact the city clerk. I think that's who you should go through for any of the boards. That's who I went through. And that's Darlene Galambos, who, man, she's got a massive workload. Pretty much anything that happens there, she's the go-to.
And that even and then St. Augustine Beach we went through the city manager's office. That's where I filled out my application there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's a little different. I'm sure the city clerk probably could help there too. At the county, there's an online, if you go to St. Johns County and you look at boards and committees there, the county website is just amazingly helpful. There's a search function that's very good on the county website. So they do post vacancies, but the city, I don't know if they keep applications on file and reuse them, you know, as long as there's this maybe year time period or whatever. I don't know that to be the case. But the city, I know that some of the boards are, like planning and zoning, there's always applicants. Mm-hmm. And it's a little bit more difficult to be appointed to the planning and zoning board. Because of the amount of applicants, and they try to have different areas of expertise. They really look at that for the mix.
Probably different geographic areas too. Like
no, just it's really areas of expertise, and there are criteria. Only certain areas of expertise are what they're looking for. If they can't find that, they'll open it up. But they're really looking for these certain areas of expertise with the planning and zoning board for the city. But some of these other boards, they struggle to fill. So it's a great opportunity to get your foot in the door. And then it's often the case that you start in one of them. Like, for instance, I went to code enforcement after I left the planning and zoning board at the beach because I sold my house there and moved downtown. Then I started at the code enforcement board, which I didn't plan on leaving that, but an opening came up on planning and zoning, and so I thought, well, you know, maybe I'll try that. So I then went from code enforcement to planning and zoning. And often the next step after planning and zoning is commission. Yeah, that's how it often goes. So you always look at the planning and zoning board members, and they're always considering, do we run for commission? And people are asking them, are you going to run for commission? It's generally how it goes. Harb is another one where...
have you ever run for anything?
No.
Any desire?
No. I get asked all the time. All the time.
I don't know. Nobody ever asked me if I was going to run for anything.
Well...
but I'm not qualified to really run for anything.
Well,
so.
I don't know that I am. I mean, you're just as qualified as I am.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
I
but
think
whatever.
you are, and in a lot of ways more so. For me personally, like I said, I applaud anyone who runs for office in this time period with social media. Mm-hmm. But I own a business, and I can't. That business supports my family, and I also have people who work with me. They're independent contractors, so they're not employees, but I have a duty to run that business well so that I can support my own family and our future, and also the people who work with me. I have a duty to focus on that business and run that well, and that takes a lot of time and energy. Mm-hmm. And I know that, for example, with the commission, I could not, I don't like to do anything unless I really understand it and dig into it. You know that about me.
Certainly.
I don't like making uninformed decisions. I have to really grasp and dig into something. Right. I would not have the time to do any of the commission work and still run a business.
Right. And so, when you're going to these meetings and you're speaking to, this is to everybody out, when you're going to these meetings, you're speaking to these meetings, understand that the people who are serving on these boards generally are spending a lot of time and resource, at least give them that, I'm not saying don't hold them accountable for their decisions. Everybody who's on these boards is willing to accept that, but understand that, at least give them the benefit of the doubt the first time that they're not trying to, it's a lot of effort.
You know what? People often thought that we were paid at least at the City Planning and Zoning Board. I would see on social media something like, how much are they paid or whatever. Mm-hmm. There was no pay. It's all volunteer. We did it at the beach. It's all volunteer. Now, the commissioners are paid, right, although it's you can't support but you can't support yourself on the commission pay.
And they should be, because it's
almost a little stipend.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, those appointed board members, they're not paid.
Right.
It's all strictly volunteer. And I can tell you, I can't speak for anyone else, but when I was on the planning and zoning board for the city, I spent a lot of time doing planning and zoning work and digging into applications and calling people to understand it, and just learning, and that was all unpaid.
Yeah, I think the thing that is most ridiculous in this world, to me, of the world of like local politics, is not when people complain, but when they just talk about voting someone out or get this person out of office, get them out, we're gonna show them who's boss, and then they go unopposed, and it's like,
yeah, it's frustrating, isn't it?
Well, it's just, it's not even frustrating. It's like, if you have that big of a problem with somebody, go run against them.
But again, then you do look at the climate today, and who in their right mind would run for any elected office anywhere? And I'm not saying they're all. It's just, it's so difficult, and you just,
I think it's going to get more difficult as it moves forward, just because everything that everyone says is recorded and videotaped.
Yeah. Yeah, and I took a lot of heat on the Planning and Zoning Board. I didn't so much when we were on the beach Planning and Zoning Board, because that was really low key, and nobody really even knew we were there. Nobody showed up for meetings. But for the city of St. Augustine Beach, I often took a lot of heat. I got a lot of praise, just as other board members did, and then I took heat for decisions just as they did.
Yeah.
But it wasn't undercover. It was. The Record would write a story about it, and they would quote you, and they still call me all the time for info. Probably because they know that I'm going to tell them.
Yeah.
You won't get the varnished version.
No, exactly. Exactly.
They just called me yesterday, as a matter of fact, for info on
I
something.
get it. Yes, I definitely understand it.
Hey, Karen, can you give me background? I said, how much time you got?
Well, it looks like we've come to the end of our day.
Yeah, I just hope that people realize that there are ways to get involved, and like we talked about, like you just said too, it's great to continue to hold people to account, but at some point, like I said with former Mayor Shaver, I appreciated that she said, now it's my turn. I've called this out. I've said how I don't like this. I've got to effect change.
Right.
And step up.
Pick one thing and work on it.
Yeah.
Fix.
Yeah.
If you see something on the ground, pick it up. You can't keep walking by it complaining about it,
What was your favorite thing about serving on the Planning and Zoning Board for the city of St. Augustine Beach? What did you enjoy most about it?
I just felt like every time somebody came to speak, maybe it was like Craig Thompson, or it was, I just always, whether or not I agreed with them, I just always felt like I learned something, and that was really my intention. It was. I'm not going to say that I was there to serve in an unselfish manner. I think maybe a little bit of that happened. I think primarily my desire to do that was just to learn, and I really did, and it was over a variety of subjects, and it really, every time somebody came to speak, it painted this picture of what St. Augustine Beach is, and I found that really interesting. It's really telling the story of the residents and the commercial businesses and, big corporations that want to come in and how all that kind of interacts. I just found that dynamic really fascinating.
You get that more at a small place too, like the beach. So when you watch the county commission or PZB meetings, it's almost always attorneys coming before the board or the commission, and it's just very buttoned up, and it's somewhat disconnected to the real world, because you think, well, I could never do that, or I don't really understand what they're saying. At the beach, it was just really simple and
cast
down
of
to
characters.
earth. Yeah. And you know what? We've talked about it. On the boards that I was on, I really did appreciate those kind of outliers, or like you say, cast of characters, or people who sometimes you think, oh, here they come again. I actually really appreciated them. And when I stepped down from the Planning and Zoning Board, I recognized one of those people, B.J. Kalady.
Yeah, that's right.
Who I just felt like she held me to account. She made me a better board member, whether I agreed with her or not.
She was protesting something recently, and then the protest grew larger, and there was became hundreds of people, but she was out there by herself earlier in the day, and I looked at her, I was like, you see what you started? And she was laughing.
People like BJ or Ed Slavin, or there's some others, I absolutely did not always agree with them, and I'm sure sometimes my votes really tick them off, but I just feel like that's what we're about in this country, and that really, I applaud them for that.
Absolutely.
And they're so, actually, frankly, they were much more informed on certain things than I was. I didn't have the time to go to all the B.J. Kalady goes to every single meeting that exists. She goes to all of them. And
what was your favorite thing about serving on these boards that you've been on?
Like you, I felt that I learned a lot, and that was helpful to me, just to understand, not only for my business, but to just understand how it all works together. So I learned so much, and I made a lot of friends, frankly, when I was on these boards, which I appreciated. There were certain people that I have as friends now that I never would have met.
Yeah.
Some of them are the attorneys that came before the boards they'll tell you I would fight sometimes, and you know that.
Oh, absolutely.
I loved going up against those
loved
attorneys.
watching Karen go up against.
Not always. Sometimes I agreed with them, but I consider them to be friends, and that's not because I always voted their way, for sure.
No, and I think that's where if you see two people lining up on everything, then I feel like then that's where you see a problem.
Yeah.
That's where you have ethical, what's going on here, and it's if you're not butting up against somebody on something, then I don't know. I think there's a little bit of a level of bravery when you join these boards, is you're like, all right, I'm putting myself out there to disagree with people that I'm friends with, and
Yeah, I've had to do it a few times. I remember one time in particular where I just said, I am so sorry, but I cannot support this. I mean, you're a very close friend of mine, and I can't vote for this.
Yep. I get it.
That's hard. It's really hard to do.
I get it. Well,
thank you for serving when you did.
Thank you for serving.
I liked serving with you.
I hope
you were one of my favorite board members.
Well, thank you very much. Well, you were definitely my favorite board. I always liked how prepared you were, and I've told you that for years. You always came loaded with information and your points and what I've learned to be your personality. You just
that can be a curse. I cannot make any decision without being as fully informed as I feel like I can be. That's just me. I have to really understand something in order to make a decision on it.
Whereas
that's kind of a bad thing in a lot of ways.
Yay and nay. I have some type of a learning disability, And so, like, I can't read more than a page without my brain just straight wandering off. And there's so much reading and all this stuff. But where I learn more isn't from reading the agendas and that stuff. I learn from asking questions and talking to people. And so I just try and kind of embrace that for myself, you know. So I was going to talk to somebody about maybe getting some ADD drugs at 43.
That's a whole other show.
Are we allowed to say ADD drugs on the air?
We can say whatever we want.
Yeah. So anyway.
So hopefully people understand how to get involved, and hopefully there are people out there who will take us up on it and say, you know, they've pointed out how easy it is to do it, where I can find it. I'm going to do it.
Go serve. Even if you're just curious, go to a meeting. I think that's the...
And you can watch meetings. You can watch them online.
Yep.
So you don't even have to go. They're all well, I don't know if the beaches at broadcast. They had some issues with their broadcasting. I think they fixed it, but I'm not positive.
Okay.
But all the city...
It's beach town.
Well, actually, it's code enforcement broadcast. I'm not sure. The bigger boards are.
Yeah. But don't complain. Get involved.
Yep. It's actually pretty fun.
There you go.
Yeah. And then you can end up on a podcast where you bullshit about stuff you should know but don't.
It's all right. We're continuing learning. We're continuing
People realize, well, they really don't know what they're doing.
Really have no idea. All right, everybody.
Thank you for tuning in. We are The Focus with Zach and Karen. You can find us on the 904 Now and on Facebook and on the 904 Now app. And we are produced by Pete Melfi at the 904 Now. Thanks for tuning in.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dan Hilbert, and this is the third episode of the Things I Like podcast. Welcome. Pete, how you doing?
I'm doing well.
Yeah?
I'm excited for another show here, man. Everybody's been really liking the shows.
That's positive. I'm glad to hear it because really at the end of the day, I'm just doing what I like. And if other people like it, that's good for me. So once again, our show is brought to you by two wonderful sponsors, 5 Star Pizza and Affordable Automotive. Again, we'll get back to them later on in the show. But first, I want to introduce my next guest, Gabe Teeny Pellissier.
There you go.
We just had a long conversation before the show started about your middle name.
Yeah, the Teeny to Gabe switch is what we were talking about.
Right.
Yeah. I had to do it. I was in college, and we had these auditorium classes, and it was just actually I made a mistake. I said Teeny, and they were like, "What is that? Your name's Teeny," and then I had to explain the entire thing. So I was like, "Never again. I'm not doing that again." Switch to Gabe. Makes it so much easier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the first thing I did is brought you on my podcast and then hit you with it right away.
That was good.
It made you explain it here.
Yeah, that's perfect. I mean, a lot of people. I grew up here,
right?
You know, so and actually, Pete was calling me Teeny earlier, so it's a lot of people know me as Teeny, and that's fine.
Nice.
Actually, if someone calls me Teeny, it's just there's always a connection. They know me. They know me at this point.
Yeah, you know they're local. They're
yeah,
tied in.
They pass a couple tests.
Yeah.
They definitely.
Right. Well, before we go too much further down this wonderful conversation, let me give you a full-fledged introduction. So as you just heard, Gabe was born here in St. Augustine, Florida, at our very own Flagler Hospital, where both my kids were born, into a well-established Menorcan family. He's the youngest of 3 siblings, and the only one left that still lives within the continental United States. So does that mean Alaska or Hawaii?
Hawaii. My brother's in Hawaii, and my sister lives in Europe.
So I have PTSD about Hawaii. Last year, I took over as president of my Rotary Club, and as president, there's an annual convention for Rotary internationally, and then you get to go to the convention. And they're all over the place in interesting places, and of course, I draw Hawaii. And I'm like, man, this is great. I get to get a free trip to Hawaii. I got to do some Rotary stuff for 4 days, and then we extended it for another 3 or 4 days to have some fun. And then my partner, Andrew Morgan, he was president of Sunrise, so he got to go. And then we got our wives together, so we made this whole huge trip, and then COVID killed it.
Oh, that's terrible.
Right.
What island?
Well, we were starting the Big Island, Honolulu, and then we're going to go to Kauai.
Ah, I've never been. Actually, my brother has lived in Manhattan. He's lived in Santa Fe, New Mexico, Tal, and let's see, San Francisco, San Diego, and Hawaii. I never visited them the entire time.
Any of those places?
None of them. None of them. It was just it's always too busy. It's too hard to get out there. But he's in Hawaii now. I'm hoping to get there at some point. But yeah, I'm probably not going to do it anytime soon.
I mean, those are some excellent travel destinations.
I know. I blew it in Manhattan. I really did. I mean, I just recently, a couple years ago, we had a conference in New York, and I got to see it.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, man, that was a mistake.
That's all right. We don't live in the past.
Yeah.
But we'll talk a little bit more about your past. Your grandfather was a performer in a bluegrass band called the Dixie Hillbillies. Your parents were local, or still are probably, local musicians playing in a few bands around town like the Red River Band and the Pellicer Creek Band, both of whom I've heard, by the way. You graduated from high school here in 2002 at St. Augustine High, attended Flagler College in 2007 with a public administration degree. After a short stint in Gainesville studying nursing and nuclear medicine, you returned home here and began working full-time at the St. Johns County Parks and Rec. In 2009, you switched over to cultural events and worked your way up from production assistant, production manager, assistant general manager, and now the general manager at the St. Augustine Amphitheater, also known as the AMP.
The AMP.
That's right.
Yeah, it's been a wild ride. Actually, I never even thought I was going to be doing. I mean, my parents were musicians. I've seen it all my life.
Right.
And I always just kind of navigated towards sports, or always was focused, and just that. Right out of high school, and nursing seemed like a good fit. There were a ton of jobs. They were just offering all these grants. There was jobs in Georgia that were needed, in Florida. So I just went down that path, but I didn't really actually sit back and pay attention to what I'm doing. Working in a hospital is tough, and I mean it's one of those things that you have to be the right fit for. At Shands, I learned a lot, but I can tell you there's a reason why we have soap operas at General Hospital, right. And they're held in hospitals because there is a lot of information being delivered back and forth, or at least it was back in the day. It just wasn't for me.
Sure.
So I just left there. I mean, I called my mom. I got stuck in an elevator. I got stuck in an elevator for 45 minutes at Shands, and it wasn't just your elevator up front. It was a service elevator, and it was just, I went through the full-blown grieving process. I mean, just sitting there, I don't have a phone. It's 2004.
Right.
And I just decided then, I just can't do this anymore. And so I came over here. They were opening the amphitheater. Actually, Troy hired me.
There you go. We saw him in the parking lot.
Just saw him in the parking lot. And so started with them. I knew Troy for a while. I worked in some summer camps. And it was the early stages of the amphitheater. Mm-hmm. We were still trying to figure out what we were doing. None of us really knew what we were doing.
Right.
It was a great designed venue, and I love problem solving, and there definitely were many problems to deal with.
Still are.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean,
in a good way, sort of.
Well, this
I mean,
year,
not 2020.
Oh man, yeah. And 2020 might have been one of the hardest years of my career there. I mean, I just don't think anyone in our industry. I mean, we're in the mass gathering business.
Right.
And that paused, but we made it through. We're here now. We just had a show.
Right.
And it went extremely well. We worked really hard, and we're back.
Well, we'll get to that in a second. So first, as people who've watched the podcast before know, I like to drink whiskey. It's one of the things I like. The good news is you too like to drink whiskey.
Yes.
So we're kindred spirits on that. And even more good news, on the way into the building, as we mentioned, we ran into Troy Blevins, and he let us know that on the way in, we could drink some of his whiskey.
It sounded like a secret stash.
I know.
I think he's regretting this.
I know, especially when I said, hey, Pete, can you get me the tall bottle of Kentucky Owl confiscated whiskey? And he's like, there's not a lot left. And I said, Troy, I don't know if he's going to see this tomorrow.
No, we're going to kill that tonight for sure.
I tell you, especially after the day I had,
yeah.
I'm just like, I need relief.
Well,
yes.
We at least have, it looks like a tenth of a bottle of relief there.
Yes. I mean, you can't leave that much in a whiskey bottle. It almost seems disrespectful.
I think so.
Right. And I did bring my own, just, because I anticipated drinking my own. I brought a bottle of Belle Meade bourbon, straight sour mash whiskey. It's good stuff. Have you ever had it before?
I haven't. I haven't.
You ready to taste some?
I'm excited. Let's do it.
So we put it in the Glencairn. So we're just going to take it straight. I've had this several times. A good friend of mine, Phil, bought this for me. He knows I like whiskey, and he knows I like this Belle Meade, so it's really good.
It's good.
Yeah. And it goes well, actually, with Troy's whiskey. So what we'll do is we'll just
kind of... great pairing.
We'll finish this glass of mine, but then we'll just work on Troy's.
Okay, I think that's a good idea.
I think it's wonderful.
I might have already finished one. I got a little bit left.
So a little bit later on in the podcast, I typically like my guests to, give a review of the whiskey. I give a review of the whiskey, and I think it's helpful that the viewer knows where you sit in your whiskey drinking experience, right? So I'm a little type A OCD, I like lists and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So I did put together some categories, which I just recently amended based upon a recommendation from a friend of mine who also is a local kid, also went to St. Augustine High, Brad Waldrop. He wanted me to add one to this. So I'll tell you when we get to it, or you might be able to pick it out. So the first is, this is your first time drinking whiskey. That's a no. You drink it here or there, but don't know much about it. You drink regularly and done some research to learn about whiskey. You drink it often. Consider yourself an expert on whiskey. You are a master distiller or blender. And then finally, you're just here to get drunk. Can you figure out which one got added?
Yeah, that's pretty easy to tell.
Right.
I'm definitely not drinking occasionally.
Sure.
I don't drink a ton by design because when I start, I'll just keep going. I mean, so if there's something that tastes good like this, I mean, it's hard to turn it down. So
yeah. Especially when you got not much going on, and the next day maybe
Oh man, if you have an open morning,
right. I have a relaxed
enticing.
Morning. I have a rough afternoon, but a relaxed morning. So
well, yeah, that's all you need.
Right. Well, I'll tell you, I drink it regularly. Whiskey is my drink of choice. I've done some research, but I don't claim to be an expert. I know enough that I think I know. Next week, I'm actually having Matt Stevens from the distillery on. I'm hoping that he'll increase my
Matt
knowledge.
knows a ton.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be great.
He's going to do me I don't want to spoil it. It's going to be exciting. I can't wait for that one. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's also, while we're sipping on the whiskey, get to our first sponsor, 5 Star Pizza. John Gillespie opened the first 5-star pizza in Gainesville, Florida in 1988. The mission was to deliver a great pizza fast, any time of the day or night. Soon it became a favorite of students at the University of Florida. Building on the overwhelming success of the first location, a second location opened in Gainesville, operated by brothers Steve and Paul. A third location followed in Ocala, and today 5 Star Pizza has 20 locations and continues to grow. 5 Star's Pizza commitment to quality has never wavered, regardless of the cost of ingredients. They always use the best. There are no crazy new products or gimmicks. 5 Star Pizza does consistently what it does best: provide every customer with the highest quality pizza with the highest quality service. As they continue to grow, their commitment to quality remains consistent. It's their promise to you. Bigger, better, faster says it all. When you were in Gainesville, or even in St. Augustine, have you partaken of the 5 Star Pizza?
Being in nursing school, yeah, definitely, 100%. They used to do these things after the Gator game. They would give you these huge discounts. I think it was like $3 a pizza.
Right.
And so, I mean, you're offering college kids $3 a pizza, and they were like medium-sized one-topping pizzas.
Sure.
We would just buy like 15 of these things back when you had the metabolism to be able to handle it.
Right.
But yeah, we would wipe those things out. There'd be lines going into those.
Right.
It was a lot of fun. Yeah, but I didn't spend as much time out as you would think. I mean, especially in nuclear med school, it was so intense. I mean, it was just
right.
Every morning was taken up, and they get you. I mean, I spent more time north of the city than downtown, and it's just I was real focused, too focused.
Right.
I mean, I should have slowed it down.
You never know.
You know what? In hindsight, I think that it was a good idea because I mean, going to school, this was kind of pre-recession.
Sure.
So if I would have gone out and committed, if I would have stuck with nursing, if I didn't bridge over to nuclear medicine and just kept pushing it, and I probably would have purchased the house. I don't know, probably 2006, 2007. This is how I make myself feel better anyway. Yeah. So you get a lot of debt. I got a lot of debt going. I mean, going in the wrong direction. I mean, look what I'm doing now. I mean, talk about a great bridge. Go from nuclear medicine to work at a music venue.
Right.
But it was a good thing for me. It slowed me down and allowed me to figure out what I wanted to do. I never in my life felt like I was going to do something in the music industry. I mean, it was around me all of my life. Like things that you learn just growing up that you don't even consider as like learning. It's just a part of life. And then kind of jumping into this afterwards, and I was kind of fate at that point. I mean, an amphitheater was popping up. No one knew what to expect of the St. Augustine Amphitheater at the time. And I mean, the folks, Troy and Ryan and Janai and Tommy, they all did a really good job just kind of bringing it up. I mean, it became a name very quickly, and I would have never expected that. But seeing my parents, I mean, I used to spend, there were certain times, I mean, we would hire a babysitter. My parents worked the weekends, and mostly they would play trade winds. Oscars, do you remember? Are you from here?
No.
Pete, do you remember Oscars?
Where was it?
It was on Volano. It's where Aunt Kate's is currently.
Okay.
So
I had never been there.
Oh, it was great.
Okay.
So every Tuesday and Thursday, they would have a bluegrass night. And, I mean, this was the traditional just kind of seafood restaurant right on the water.
Yeah.
And they would take, you could buy oysters themed by the bucket, and they just like, here you go. Oh, no, actually, they keep it in the bucket, and they set it there. And then there was bluegrass. And my dad played in a bluegrass band, and we used to help him load out. And everyone has a way that you like stop or like stack a truck.
Sure.
And so you do that pretty early on. And so moving, like fast forwarding to now, or not now, but back in, I'd say, crawfish boil times 2009. Do you remember the crawfish boil? Were you here for that?
I was here. Well, yes, I was here.
Pete?
Man, you're talking to a guy who doesn't love seafood.
What?
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What? It had Snoop Dogg.
No, I heard about it. I remember hearing about this.
It was on the Francis Field.
Yes.
I did. I wasn't able to go to that, but Andrew did.
Oh, he did?
And Andrew met Snoop Dogg.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, he's cool.
I'll let him tell those stories.
Oh, yeah. He probably told me them at some point or another.
I assume so.
Yeah, you just zone them out after a while. So, yeah. So I worked in logistics, and I realized how hard this business was in.
Right.
Because I didn't know what I was doing, and it was just like, oh, okay, we'll handle site operations, which is the hardest job in this industry.
Can you define what that is for everybody?
Yeah, you're the first off, it's the entire scheduling of a site from every single piece of equipment that shows up to vendors, the power for the vendors. Everything has to be aligned in chronological order of when they're needed. Okay. And then afterwards, the show's done. Everybody's high-fiving each other. Great job, guys. We're going to go to the after party. No, you don't get to go to that. You have to go to bed because you have to be up at 5 in the morning because you have to have the recycling bins to be picked up. You have to have the portalets, to be picked up. And so you're having to get there all the way to the very end. And no, wait, there's more. All the cigarette butts that were thrown on the ground, you got to pick those up too. And if you haven't thought about that, nor do you have any experience at this time, like making sure that you plan for this, you end up doing a lot of it yourself because you just didn't plan for it. You set a budget, that budget gets locked in, but all of a sudden at the end of the night, you're just like, oh, okay. Hey, guy holding a sign on the side of the road, can you come help me? And that's really what we did. We just were like grabbing anyone to help pick up these cigarette butts.
Is that now a new line item that goes in the budget? Cigarette butt collection?
Oh, man. There's no one at the amphitheater that would allow something like that to happen. They would definitely plan more, but that's kind of how I cut my teeth.
Sure.
But it was during the recession.
Right.
There was no money. We were trying to put on events at a time no one really had any money. It was tough, and it was probably the best thing to happen to me because you just get thrown at it. It's like trial by fire, and you learn a lot. You make a lot of mistakes, but it was a time in which, I mean, the job was available. It was winning. It was beating me, and I'm real competitive, and I did not like that. So you just dig down deep. You start figuring out processes. You come up with some really good timelines, some schedules, Excel sheets, and you're ready for the next gig. And so that's what I started doing. I was always doing the dirty work.
Right.
But it's great because you have to know about that. You have to know how hard it is to appreciate it. Yeah. And even now, like the people that do that, I know what they're doing. And it allows me to connect with them and understand it and know when they need help. And so it was a good thing for me, but that was a rough one. And also, think about crawfish. Think about all this leftover crawfish. Okay? All right, and you're just like, I want to take a day off. Well, you can't take a day off when you have smelly crawfish just sitting there to be picked up. You can't do it. It was an interesting event.
This is one of those times where I wish, like, the show, like, we had some, like, awesome production budget where we could have, like, a cartoon character of you picking up cigarette butts and crawfish off the ground. Yeah. Pete, can we do that next time?
I think
I'll work on it. Troy
was involved the entire time, though, so I'm sure he could add to those stories. I mean, it was we were turning water into wine.
There you go.
We really were. We were doing our best. No budget. Let's just figure it out. And it was like that for probably the first 3 or 4 years of my career. Like, there was no budget.
Right.
And you just do whatever you can. But you're also proving yourself at the same time. So there's like a little bit of this challenge.
Right.
You want to push through and show, like, look, I can do this.
I think sometimes the greatest things are derived from difficult scenarios like that, where you don't have. It's almost like if you were given just a ginormous budget, it's probably easier to fail because you can't live up sometimes to the expectation of what the money would bring you. But when you're on such a tight budget like that, you have to get creative, and sometimes the most brilliant ideas come out of that creativity.
I think it shapes you.
Yeah.
You have to be creative. You have to always be able to pivot, come up with an alternative plan. What will work? I mean, and we're always able to figure it out. And I mean, I've had shows with really large budgets.
Right.
And I mean, it also brings a different level of stress because you can create something special, and you have to do it. You have to.
If you got the money, you have to.
That's how Gentlemen of the Road was.
Okay.
That event. I mean, we were putting 25,000 people on Francis Field. And I think the time in which it was packed, I mean, I guess might have been J.J. Gray at Rhythm and Ribs. It was around like 8 to 10,000. So it was a big event, but you need to deliver, but you have the budget to do it. And so it was a different type of stress, but I mean, you weren't picking up cigarette butts at the end of the night. I mean,
I hear you.
Yeah, for sure.
I love that. That was phenomenal to me. Now, granted, I love the layout of the bands that you had. And particularly, I thought Edward Sharpe and the Magnetic Zeros was phenomenal.
They're fantastic, aren't they?
It's great. And then, of course, I guess they broke up or whatever.
Yeah. And Fun was pretty much breaking up at the time.
Right.
And so that's why Fogerty jumped in.
Right.
We know that now in hindsight.
Right.
But yeah, it was fun.
Which was a good pivot, snagging Fogerty like that at the last minute.
Oh man, the story behind that was incredible. I mean, we found out it might have been Friday night. It was Thursday. I think it was Friday night. It was Friday. Edward Sharpe
went on.
Fogerty was Saturday.
He was.
I think it was like that. John Regan knows this story really well.
I know.
He knows this story really well because he was very much involved with the transportation portion of this.
Right.
I was involved with like the back line, which is like the get in the musical instruments, which is pretty easy to do.
Right.
But it was I'll give it to Fogerty. I mean, he pulled it off, and the Mumford & Sons, that crew, they're so pros. I mean, they're incredible.
And what I had heard, and of course, if I'm wrong, you'll correct me, but obviously Fogerty came in without his band or anything, and so Mumford,
they were the background band,
played background for him, and so then they were warming up, and they already really kind of knew his musical account.
Oh, of course. I mean,
classics.
Fogerty, he's a legend.
Yeah.
I mean, he played with Creedence, obviously, but I mean, he's one of those play lead, sing lead guys.
Yeah.
I mean, and people that really pay attention to music, and I can't play, but my mom and dad are both musicians, and I can watch, like, my dad pay attention to certain licks, and he's trying to, like, oh, wow, this is incredible. But for people that can do that can sing lead and play lead, I don't even know how that's even possible, like, in your brain. Like, you have to have the right brain.
Right.
You have to have the talent. All that has to happen. And Fogerty can do that. And they're also like 3-minute songs, too. So, like,
it's true. He's not jamming out like Dave Matthews.
Like, his set list is like 40 songs. I'm like, how is he going to do this? And I don't ever think about it. But, yeah, they're like 3-minute long. Yeah, he's not just jamming like he's Widespread Panic.
Right.
You know, he's not doing that.
Right.
But
I get that. So I shout out to my father-in-law. He's a folk musician, and he sings lead and plays lead.
Stuff.
You know, and his girlfriend's super talented as well, and could probably do both as well, I would say. I don't want to downplay her. So, I mean, neither of them are famous. They do it for the love of it.
Yeah.
Which is awesome.
And, I mean, there are so many people that are talented that are not known.
Right.
And it almost kind of gives them some street cred, too,
right,
when you see it. My mom is like that. My mom, she's never going to flaunt it, but she is the most talented musician. She can sit in, listen to someone, and pick up on everything she needs to do and help and contribute. She's incredible. She can be the front. She can be backup. She can play bass and sing lead. she did it really late in life. My dad, he had to work really hard at it. I mean, he loved it, and it was his love and his drive. But my mom, just I guess more of that, there was so much time in which my dad was out playing, and my mom wasn't able to be with him. She really wanted to have that time with him, so she learned it. It almost felt like it was a year. It just took a year, and all of a sudden she's playing. And then when she started singing lead and she started becoming the front of that band, it blew me away.
Nice.
Because it just was like, just like that. It was a switch.
Right.
And she's incredible.
That's awesome.
She can do just about anything. And it came very easily. To see my dad work so hard at it, and he is incredibly, like a hard worker. He has a really strong voice. But my mom was just like, oh, okay, yeah, I want to do that. And she just did it. And her brother is also really talented as well. He's a great guitarist and great singer. And so that's where the blood. So my grandfather, who's in a bluegrass band, we knew he was in a bluegrass band. We always saw pictures of him, but we never heard him.
Okay.
He died in the 60s. And so my mom was 2 years old. And she comes from a family, there's 8 of them.
Mm-hmm.
She was 2. She has a younger brother, and there's 8 total, and he passes away. And she's never heard his voice. But recently we recovered through her family these old tapes, and we were able to get them onto a digital copy. And for most of the entire family, we heard it was Fountain of Youth Radio, WFOY.
All right.
And so we have these 4 segments of shows in which he's playing, but he's also talking about, and he's like having sponsorships. And Harry's Curb Mart used to be called something else at the time, and they were talking about Harry's Curb Mart, and they were talking about this like truck stop. It was incredible listening to it, but you get to hear your grandfather play this bluegrass music. My mom she's never heard his voice. And it was just I have a huge family. I mean, think about 8 aunts and uncles on my mom's side.
Right.
And on my dad's, it's 5. There's 5 total. And so every one of them had at least 3 children. I mean, huge Catholic family. So there's just kids just everywhere. A huge mess. I mean, so to be able to hear this, it was incredible to us. It was almost like this, you see this picture of him, and you just imagine what he sounds like, but you get to hear it, and he was real twangy, real country. Yeah. I mean, I come from a pretty country family, and that's kind of what, I mean, from the 1700s on one side, my mom's a Stratton, and so Strattons are a pretty old family here as well, and just to hear him and hear like him, what he's saying and talking about, oil, but he's not saying oil, he's saying oral. Oral. Yeah. Yeah, it was cool. Yeah, I'll send it to you so
Please
you can listen
do.
to it one time. I should have sent it to you for tonight. It was so cool.
Well, I couldn't get this thing to work. I wanted to get here early and set up some fancy PowerPoint stuff, and I couldn't get it to work.
I thought Pete would be able to pull it off.
Well, he's busy.
Yeah.
He's got bigger fish to fry.
I tried to give you all the guidance.
He did. I said, can I cast this to TV? And he said, yes. And then I said, how do I do it? And he goes, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
So I felt very guided in that.
I thought that was great guidance.
I thought he was really giving his full effort.
I did too.
Yeah.
I think I should be a teacher.
Oh, yes. Lessons of Life by Pete Melfi.
You don't want those.
Yeah. There would be a lot of reflection from your students.
Yeah, that's right.
When do I get to fill out the evaluation for my teacher?
Yeah, exactly. RateMyProfessor.com.
That's right. Hey, I'm on that.
Oh, are you?
I teach adjunct college. I've taught at Florida State College at Jacksonville, and I've taught at Flagler College.
Do you ever
before.
review them? Do you review?
I go look.
Oh, yeah, you have to.
I've looked.
You can't help it.
I mean, I've gotten the hot tamale.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You know what? You're bound to do it. Yeah, for sure.
Probably because I'm like, I don't want anybody to fail. It would hurt me if you all failed. I have failed people, unfortunately, but I tried it. I bend over backwards to help them succeed. I really do.
Some people fail themselves.
They do.
Yeah. It happens.
Yeah, there's like a very thin margin of that, and then if you cross over, it's on you, man.
Yeah, for sure.
For real. Well, you're getting a couple shout-outs, man. We got some people watching. You got Ronnie and Michelle. Want to say hi?
Who is it?
I'll show it to you. I wasn't ignoring you earlier. I was pulling up the video. And then Joy. You see it? Can you read it from there?
Oh, awesome. Hey, Joy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it.
So you got fans.
Oh, man.
I've never had a shout-out. This is my podcast.
Oh, really?
Although my mom's watching. Hey, Mom. Love you.
I told you I have a big family.
That's true.
So, yeah.
That's true. Did you tell all 45 of them that you're coming on tonight?
I told no one. Actually, I told my mom right before when we were coming here. I was actually trying to figure out what hospital I was born at.
Okay.
Because you asked, well, what year you were born, and it was Flagler Hospital. But I was like, which one was it? Because there was like a weird time that there was a hospital kind of over where Lowe's was. I was like, I hope I wasn't born at that hospital, because that's a weird.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So what's going on over there? And so, but she said I was born at the old hospital, and so I thought that was the case, or at least imagined that I was. I was born there on Marine Street.
Right.
Yeah, but she said, yep, that's where you were.
There you go.
So, made sure I plugged that, because I was like, if I'm going to do my research, if you're going to ask me that, I might as well tell you where it was. But yeah, that's kind of a cool story over there on Marine Street, because like I don't remember the hospital being there at all. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, not the one on Marine Street, no.
Okay, yeah, and actually there used to be, I don't know when, but there's a lot of old bottles. I used to be really into collecting old bottles. I grew up on the Intercoastal, and my parents would play at trade winds and not really Oscars, and we'd have a babysitter. And we had a Filipino babysitter, and she was amazing. She cooked all of this food, and she like lived in the area. She was a family friend. She was obsessed with two people, so much in which someone created a VHS tape that we would watch over and over again of Andre Agassi, which she loved.
Okay.
And there were two different matches, and they were both against Pete Sampras. So we would watch every single time my parents left and went to play. Our Filipino babysitter would play this tape that would be Andre Agassi versus Pete Sampras, #1. Then it would filter into Elvis Presley 1968 comeback special in the leather.
Okay.
And I was like, I love that guy. That guy is cool. And you know what? I thought Andre Agassi was cool too, because she loved him.
Sure.
She just was like, oh, wow, look at Andre. He looks amazing. He had the flowing hair.
I mean,
and the
he was
Nike
cool
headband.
back then.
Oh, he was cool.
Yeah.
And Pete Sampras was kind of real put together.
Yeah.
Too. But I was like, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I want to be like Andre Agassi.
They were the human equivalent of a mullet. Sampras is like the business in the front,
Right.
and Agassi was the party
exactly.
in the back.
Exactly. So that would happen. That would end immediately into kind of partially, maybe a quarter way in, Elvis Presley 1968 comeback special, which I thought was great. He had a crowd of people. He was playing, and he was just back from the military. And I fell in love with Elvis. I was like, he's amazing. Into Pete Sampras versus Andre Agassi, round 2. I don't even remember who won, because you can't like pay attention to what's going on. You're like, I don't know. I don't understand this game. All I know is Andre Agassi is now receding a little bit. He's pulling it together with the headband. Pete looks the same, exactly the same. At the end, Aloha from Hawaii, Elvis Presley, when he did the live show, and that was really boring to me. He was just like, didn't move a lot. He was given, what are they called? In Hawaii, the lays.
Lays, yeah.
So he would lays, doesn't really move. He's sweating. He's sweating to the point that there's like dye running down his face. And it was so boring. It was just like, if you wanted to keep me enticed, start out with Elvis Presley at the time that we're eating, move into a couple of the Andre Agassi matches, finish with the 67 comeback special. And so I watched that probably 60 times in my life.
I have so many questions right now. Hold on. How old were you, #1?
8, 9.
Okay. And did she create this VHS?
Someone had to make that for her. There's no doubt. That was like a Christmas present.
Right? Was she like a high school babysitter or a college babysitter?
No. This was all through. I mean, she was in her 70s, probably. So.
And so somebody made her this VHS tape, and she would bring it over to your house for babysitting night.
Yeah.
And every night she would watch it.
Every night. Just about every night.
Which explains why you recall the detail of the sweat.
Oh, yeah. I remember thinking of that. It was kind of like, you didn't want to go to bed as a kid. You always wanted to stay up. But you're looking at that sweat, you're like, it's bedtime. I'm going to have to let this one go. I can't watch this anymore. But it was really boring. That was boring to me.
Maybe this is genius with your babysitter. You just told me, like me getting my children to bed at night, it's like trying to solve the problems in the Middle East. All right, at 8:30 at night. Like, we have to dissect all the problems in the universe just so you will go the hell to sleep.
Yeah.
Go to bed. Go to bed, right? But here we have the 70-year-old babysitter who's a genius of her times.
Oh, for sure.
She gets you amped up. You're seeing some action. She gives you some good music.
I didn't even think about that.
And then at the very end, she's like, whammo, all boring
I don't know if
stuff.
that was. I don't think that was planned, but it worked.
It worked.
It worked for sure. I mean,
Give her
and she
some
was
credit.
a great cook. She was incredible.
Oh, yeah, so she hammers you with the good food.
Yeah.
So you get a full stomach. Oh, she's
And she
genius.
was. It was tough love too.
Mhm.
I mean, yeah, she was. It was fun. I mean, I had a brother and a sister too, so she was. I mean, she was the babysitter for pretty much all my family on my dad's side. I mean, she loved it.
I get that. That's good, man. All right. I like it. I like it. So all right, so I was going to ask you this question. You grew up in a musical family, but you don't play. But I know you love to fish. And I was going to be like, all right, I'm going to ask him, is he better at fishing or playing music? But obviously it's fishing.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
I always blamed it on being left-handed. I was the only one in my family that was left-handed, but my parents bought me a left-handed guitar early when my dad was in the bluegrass band, but I mean it required a lot of work and focus,
Right.
and I wasn't really focused as like a kid. You know, I was thinking about 1,000 things at once. It was hard for me to hone in on something that you had to, reach these milestones, but those milestones were so far away from me. My brother, he just picks it up and just starts playing it.
Mhm.
And that was like even more. It's just like, all right, this isn't for me because he can just do it. And he just had the rhythm. He had the feeling. And so, yeah, but I grew up in the intercoastal. And you have plenty of time out there either getting stuck in the mud and waiting for the high tide to come in so you can kind of float your way in so you don't get cut by oysters, or, you pick up fishing. And so I did that a lot for all my life. I still love it. I'm actually starting to move into fly fishing.
All right.
It's kind of one of those things you can get addicted to. And I love going up into the mountains and stream fishing, and there's an approach. And I started watching. I mean, I thought Aloha from Hawaii was boring when I was a kid. I'm watching YouTube videos about techniques on fly fishing.
You want to know how you're old?
Yeah. I mean, if you want to put my kid to sleep, come on. And we're actually going next week. We're going up to Banner Elk, North Carolina, my family, because my daughter really wanted to see snow last year. But she don't know the difference between a year after year. So we were just like, all right, put it on this year. But there's snow there. But I'm bringing fishing gear. I can't help it because there's so many streams up there. I have to, because if I'm up there and I don't have it, and if there's just an opportunity, that's how obsessive I am. I'm not making my own flies. I'm not going that far, only because I only have a certain amount of time. But if I ever retire, get out of the way, because I'm going to fly. I'm going to tie every one of my flies, and I'm going to be that guy. I'm going to be the guy probably making the YouTube videos. That's how much I'm into it.
Right. Well, Pete will shoot it for you.
Yeah,
That's right.
Okay, perfect.
We got the new fishing report every week now.
Who do you get it through?
That's right, Adam Morley.
Oh, I saw Adam a couple days ago. He told me you were doing that.
Oh, yeah, it's been hilarious.
Yeah,
it's been really good.
We gave him the fishing report. It's beautiful out.
It's a good day to fish.
Yeah, it's beautiful. The water's clear. It's beautiful. It feels really good out.
Hey, good morning, everybody. It's a good day to fish.
Yeah, exactly.
See you tomorrow.
That was it. That's all we could give him.
He could do that. I gave him no direction. I said, just do what you want. So he could have very well done that.
That's the same direction I got.
That's
why we're here.
Hey, you know what? And look at this.
Yeah.
Gold.
Gold.
Creating gold
Solid
right here.
gold.
It only took 3 shows.
I know.
Nah, I mean, they
That's
were
how
good.
long it took to find you.
I went, I looked at them.
Did you watch?
I did my research.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
I
Put
try.
together.
I try.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a lot more together than Troy, because Troy was like, hey, just come on the show.
Yeah.
I was like, do you have any questions or anything you want to talk about? Nah. Do you want me to make questions? All right. So I made 4 questions and gave it to him. We didn't even answer the question. We didn't even go through them. It didn't even matter.
But Troy and Mike have been doing Uncommon Ground for years.
Oh, yeah, it's
so
natural.
they're just old hats at it, right? So
of course.
I don't want to come on here and just completely embarrass myself, and I'm a preparer, as you found out.
You have to be.
And so I do. I have a question sheet. So if I don't already know you, I want to know you deeper, so that this appears more organic. So now they all know my trick.
And I've known. That was one thing. I've known Troy. He hired me. Actually,
right.
He was my rec counselor.
A lot of
when
people.
I was a kid.
Yeah.
He was the ref. He doesn't remember this, but so
play rec basketball. Pete, did you play rec basketball?
I didn't.
Okay, so it was a really amazing program. We used to play at Gamble Rogers, and there was always these sponsor teams. That'll Do It ended up being like the best team. They had like the best players, and I was always on Lawn Ranger because my uncle owns Lawn Ranger. And we had a good team too, but it was like I felt like Troy was just like, oh, okay, I'm gonna get him, and I'm gonna put him on here, and they were like always the best players. I'm like, what is this, the dream team for rec basketball? But he was the ref, and Troy, I thought, was an incredible athlete.
Okay.
And I used to be like, man, Troy used to be able to like jump up and grab the rim. And he was like, yeah, there were 9-foot goals. I'm like, really? Because it was like, I was like 7 or 8. But I remember him calling travel for dribbling between your legs. Showboating. Travel.
Oh, the old classic.
And he acts like he didn't. He sure enough did.
Wow.
Between the legs, dribble. That's not that travel.
If he's watching, he needs to come on the comments and explain himself.
I told him this before. He acts like he didn't.
Because that's, he comes on.
He might have called a carry. It could have been a carry.
He comes on common ground and wants to project Mike as this old curmudgeon, right? And he's the cool hip guy, right? But you can't be doing that.
You play the game the right way, son.
Oh yeah, no. You dribble between your legs. That's it was. I might have been a carry. He liked the carry. I mean, but also we probably all were carrying. We're like 8 years old. We're probably stepping like 10 times to shoot the basket. So.
Yeah. No, my son, who's getting really good, but you get out in the games and you see, I'm at the Y with him, and you see them all play, and when they go run down the field, it's that like bouncy ball on the field situation.
Like flat hand.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's no grip, no strength on it. He does well, but I'm just talking about other kids. So.
Oh man. Yeah. So I used to ref basketball it was at the deaf and blind school. So every time that you played the deaf and blind school, we would always play there, and they didn't have a ref. I filled in, and I loved it. It was fun. But we would get the younger kids, and you recognize that you can't call everything.
Not everything.
You got to let them play. They have to be into it, and there were teams in which would always make sure everyone touched the ball, and it was real like a unity team. I mean, it was great. It was the beginning, and so the scores would be like 4-2. All right.
Right.
So. The score was 4-4. All right, it was the fourth quarter, and we were the fourth period. There you go. And there was just this team. Both teams were just trying to be like the best they could. You don't want to break anyone's hearts.
Right.
They passed the ball in. It's like at the very end. They call timeout. They're like, okay, what kind of? They're not drawing up any plays. They're like, hey, go that way and shoot it. Okay, so the kid grabbed the ball, shot the ball into their own basket, all right? Pretty much to lose the game. Scored, but I'm like, I can't allow this. This is like 6 to 8-year-olds.
Okay, yeah.
It's their first time. I called travel afterwards, because I wanted we're not going to end on someone losing the game.
Right.
At that time in their age, on shooting the basket into the other team's goal. We're not going to end on that, so I called travel. I got chewed out so hard by parents. I mean, they were in my face.
Like for the team that would have won?
The team that would have won. It was 4-4. They were chewing me out. I remember this mother so mad at me because I called travel before that. Like, not even comprehending. Like, that's how far they got into it. The team ended up winning anyway, so it didn't matter. But I was blown away. And I kind of circle back to this drilling between the legs, travel. And I'm like, Troy. It's like, yeah, maybe if I shot the ball in my own, like in their own basket to lose the game, then call travel. That's the time to do it. But yeah, it was intense. I could not believe that people were trying to live their dreams through their children at like 6 to 8 years old. But that was a real thing. And I'm sure it probably still happens.
The Knicks pro scout was in the back, scouting out the 6-year-olds.
Right.
Dude, I'm totally with you. Like,
exactly.
I grew up in youth sports. I played almost every sport under the sun. And my dad was the guy that would just sit in the back and cross his arms and watch. He never yelled at anybody. And my mom would get into it too. My grandmother would come to the games. My grandmother probably was the one that was heckling the refs the most. I'll be honest with you. She was always very feisty. But as a parent now in youth sports, and we do soccer and basketball, my daughter's in ballet and gymnastics and acrobatics, and I make a point of it at the end of every game, if I can, to go to the ref and just be like, thank you. You know what I mean? Because to put up with crap like that.
Yeah,
you know, and
rough.
you made the right decision in my mind.
So okay, yeah,
because that kid would have been devastated.
So I
all night.
questioned that. I went back afterwards and I talked to one of our supervisors, and he's like, "Nah, the rules are the rules." And I was like, "Nah, I can't do it. I just couldn't do it." I still feel really good about it because the kid, I don't know, I would have taken that pretty hard.
Yeah,
would you remember that?
Oh yeah, dude. But I'm different. I'm the guy that when I make the mistake, and even if I win. You know, like I still play adult sports. I played soccer last night, and we won last night, but I didn't play particularly well. And on the way home after the game, I was beating myself up, and I'm like, man, at 41, I still can't let it go. The dumbass moves that I made in my past.
Yeah.
So no, look. There's plenty of times to teach the rules, you know, and hone them in on the rules where they have concept of all the rules, you know. But at that point, it needs to be fun for them.
Of course. I mean, this is an introductory level time in which they're being introduced to the game. And if we really called it, they would never end. Right. It would never end. It'd be like Pete out there playing.
But I will tell you, on the opposite end of it, I'm not participation guy. Like everybody doesn't need a participation trophy. That's just not me. I think there's maybe a time for a place for it. And maybe if you could start separating leagues into just rec leagues and competitive leagues, maybe that makes some sense to me. But in terms of true competition, when they get older and they get into that position, there has to be a winner and loser. Because I do believe that in life, you win and you lose. And
of course.
We talked a little bit about your struggles that you've had to get where you were at. And if you hadn't have gotten into Shands and realized this wasn't for me and maybe had some skill sets to pull yourself out of it, right, where would you be?
I think that everything is a lesson.
Yeah.
Everything is a lesson. Every single struggle that anyone goes through.
Right.
I mean, you can become a victim of it,
right?
Which was not something that my family allowed, because no one was allowed to be a victim. I mean, that pace was set so early in my life, and it was set mostly by my mom's oldest brother. So remember, my grandfather, he was murdered.
I didn't know that. You haven't said that yet.
Yeah, I didn't say that, no. So he was murdered, and my mom was 2, and they had 8 total, like 8 children, a widowed mom, all right? And it was definitely that era in which the mom was home with the kid. You have 8 kids, you're going to be home with them. And so, all different ages. She was 2. He was probably 14, 15 years old. And he now became someone that felt like, perfect.
Thanks, Troy.
He felt like he had to be a provider. I think everyone was there for each other.
Right.
Okay, and on top of that, this was at the time in which they were trying to figure out the polio vaccination, and he had polio, so it actually he couldn't walk. I mean, he ended up getting braces and figuring it out, but he set the pace. All right, you can look at this situation and say, I'm saying this because I have a really big family, and we all had to watch, like every Christmas and every Easter, Thanksgiving, we would be together at my granny's house. And so there was victim syndrome was not allowed.
Right.
Because the oldest of a family in which has gone through way more than you will ever go through, who also has a disability, never collected any disability and made it work and figured out a way to adapt and pivot, set the pace. So no one in that entire family, no one was allowed. You couldn't say anything. You always had the ability to look at some other perspective and say, I don't have it that bad. It could be worse. And that's how the pace was set. And I think that was something that in our entire family, I mean, I don't know how many kids, I mean, cousins that I have, first cousins just on that side, but it's over 40, and most of them live in St. Augustine. Actually, the only couple of people that don't live in St. Augustine in my family are my brother and my sister.
Fancy Hawaii.
Everyone else is, yes. I mean, Hawaii. Yeah, I heard it's beautiful. What time were you? I heard it was really nice that time in which you were supposed to go there. It was beautiful.
Yeah, March.
Yeah, it was great.
March.
Like that situation still sticks with me.
Yeah.
Because victim syndrome is easy. It's easy to start putting yourself in a position in which, look, these obstacles are here and I have to deal with them, and so sad for me. But you have to be able to overcome that.
Right.
And I think that through that process, you learn that when you run into obstacles, you have to push through. And it's something that I look back on and realize that I was trained for that my entire life. Actually, my uncle used to, they used to punch you. He'd come in and just hit you at Thanksgiving or Christmas, and it was terrifying. We used to try to avoid our, just pitch in the arm. Like, you did something.
Just paying you back for something.
You did something.
Yeah.
And he's right. We definitely did something. So
that's the old saying, he who hasn't sinned can cast the first stone. Like, we've all got something.
Right, exactly. It's like, you know what?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why? Oh, because you did something.
Right.
I don't need to know about it, but you did something. And that's how it was.
Right.
That's how it was growing up. And, yeah. I mean, looking at it now, I mean, my life wasn't anything what they just went through.
Right.
And, I mean, that was a different era. Listening to my grandfather sing in the bluegrass band, they were able to figure it out, but it was within a year of when he died. Like, it was right at the very end. And so you just think about that, and you think about what they were able to overcome, the era in which the town was. I mean, this town has changed even since I was a kid. I mean, it is so different.
Exploded.
It's incredible.
I moved here in 06.
It's way different from 06.
In 14 years, it's way different.
Oh, it is.
Yeah. I mean, even the amphitheater, kind of tying us back into, music and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when I first got here, I'm a huge concert fan, been going to concerts my whole life. I can't play an instrument to save my life. But I've always loved music. And I remember from when I first started going. Now, I wasn't there during the Cross and Sword days. I've heard about those. I never saw any of that or anything like that. But just watching it explode to what it is today, I love it. I mean, it's become something that I as a St. Augustinian now, and I consider myself that. I'm not Menorcan or local or anything like that, but I care about this city as much as you do, I promise you. I'm just so proud of it, man. It's awesome.
Who would have thought?
So I lived in Jacksonville because that's where I went to law school at. I moved from St. Louis to Jacksonville. And I can tell you that my Jacksonville friends that come down, they love it. And and they see it as a getaway.
Well, and then that's what we are.
Yeah.
And so look at it from markets. And if you ever have a chance, look at the artists that come to the amphitheater and then look at their routing schedule. Go and look at where they're playing. They'll play Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, Atlanta, St. Louis. I mean, Miami. Those are primary markets.
Right.
And so I don't think anyone ever imagined it to be what it is now. But I say this all the time. Jacksonville is actually a secondary market. They're not a primary market. And if they're a secondary market, St. Augustine, what does that make St. Augustine? I mean, we have to be perfect.
Right.
We have to be an experience-centric venue. We do not have the population, even now, to make a venue like ours successful. We have to attract people in. And we do that along with our town. This is a beautiful town. But there are times in which we have shows that we can't put on sale because when you're buying a show and you know you're confirmed, and I have some right now that we can't release, and I'm so I get so excited for that to happen.
Yeah.
There are anchor dates. So there's the one that is in a big market, and they're going to pay the most, but they get to kind of control most of the time when there's an announce because they need the best chance to sell the tickets. And then we're rarely ever an anchor date. We are right now because the shows that are coming here are almost kind of just playing us.
Right.
But with that, we're limited on when we can announce the show and put it on sale. And you can see that if you measure everything. If you look at you can do like a heat map of everyone that purchases a ticket. We're pulling from every market. I mean, if we put on a show at the same time as other markets, there's a chance in which we're going to pull from their market.
Yeah.
Because that's how good the experience is.
Yeah.
And we know that's what we are. So we're an experience-centric venue. That's what we are. And we have to be.
You've got it, though. You've got it. So take the viewers through, and me, because I would just love to go on the trip, man, right? So you get in there in 09, right? Give me a walkthrough of what the experience was, and then if you can, layer us through the added experiences that you've developed over the last 11 years.
So 2009, we had a decently success. I mean, it was 2008 was an okay year. We probably had 15 shows, but at that time there was a big show that put us on the map, and that was Kid Rock.
Okay.
And we didn't have these big. There's two like powerhouse conglomerate companies that pretty much run our industry, or did before the pandemic. We'll see how it is afterwards, and that is Live Nation and AEG. Okay, and they will kind of navigate and maneuver to where there could be opportunities, right? And so we're an independent venue. We'll work with anyone. We're not an exclusive. So at the time, they weren't even interested. Kid Rock came from Red Mountain Entertainment, which is now Live Nation. They were bought out of Alabama, and they would book a couple venues. They worked on the Crawfish Boil, but before that,
so they got to experience you at the Crawfish Boil. Is that how they got to learn?
This was after Crawfish Boil was afterwards.
Okay.
But so when they booked Kid Rock, and Troy, that's one of Troy's favorite shows because it was such a pivotal point in our operation. It went from no one's paying attention to us to, oh wow, there's too many people, too many different people. I mean, which is a good thing, paying attention to us. And so Kid Rock sold out, and we had Three Doors Down sell out.
Yep, I was at Three Doors Down.
Oh, you were?
Mm-hmm.
They're cool. Like, they were cool. I mean, I loved working with that band.
But they, you bring in Kid Rock, you got the ba with a ba power.
Oh yeah, and at the first, and then you recognize that, wow, we need to make sure our concession. We have to start paying attention to things in which we didn't really need, like Kid Rock. I think it was 63 kegs of beer for us.
Right.
That was a big deal. And so,
what would you average? What would you normally do?
I mean, even now it's around probably 30. It's not that much.
So Kid Rock brings the beer.
The beer. And it might be Red Stag now. I don't really know. I mean, he hasn't played it since. But at that time, you're trying to get on the map.
Mm-hmm.
And that continued. That continued all the way until, I would say we booked Zach Brown.
Oh, yeah. I was there for that.
Zach Brown, that was his first.
What year was that? 11?
No, it was before that.
Was it before or after Kings of Leon? Because they were very close.
It was before. It was before Kings of... No. I remember Zach Brown was the last show of the tour. Troy would know this. He would know this.
Check in, Troy. Let us know.
I have some funny stories about that tour,
the
too.
The Kings of Leon one?
No, well, I do, but I'm not going to say
They were breaking up, too.
I'm not going to say it. But Zach Brown, I can tell some good, funny stories with.
Nice.
But so when we got that show, they came in. They were finding themselves. I mean, they weren't arenas at the
Zach
time.
Brown,
they moved to arenas right afterwards. Actually, they were arenas before they played us, but they honored the date.
Good for them,
And
man.
so if you want to respect people in this industry, the ones that honor the date, they get big really quickly. Country and radio play, so pop music and rap, country, all have the ability to bypass market or sizes. So you can go from Ponte Vedra to an arena, and you can bypass it. And in between, if you're aggressive, you try to go ahead and get your next song. You want to tour your album. They had a hot album, and he tried for years and years and years and would play like the Tabernacle. There we go, in kind of Atlanta area. So
was that Chicken Fried?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the Chicken Fried album, which is like Southern Pride, it has some sort of sound like name to it. And I remember he would be on the album. He was covered in clay.
Right.
I thought it was cool because it had
the
the
Georgia Mud
roots.
thing.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
And so it was a great album.
Right.
But he was definitely destined to go to arenas, and he was supposed to be an arena at the time he played us, but he honored it, and they put on an incredible show.
It was. I was there. It was wonderful.
And he afterwards, they hung out, and they built a fire.
Where at?
There used to be, back with Winter Wonderland, there used to be a little s'mores pit, and so they had a fire pit, so they built it right there, and they all hung out. And you can tell that this was a milestone for them, but it was also a milestone for us.
Yeah.
Because they honored the date. They were the biggest name as far as sold out. They could sell it the fastest at the time. They were really hot. It was just the perfect timing. They loved it, and they were destined, and we were destined. And I think at that time, things started to shift. And the county didn't know what they got themselves into. I mean, but we started getting shows, and they were selling well. And it was selling well, I would like to say it's because we were paying a lot of attention to the experience, but it was nothing to what we pay attention to now.
Okay.
The building itself and the setting itself, you just can't recreate.
No.
I mean, it was built in the 1960s, and I believe, the architect did an incredible job because he took the Cross and Sword, and I used to go there. Pete, did you ever go?
My dad was the general manager for a little while. I was in Cross and Sword a couple
of years.
There you
go. So the Cross and Sword, it was an end-of-the-year play that would play for any educational program that, school. It was like the end-of-the-year field trip for schools, and you would get sunburnt and eaten up by mosquitoes. It was the real Florida experience. When you think, Pete,
oh yeah,
I remember telling my mom, I never want to go there again. I'm not going to go there again. I forget that. It was like $2 entry, you're done. No field trip, end of the year, let's call it. Yeah, we're not going to SeaWorld. We're going to the Cross and Sword.
The Cross and Sword.
And so to take that and what was there and create it into what it is now, that was incredible. Like, to be able to pull that off. I just don't, even to like see, you already had this here. You didn't create this from scratch.
Can you give me an overview though? So were the sun shields not up?
No, at that time, no.
So it was just wide open.
Well, Cross and Sword, yeah, it was
right.
Probably a quarter. I would say a quarter of the size that it is now. You can still see it because the steps are standard based off of the because it was a pre-existing structure. When they added to it, you can see the steps that they added because they're the code, and the other ones are the original code. And you had to do that.
Right.
You had to do that to make it work. So you can tell where the original. If you look very closely, you can tell the original structure of the Cross and Sword. And they used to have seats that they added at certain points, and it was kind of built up. And they would do shows occasionally.
Right.
But it wasn't anything like it is now.
Right. It is now. Yeah.
And after Zach Brown, that next year, it was bonkers. We started having more dates, and so we do things in holds. The calendar's based off of holds. So if an artist wants to play, in Florida is a peninsula, so you don't commit. You don't know if they're going to commit or not because they have to figure out a route all the way down in Florida and all the way up.
Right.
And you really need to get 3 or 4 plays in, or it's not worth their time. But Miami's an anchor date.
Yeah.
They have money. They're going to do it.
And they have a populace. They can pack an arena.
They're going to get the Saturday show more than likely. That's the best day. And then to get there, you travel through us. You either get them before or after. You start or end your tour. They're usually starting, and both of them create their own challenges.
Right.
But when they come through, we were on the map, and it was based off of money. People sell. The artist is happy. They're getting a bonus because they're reaching a certain capacity, and the promoters we're working with, who we were really happy to have involved because we needed them because they're buying 3 or 4 dates and we're just included with one of them and we have an agreement with them. And so from that point, it was on.
Nice.
And that was during the recession.
Okay.
And so at a time in which everyone was cutting costs, we were growing.
Yeah.
We were growing, and it was unusual because it wasn't the narrative in the county. Every single platform in which the new commissioners ran on was to be fiscally responsible. But we're having this, there's so much stuff happening, we have to keep up. We have to keep the pace. And I thought Troy did a really good job of trying to grow us at that time and pushing and pushing and pushing because it wasn't an easy thing to do.
Right.
And from there, you could stay there. You could stay. It was a good experience just because of the design. Fast forward to now, we measure ourselves differently.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to get shows. People will say over and over again that the amphitheater is a bucket list play. Like, they want to play. We know that we're going to have the show. The artist confirms with us. We don't even know if we're going to work with a promoter or not, but they're confirming. They're making sure that date's locked in because they want to play it because people love going there. It's a great experience. So now we measure things a lot differently. I would say that the low-hanging fruit they're gone, and we're looking at it based off of we've created core values that we feel like are the right fit for St. Augustine and what we are. We want to be the best us, but we really want to be the best.
Of course.
I mean, you have to. Same way you want to be when you're playing recreation soccer.
I know, it's sad for me, though. Yeah. For you, you're talented. For me.
No, physically, I'm not. But So from here, we start measuring ourselves a little bit differently. We start thinking that the experience is not just seeing the show. It's entry. It's parking. It's concessions. It's prices. It's food quality.
Yeah.
It's point of sale ratios. You have 4,800 people going to an intermission to either use the bathroom or have a drink or hang out. How can we enhance that experience? And we measure it. We look at everything. Food quality was something that we paid attention to in 2019 because we did a survey, and parking came in as a C. This was before we used Anastasia, and it was just like an A to F, and it came in as a C. Everything else was A's.
Right.
Bathrooms were an A, like clean bathrooms. And
that's
the food quality in both parking was a C. And it just was like, well, parking I get. We're like married to this. We came up with a plan with the state park. But food, nah, that's not going to work. So I was a little bit of an asshole. I went and looked at all of our food, and they gave us a list, and they had every single number in which they sold on the season. And I said, hey, this was the asshole move. Can I borrow your Sharpie? All right. I grabbed it and just marked out everything. Anything that I didn't like. What kind of hot dog is this? Oh, you don't know? Done. Cross it out. We moved and transitioned to the food truck area.
Right.
And we measure them on food quality. They have to have their price points down. They have to be locally sourced. And if you're not locally sourced, I want to know why. Because there better be a story behind it. And it better be because of quality. And we found out, I felt like we're moving in the right direction when someone set a meeting with me. And they didn't tell me what it was about. And then he says, okay, Gabe, I want to talk to you about grits.
Here we go.
Okay, well, we can get grits locally or somewhat locally, but there's an area, and it was like either in Georgia or South Carolina, that the grits are like incredible. And they pair with the shrimp, in which I'm serving shrimp and grits. And I have to have it. And I'm not doing it because of price, because it's $4 a pound for these grits. But I really think that we should make an exception for the grits we serve locally because it's part of the experience.
I've had these grits.
It's at the Bullet.
I was gonna say it's the Bullet.
Yeah.
And they're shrimp, and they also do the tater tots.
Yes.
With the Old Bay seasoning.
We just asked where the tater tots were from because I knew there was gonna be a story.
Just let that go.
And it was just for the reason why.
Just let that go.
And so when you get to that, and I'm like, someone set a meeting with me, and the subject line was grits.
Yeah.
And it was to explain to me, kind of in a debate, but mostly sway, that we have to have grits here because they're the best. I was like, we got it. So, we're there. We're finally there.
So as a boy that grew up in Missouri, and grits in the areas of Missouri that I grew up in were not a thing. Nobody knew what grits was. The only context I had to grits was from My Cousin Vinny. So I grew up in the 80s and 90s. You know the movie I'm talking about?
Of course.
Yeah. What is a grit?
Yeah.
Does water boil into a grit faster in your kitchen? Anyway, so when I moved down here, I had never tried grits before. And now I have come to appreciate them. And the Bullet actually does have high quality grits. I didn't even made the right call.
I didn't even think about it. I didn't even think about the quality of grits until he told me. And then I start now I pay attention to it. But that's what we want. Excellent. We want the best. Not only that, the beverage we're serving.
Right.
Like we have artists that care about why. I mean, and so now our advancing when we're starting to work with people, we're not just talking about the art, what they're making. They want to know. They want to know how expensive are your beer prices? Mm-hmm. What is your food quality? What is your COVID mitigation plan? Why are you serving it? And it's important to them. It's important to us. And at this point, we have core values that we care about. We have a mission, core values, and a decision-making priority list. And we follow it. And no matter what, that has to remain because we're an experience-centric venue. This is it. If you screw this up, if you start charging $14 a beer and it's just going to be the same old thing, people will just go to the venue that's close to them. But we have to rely on out-of-market people to come here, and it has to be perfect. Not only just for the customer, but for the artist. Everything has to be perfect. We do our job right when the artist gets a chance to see the ocean, or go to the lighthouse, or go downtown. If we have multi-night venues, or multi-night plays, which is what we're really wanting to move towards because it just makes too much sense for us. We want the artists to go fishing. We have flats fishing. We have, offshore fishing. We go check out downtown. Don't worry about it. We have it under control. It's going to be great. Go in and live life here. Understand our culture. And if we can't do that, we want to bring the culture to them. That's why the locally sourced foods, it's so important to us. Because the artists have more influence than any of us. We will never get that. We did a 5-minute beach cleanup with Revolution one time that someone that was a Flagler student brought to us and said, hey, I want to do this 5-minute beach cleanup. Do you think they're interested in it? And they did it. 3 million views on the video.
Of course.
How incredible is that?
Well, they just have all that pull. So do the artists taste the food truck food?
Yeah, the artist know about the food truck because they'll order after show food because they love
awesome.
it. They're really into it. And others, we have so many good ones. We have Mojo's. There's a guy that serves this like Texas brisket.
Is he the one with the barrel looking truck?
He has now. It's almost like a UPS truck or what do they call the? Yeah, is it UPS?
Yeah, like a big package.
The big brown trucks. What are those called?
UPS.
Okay, yeah, but it's black. Oh yeah, I know. There's so many different ones. USPS, FedEx, Amazon. So so he has one that he converted into it, and it's delicious. It's incredible.
Nice.
I know it's delicious because the Bullet serves it. He uses his product, and that guy, if he's gonna talk to me about grits, I right away. I don't even question it.
Yeah,
I don't even question
that man
it.
cares about food. If he's going to talk to you about the quality of a grit, he cares.
He would rather run out of food than send something out that's a bad product.
That's awesome.
And that's what we want. I don't want him to run out of food, but that's a part of it. That's a part of the experience.
Right.
Everything is. From the security guard that greets you in the beginning to the person that greets you or tells you have a good night on the way out. That's where we're at.
Right.
And there's so much room to improve. I mean, all the time.
I don't see it. But I don't have the vision that you do. I'm not on the inside out.
Yeah.
But I will tell you, this is what I enjoy the most. I enjoy the convenience. The parking is easy for me. The food has been fantastic. Although, actually, I used to eat before I would go. But when you added the food trucks, I started eating there.
And that's the point. That is the main point.
And you've got good bourbon, by the way, so that helps me a lot. But when I get into my seats, right, and I just get enveloped, pre-COVID in the crowd. And I feel a sense of pride, like a communal pride, when the artist comes out on stage. Like, I'm going to show them that they made the right choice in being here.
And they love it.
Do they feel that? Because I feel like I'm like, you got to love us. We are here for you.
So during the encore, I guess before the encore, for people that leave and come back, and they're going to use the bathroom or they're going to dry off or have a drink. Some of them come back so excited. And at the time, I'm working with the tour to settle the show up. I don't know how many times we've had the artists just pop in and just be like, this is incredible. Make sure we're on here next year.
Nice.
I mean, because they love it. Everything, if you are paying attention to the feeling and the experience for the patron then, it resonates.
Right.
You can't make that up.
No.
There's no Costco version of that. All right? So then the artist feels it, and they start playing, and they want to play longer. And I don't know how many times that people are like, hey, we have to end at this point. Can I go 5 minutes over? Because they're into it.
Right.
And then some that are real eclectic that, you can tell that they like the zone in which they believe in making music. They're into the craft. But it's not always easy for them to perform. We see that there, and they're into it. Mm-hmm. They're really into it. It's there. I mean, there's a feeling in which happens probably because of the design of that amphitheater. There's no light pollution. We protected it. It's in the woods.
Yeah.
You are escaping life when you're there. And we know that. And we just want to make sure while you're there, escaping life, you have the best time that you possibly can. And when there's just, if you look at it from that lens, there's so many different opportunities.
That's great. I never thought about that. So the intent that you created to make it that cozy, but still expansive enough that you can get people there. And I know you've added seats over the last few years, which is excellent. Because I know when you add seats, that's going to help you get the bigger shows.
Oh yeah, we have to.
Yeah.
I mean, and I can talk about this now, but I couldn't talk about it early. Is that there are certain artists that have certain expenses,
right?
You know, a certain amount of trucks, and you're going to start seeing trucks get smaller, and they're going to double stack in the truck and figure out a Tetris way of packing it so they can lower the cost, so they can get into certain venues, because that's where we're at in the pandemic. We saw that during the recession, but everything's it's an expense,
right?
And a lot of the set that's set up, the sound, the lights, the production, they really need. And if they're paying for that, they're paying for the buses, there's an overhead, automatically that is a no deal. They have to have it. And so if there are certain artists that need a certain amount of people there and ticket sales to make it work, there's not a single artist that wants to say, that comes to us and says, I don't want to play your venue. They want to, but we have to make it work. But we don't test price elasticity. We're not going to turn around and say every single ticket for this show is going to be a $150 ticket average. We're going to stay within the confines of what they want, because that's what's right. And so if you don't have enough seats, you're not going to get certain shows.
Mm-hmm.
And there were a couple bands in which, actually there was one band that wanted to play us, but they couldn't make the numbers work. And that was the light switch. That was for us. That area, the side, was supposed to have seats. It was during the building, they value engineered it out of the project, but everything was set up for that. All of the egress and ingress size, the bathrooms, everything was there. But we had to have it, because with it, although you lose that area that people can't escape a little bit, you gain the ability to get those shows.
Yeah.
And those shows are too important. If the artist is like, please,
right,
please,
right,
add seats so we can, do this. We had to, and there were certain artists, I was going to name them, I'm not going to name them, that told us.
I won't press you.
Yeah, that they didn't beg us, but they were like, this is how we're able to go there again. And it was obvious.
Right.
So we had to.
So you said escape. To me, adding the front porch, did that help create the escape so that you could bring the seats?
The front porch was huge for us.
Yeah.
Because we measure everything, and people that are coming in, they will always, first off, ingress can get crowded on one side. If you add a front porch, you add a different element to it, some sort of area that's inviting, it automatically fixes an ingress issue. It moves people over.
Right.
But the front porch for us created this space, and you want these little nooks. You want people, you want to go there, and you want to be able to be in the moment, but also we're an outdoor venue. You need to be able to escape. You need to be able to just go and be to yourself if you need to. And the front porch definitely provides that.
Yeah, it's nookie.
Hey, it's your boss.
I know.
He killed it on that.
Yeah.
It's not easy to go through the red tape and government on state land property to get that built. And he was with us the whole time.
He's good at that.
It was hard.
We're talking about Patrick Canan, first episode of the podcast. Go check it out.
He paid for that whole thing. People, when someone comes to you with a vision and says, I'm willing to pay for this to happen, it's not just like, oh, I'm going to sponsor something. He didn't do that. He wanted to make something better.
Yeah.
But it was mostly what was the icing on the cake for Patrick was the farmer's market.
Yep.
We were running into some violations of the band, the Free Rangers, playing in like handicap areas. We didn't have anywhere. We don't have them in a good spot, and we needed to put them.
Set that up. Tell the audience what you mean by the Free Rangers, the farmers
market. So the Free Rangers, they're a bluegrass band, and actually they're incredible. They all come together, and they've been doing it for years, and they play at the farmers market every Saturday. They used to play to the right of the, I guess it would be to the left of the box office if you're looking at the box office from the box office windows. The area that they were playing was in a handicap zone. And you're well aware, you can't, you can't do that. All right. So it was on for a little while, but we knew we had to change some things, but you couldn't move them anywhere else. It was very much at any point, wherever you put the Free Rangers, they had to be somewhere that people can pay attention and sit down. And we were like, they deserve the ability for someone to sit down and watch them. And so, we brought it up to Patrick, and Patrick was all in. He does. He cares.
He does.
He wants to make a difference. It's a part of his legacy.
He has thought in everything he does.
Yeah.
It's not just how do I maximize a profit or how do I do this. He cares about the footprint
for sure
and what the footprint creates.
He also pushes.
Oh yeah.
He pushes. If you run into a barrier,
yeah,
he tackles it. I loved working with him.
Yeah.
And you know what? I would have to respond. I would be tired, and he'd be texting me, "Hey, Gabe, like I haven't heard a response." I would be on it, but I knew he was the driver. He was pushing it, and I'm so thankful that he stayed on that because it would have never happened. We wouldn't have been able to get that.
When he's driven, he's driven.
He's driven.
But it comes with a little bit of being a litigator because I tell people all the time. People say, "What's harder, being a doctor or a lawyer?" Right? And in law, I mean like a litigator, a trial lawyer.
Sure.
And I say lawyer, hands down. Yeah, you probably need to be smarter to be a doctor because you got to figure out really complex things. But as a litigator, a trial lawyer specifically, when I go into a courtroom, I have another lawyer on the other side whose whole job is to mess up everything I'm doing, right?
Yeah.
So imagine if like you were going into surgery and your doctor rolls in and then for some reason, like, I don't know, your ex-girlfriend hires another doctor to come in and just screw with your surgery the whole time.
Sure.
Right? So you're constantly, as a litigator, faced with barriers that you have to sometimes gently massage, try to get around, placate and negotiate, and sometimes just say, I'm stubborn and I'm going to push through this problem. And I think
he's a master.
Well, that's what he does.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he also, and the key is though, he also cares. It's not just victory to him. It's victory with a purpose. Kind of what I feel like you're doing with the amphitheater. I mean, it's competition a little bit, but
it's nice to be able to have a commitment from someone that also has the same values as us, and that's the direction. And at this point, any company or any vendor, anyone that we work with, if you don't share the same values, you need to start paying attention to yourself because you may be on the outside.
Yeah,
we're starting to get very aggressive. And the pandemic at this point, you kind of can see the wolves in sheep's clothing through this. I mean, it was hard.
Yeah.
I mean, we had to reassign. We had to lay people off. It was hard.
I know.
And you had to push through. And we're resilient. This entire industry is resilient. And so the mass gathering business was rough, but there's not enough time to try to massage our message and have people respond to it. If you don't follow it and you're not a part of it, we're going to phase you out.
Right.
And it's nice to have someone like Patrick because he's all in. He really is. And people that you end up working with and you go through this stuff and you figure it out and he checks on you and he sees how you're doing and he wants to meet, not about anything, just to say, how are you doing? Can he help in any way? Those people are really important to the amphitheater. And it was fragile through this, but I mean, we're coming back even stronger. The relationships that we were able to build through this, I mean, we're going to bring some programming in which people we're going to blow some people's minds.
So I'm going to put in a plug for you, and then I'm going to read my second sponsor, and then I want to turn to that. I want to turn to what's going on right now and what's going on in the future. And the first plug, it's not for you necessarily. It's just a plug for Matt Dotson over there, man. So, I've been involved with the amphitheater for a long time. And the customer service level he's provided me through the years that I have been there have been phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
So you got a good one in him. So
he's incredible.
I'm sure you've got a ton of employees over there that are phenomenal and deserve it, but I haven't had one-on-one relations with them in terms of dealing with them through the amphitheater. But I have with him, and I'm just saying it because I'm a believer in when you see somebody doing something the right way, you tell everybody about that person.
I appreciate that.
So just so you know.
I really do, and he appreciates it. I respect him a ton.
Yeah.
I never have to get involved with anything he does.
Don't have to. I'm as a customer, and I'm a customer, I'm Amp Choice. I go to concerts pre-COVID all the time, and dealing with him on that, it's just, he's responsive, first of all. Communication is key in almost every service industry, if not all of them. It should be all of them. So I've never had a communication issue with him, and I've never had a problem-solving issue with him. He's just a go-getter. And then at the end of the day, what I love is when I go, I'll just, talk music with him, man. But he's tuned in there, too.
You're perfect for each other. I mean, you guys like very similar music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're slightly different.
He's more jam. He's kind of follows more the jam band
He's more Andrew. I'm not Jam Bammy.
Oh yeah,
I said that wrong, but anyway, I have a weird music history. So growing up in not in the city of St. Louis, but near the city of St. Louis, I grew up listening to rap music and a little bit of country. Okay, and some classic rock. I listened to CCR, and stuff like that. And then when I moved down to Florida and I met my wife, who is extremely musically inclined in terms of she's loved the variety of music, she started, stretching me into the folk and the more string-oriented musics, where now it's like as I continually harass you about Lord Huron, I told you I was going to ask you about that. Got to get Lord Huron to the amphitheater.
He's been plugging this for like 3 years.
First of all, they're an exceptional band. In fact, the only time I ever saw them is at Mavericks in the Landing.
Yeah,
which is depressing. That
I looked up that show to see how well they sold. They did well. They did well.
I was gonna say because it was nice.
Yeah.
I remember, but it was like I was sticking to the floor, going through it. I was like, God, this is. Okay. And so, but anyway, at the end of the day, Lord Huron, if you will come and play at the amphitheater, not only will you make me happy, but my wife will be happy, which is infinitely more important to me than anything else. So anyway, long story short is my musical mindset has expanded, thankfully, to my marriage. And so, but I would agree now at my age, Matt and I are probably on a very similar level playing. Well, he's way more knowledgeable than I am, but
you're probably more indie. He's more jam.
Yeah, that's a good way to go.
Yeah.
So, all right, we're going to turn over to the good stuff with the amphitheater. But let me get to my second sponsor, Affordable Automotive. Established in 2003 by owner Jim Green after 30 years of service at a local Ford dealership, Affordable Automotive serves our local community, providing a high level of service at a reasonable cost. Master certified by the Ford Motor Company, the team at Affordable pride themselves on honest repairs done right the first time, using dealership-level equipment to properly diagnose and repair your Ford, Lincoln, or Mercury. They also have access to Ford's database and to the latest technical information, and have the latest available equipment to diagnose and repair actually all domestic and foreign vehicles. Today's complex vehicles require specialized equipment and training to properly maintain them, and the goal at Affordable Automotive is to be the dealership alternative and to provide you with an excellent customer service at a reasonable price. And I've known Jim for a long time. He's a good dude, man. And what I love about him, and I tell people all the time, is I go in there and he's just a straight shooter. Like, I'm not worried about what mystical things are going to pop up in the back on my car. So it's been great. If you've ever used him, he's phenomenal.
I mean, that's hard to find.
It is. We got a couple here in town, though. I'll be honest with you. Unsolicited, man, like Ray's.
Yeah.
I love Dean Petty over there, too.
Oh, yeah.
So I think we're a little lucky.
I went to school with Jacob.
All right, there you go. Small town. There we go. All right, so let's talk a little bit about the challenges of 2020, but we're coming out of that, and you just threw a concert with J.J. Gray.
Yeah.
How'd it go?
Oh, it went really well. I mean, we are blazing our own trail right now. I mean, we're there isn't something that you can look at. There's no Rolodex of people to call about how to open during a pandemic. When this happened in March, we jumped on it pretty quickly. Actually, our team, they're such a good team. I mean, I have such an incredible team that I work with, and everyone plays a part. But we were able to maneuver our way into it's an organization called the Event Safety Alliance. So Event Safety Alliance, it was created after the stage collapsed in Indiana. I don't know if you remember. There was a festival.
Vaguely.
Was it? I'm trying to remember the artist that was on. It was like a Little Big Town. It was something like Little Big Town that was on. The stage collapsed, and it was bad. Like, you can't have that happen.
No.
And from that point, you started the detail for stages changed. The Event Safety Alliance was created. Then you had the Vegas shootings.
Yeah.
And so, and I had some close friends that were there, and that was a terrible situation that happened there. Changed our entire industry on how people enter and how you secure the area. From that, the good part about it is when the pandemic hit, we already had a group of individuals, an alliance that were already established to tackle this, and you would appreciate this. The majority of the people that took lead were entertainment attorneys.
Of course.
And they were impressive. I was blown away.
Nobody loves us until they need us.
Oh yeah.
That's
well, we needed you.
We needed you until then.
And so there was a gentleman. His name was like Steve Alderman, I think. He was out of Arizona. He was a professor, and an attorney,
intellectual,
and extremely knowledgeable. And then with it, we had professionals in every single aspect of our job. And I don't know how many podcasts I watch. I don't know how much. I mean, I feel like I can teach a class on tort law.
Okay.
At this point, I mean, I've learned so much.
You know the word tort, which is the first step in tort law.
So what we recognized is that you have to make sure you always maintain a reasonable duty of care or a duty of care. I mean, and where we settled on in St. Johns County is that we have an agency, the CDC, that tells us what's right or what's wrong, and we're going to follow it. And so those were the guidelines. It took us a little bit to get to that point, but when we were there, we knew what we were up against. But our crew, we were in Florida. We're an outside venue. We can operate year-round. We usually don't have a show in January, but we have maintenance. But we had plenty of time to do whatever we needed to do. And so we saw an opportunity, or at least we wanted to start going over what it took to open. And what could we do? Can we open during a pandemic? What will it take to open during a pandemic? A lot of our staff they were reassigned to other departments, working in mortgage relief or disaster recovery or facility maintenance, and because we had to just help wherever we could around the county. And but who was left? We had about 8 people, and they worked their tails off to come up with a plan, and back and forth. We were able to be on the task force for reopening for worldwide event safety allowance. Like we reviewed. I mean, it worked out because we're not profit driven.
Right.
You know, we work in government.
Right.
We're experience focused, and it was something that they thought, okay, all right, let's have you guys come in. I was a part of it. Right. My name's on there. I didn't do anything. I really didn't. Carl on our team, Carl Liberatore and Nelty, really took lead on all of it. I mean, their names are published as well. My name's in there. My name shouldn't be. But they went through and dissected every single detail of what it needed to reopen, because we knew at the time it was 4 months in, and we didn't know when we were going to. We thought we could potentially open in August. Florida was like a weird spot. It was like there wasn't a lot of cases at the time, and then August hit, and we were like, whoa, okay, all right.
I think that's when you and I were talking. Because I was like, man, I need a concert bad.
I was optimistic. I thought it was going to happen.
And I remember you asking me, like, all right, give me just like a little sounding board. Like, how would you show up? Like, would you wear a mask and come? And I was like, well, of course, my response was like, well, it depends on the artist. But, you know,
for sure.
This beard, come on, you grow it out a little bit. The dang masks and the beard, I hate it.
Yeah, it's kind of irritating.
Yeah. I wear them. Don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah, well you have to.
Yeah.
You really have to. And at this point, we're all accustomed to it. But at the time, it was like, are we gonna be able to do it? Florida, I don't know what's going on. Like sometimes we are okay. Hurricanes don't hit us sometimes, and maybe the pandemic's not gonna hit us. I don't know.
Right.
And so, moving forward, we started coming up with a plan. We knew we had to follow CDC guidelines. We were told that that's the right approach, and we started tackling every issue.
Yeah.
I mean, what did it take? There were some venues that were looking at opening at 50% capacity. Everyone was going to have a mask on. It wasn't the interpretation in which our team thought was the right move, and so we moved down to 35% capacity, which is 1,700 at the amphitheater. We came up with a bunch of different maps of how we can sell. We knew we had to sell in pods because you couldn't break the tickets out. We had to make sure your circle of friends were always going to remain your circle of friends, and it prevented scalpers from being able to sell, and all of a sudden there's rando people sitting together. But one thing that we realized as we started to do this, that people were 6 to 8 feet apart when we separated them. And so CDC guidelines say that you're over 6 feet apart, and we wanted to set it up that the last thing I wanted is for us to be, when people were in their seats, to have a patrol going around, like seeking people out all throughout the stands and trying to get them to put their mask on. So we wanted people to be able to follow the CDC guidelines to a T and be able to remove their mask when they were in their seat, because we wouldn't be able to control that anyway.
Right.
It would have been really challenging. One of the major issues that we ran into were that when the lights go out, how do you prevent people in the sections in which they bought a ticket in like a P5 level or price level that's higher from going down and sitting in that open seat? And so we put together a plan that we were going to have to lock our seats. We had to lock our seats.
Which you should now call the Troy Blevins rule.
Oh, is that right?
Have you heard?
Uh-uh.
He went to the concert, and he tried to sit in like one extra seat wide, and it was locked, and you stopped him.
That's perfect. I love hearing that. So I love hearing that.
You should call, the seat lock is now called the Troy Blevins rule.
Good. Good.
Got him.
That's perfect. Yes, and I thought Troy, like, he's shady.
I know.
He could probably try to sit in that seat.
See, remember, the good Troy, when he worked for the amphitheater, no beard, skinny, really wholesome man.
Right.
And then now we've got, like, hat-wearing, beard.
It's like the Waylon Jennings version of Troy that we're seeing here.
What do you think, Pete? You agree with that?
I think that's pretty
outlaw.
Yeah.
Right.
He probably just tried to do it just because it felt like him,
and I feel like every time he's in here, he's trying to corrupt Pete.
I think so. I'm sorry. Hey, oh, no, that's Pete. I thought that was Troy over there.
I know.
Yeah.
If he shows up one day wearing a fancy hat,
yeah,
we know
like
it's
an alligator
hold.
tooth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not happening.
We're on to you.
Not happening.
Yeah, so I distracted you. So
no. So we
down.
were able to lock the seats. We changed the ingress. We have walk-in metal detectors. We have a temperature read. That was something we were really. It's hard. I mean, you're not all. It's one of those things that you're not totally sure is that something that you're going to catch everyone. But anything that can provide us more information to stop an issue, let's do it. But what I didn't want is let me check your temperature.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah.
That just feels too weird. And so we were able to get some
the infrared stuff.
Yeah, it's incredible. 20 people a second, and it can tell us who's over. It doesn't alert. It doesn't make like, oh yeah, look at this person, look at this person, look at this person. Some people just run hot. It's just the way that it is. And so, but it takes a picture of us. We have a medical professional that's there that is independent from us. They grab them, put a KN95 mask, bring them over, evaluate them. We had a couple people at JJ Gray came over. They were just ran there. They were just running a little hot at that time.
Yeah.
They checked out. They give us the yay or nay, and they're allowed in. I mean, or not allowed in. That's how it works.
Who supplied the medical professional?
You know what? University of St. Augustine is producing some incredible people over that physical therapists. And after talking to a couple of people in our industry, we decided that people that are really good communicators, that are medical professionals, are the best fit for this position.
Yes.
Because you could ruin someone's day.
Yeah.
I want to make sure we communicate really well. We can feel it. And in St. Augustine or in Florida, physical therapists who really wish they're going to be working on you after you pull your hammy playing soccer, you're really most likely working in healthcare facilities, which you have to be a good communicator.
Yep.
And so right away I was like, that's who we want. We want that group. We have a whole college here. We can work out a plan. So we started out, we hired someone that had their own company, and it's brilliant. So much in which we had some people from other tours come here and visit to try to figure out what they're going to put in their rider and their contract. When I told them about it, they were blown away. They thought it was the best idea ever. And it is. Incredible communicators.
Communication is key, man. Even so much as my friend Jackie and I, we like to visit several different coffee shops in town, right? And so certain coffee shops you can roll in, and if you've been there enough, they know you. You know, they're pleasant. They get your drink ready, that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to name names because I still go to this coffee shop, and I'm just going to keep giving them chances. But there's just this one in town that Jackie and I, like, they just can't get it right, man. They're not pleasant. And I'm just like, can you just, like, I love the environment I'm in. The coffee's great. But could you just replace this with somebody who's just pleasant to deal with?
Words matter.
Heck yeah.
Words matter.
Yeah.
And at that point, there's a potential reactionary situation. And I want to have the best communicator.
Right.
So we looked at it as we wanted a medical professional. We wanted someone that was covered under HIPAA law that understands what we're trying to do. They need to give us an independent analysis, yes or no. But I really wanted someone at the same time that can communicate.
Yes. especially in that scenario.
It has to be.
It's a high pressure, high tense. It's tense. You're saying to somebody, you're showing signs of something that so many people know is deadly and serious and all this stuff. Yeah, you need somebody who can de-escalate, be calm.
And they're already not feeling good, and they don't even know it. You're not running 100.4 temperature and just being like, everything's great.
Yeah.
So, that was a great... The ingress was something we paid a ton of attention to. We had to adjust a lot of the make sure that we had space. But, 35% in a facility that's usually 4,800 people, it feels pretty good in there.
Yeah.
I mean, you got a lot of room. I mean, your ratio, I measure point of sale ratios for purchases to people. Bathrooms. I mean, we're
that was
killing
easy
it.
breezy.
It's easy. Okay, one of the complaints that we receive, we can't do anything about it because everyone can do whatever they want, is that, someone's standing in front of me. The person in front of me is standing. Well, there's no one in front of you.
Right.
So you're seeing everything. It has a different feeling, a different experience. And we started thinking about that when we were programming because we could create and capture. You mentioned earlier Ray LaMontagne.
Yep.
You could drop a pin drop and hear it during Ray LaMontagne.
I'm sure.
Think about a Ray LaMontagne at a time in which everyone is seated, but it's a different feeling. You have everyone.
Are you projecting it like it would have been better?
I think that if you have the right setting, and you have the right artist, you can fit it. You want the right artist for the right room.
Yeah.
But I can
100%.
tell you, JJ killed it, and it felt great. He left there, and he came up to me and said, that felt like a real show. Dude, if you took an overhead shot of that, everyone was distant. But when you look at it and you see people layered up and scaled up, and the pit felt so good, and it was separated, but we put candles and tables in to give it a different vibe. It had a good energy. It felt great. I mean, and it was a successful event. I was pretty proud of it. I was proud of the team. It was a lot of work, and you don't know what to expect. And obviously, you can leave there and you can make small adjustments here and there because that's just what you're going to do. You're going to do that no matter what. But I left there feeling really good about what we were doing.
And you did the same thing I did, right? So when I kicked off this podcast, I brought Patrick in, right? I wanted to interview somebody I was comfortable with, somebody that I knew. And so when you bring JJ Gray in, he's from here, right?
Right.
And so you've got somebody with a history with the town, somebody that understands our
He's
issues.
invested in our town.
Right, and he cares.
For sure.
And so he was going to get up there, and he probably was, I don't want to put words in his mouth or anybody's mouth, but I just am speculating that he probably wanted to deliver the performance of his lifetime because of the scenario that we were all in.
Well, he was built up.
Yeah.
I mean, and to have someone, he has not been on tour for months.
Yeah.
His
voice was fresh.
He tours. He tours, and a lot of people tour.
Yeah.
And they don't have time to self-reflect, and then you have additional time. You have time in which you can write songs, you can just figure out what you want, different changes. You can really dig down deep. And he was ready, and he's primed it in so many artists. And that's what this situation through the pandemic, it was so challenging, but through any challenging time that we run into in history, it creates incredible art.
Yeah.
Incredible art. The art in which we see at any of these exhibitions or anything around in all around the world, you can see they have feeling, they have different meanings. And I'm really excited because there's going to be some incredible music through this. We're going to hear albums. Even Lord Huron might be put out on an album.
Come on, guys.
So it's possible.
Come on. I agree with you. Don't you think that these artists now know what they're missing?
Of course.
And so they're going to come back in reinvigorated to another level?
Everyone realizes what they're missing.
You're talking to them, so I have to assume that you're hearing it.
They're itching to get out. They're itching, and they're excited. They were excited to probably have a break in the beginning.
Right.
And then they were excited to create new music.
Right.
But they're ready. I mean, everyone on the road again.
Right.
I mean, Willie Nelson has a song called On the Road Again. You think Willie Nelson's just hanging out? I know he drove himself to go get a vaccine. He's dying to get out. Everyone is. Everyone's
been on the road
ready.
for like 50 years.
Oh, yeah, that's his life.
Yeah.
I mean, in a lot of people's life.
Yeah,
they dedicate it to it because that's what they are about.
Well,
they want
love
to
it.
provide. They love it. They're into it. That's their passion, just like it's our passion. And we're happy to have a venue and provide a venue that could be an area in which they can come to. And it's gonna it happens really quickly. I mean, you get someone interested in the venue, put in an offer, they accept the offer, you announce, the show goes on sale, then the show happens. Yeah. This isn't a 6-month time.
No.
This is a 30-day time.
Yeah.
Because they know it. I mean,
and you've got them lined up.
Oh yeah,
I know. We'll get to that in a second. All right, so let's get a couple quick hits, and then we'll ask you about the lineup, and then we'll transition to a finale. Favorite artists that you've seen at the amphitheater? They're all great.
Favorite artists. So
I love them all.
So I mentioned earlier the ability to be able to play lead and sing lead.
Yeah.
So I look at it from that side. So, and there's a talent associated with that. So from that point, I look at it from like a Joe Bonamassa.
Okay.
Is incredible. I mean, absolutely incredible. People that you don't even think about. Brad Paisley.
Yeah. Biggest regret in my concert history.
He's amazing. He's amazing. He may sing what you, it may not fit what you love, but when you watch him and you see him perform, and when he starts playing while he's singing, like, how does he do that? I don't even understand how he does that.
Yeah.
And I hear John Mayer is like that too. I mean, it's just incredible, and it makes you respect that artist.
Yeah.
So much more. But I would say that if you look at it from artists in which I think were captured the audience the best, Chris Stapleton.
Oh God, that's my guy.
He was so incredible, and he brought his like him and his wife sat down, and they were just really simple, really simple.
Yeah.
And you don't have a lot of moving lights. It's almost could be a conventional light.
No,
package.
he's very static.
I love that.
Yeah,
I love that
because his voice and presence is all you need.
It's such a strong
and his
voice.
Wife, she's a wonderful
They're
singer
both
too.
Great.
Yeah,
they're both great, and I would say that was probably the performance in which I remember the most.
Oh man, I'll tell you a different story about that concert later.
Okay,
but I've seen him in concert 4 or 5 times because now he's going to bigger venues.
Huge. Yeah, he's arenas.
So I've done that, but I'll never forget the amphitheater one because that was the one.
It was so good.
Yeah. So
or Smashing Pumpkins.
Okay.
What
year was that?
2011, maybe 2012. It was pouring. It was pouring, and we used to have these side openings on the stage, and would allow all this. If it was a really bad nor'easter, it would just blow in.
Yeah.
And there was water, like layered on the stage, and we have like 600 amps of power. It's kind of it's scary going through it, but it's safe. And so I had to work the stage. We needed so much help.
Yeah.
But he sat there and played. Talked about another play lead and sing lead guy, incredible. And so he ruined his entire pedal. It ruined it. He knew he was going to ruin it, but he played. He was so into it. I wish I was in the audience watching that show because with the rain and the light and seeing it, it's almost like a haze.
Yeah.
It would have been incredible. But he played through it because he knew that was like he knew he had to do it. Jack White.
Yep.
Jack White.
Raconteur.
Yes. Another play lead, sing lead. He's incredible. Those are the ones that I look at and I'm like, I got to go see this. I have to go check it out.
Let me give you 2 memorable experiences that the amphitheater created for me, and they both have similarities to them. The first one was the Lumineers back in 2013.
Oh, incredible!
And then it was,
we caught them at the same time as Zach Brown. They were huge, weren't they?
You caught Zach, Lumineers, and Kings of Leon all on the way up.
Yes,
right. The perfect time.
Perfect time.
So Lumineers come in time. My wife is pregnant with our second child. And that was like the year of the concert. 2013, you had a killer concert lineup.
That was Mumford year too.
Yeah, and you ended with the Shakes.
Alabama Shakes, yeah.
And we couldn't go.
That's right.
My wife was too pregnant, so we couldn't go to the Alabama Shakes, and we love the Shakes.
Mm-hmm.
But we got to Lumineers, and at the time, she was pregnant enough, and at Mumford, some dude who had been having too much fun. So my wife was super pregnant, and she wore, a tank top type shirt that was tight, and she had a big belly.
Mm-hmm.
And to be cute, she ironed on a mustache on her belly. And it flipped this dude out. Like, Trippy flipped him out. And so he, walks over, and he's, stroking her belly. And I'm, within...
That's, rule number 1. You never touch the belly.
Right.
Yeah.
Especially if you're a stranger and you're high on something.
Yeah.
And whatever. And I'm probably 20 feet away. And I'll never forget this. And I owe this police officer probably my career. Because I see it from the corner of my eye, and I'm like, oh, hell no. And so I'm making a beeline to this creepo touching my wife who's, freaking out.
Yeah.
And the officer cuts me off. And he's like, I see it. I got it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Right? And so I stop, and then he goes and gets the guy. And I don't know who the officer was. I'll talk to Barry Fox one day, maybe, and like 2013, this dude saved me from maybe doing something
I'm curious
nice.
to know who it was.
Right. So anyway, long story short, going back to Lumineers. So I bought her that O section. That's the 200 section that gives you the big walkway.
The big aisle, yeah.
Because I want her to have room. And I'm on the left to the rail. And so she's to my right. And then my father-in-law and I think his girlfriend is there. So it's the four of us. And a guy who just quintessentially fits the identity of a roadie posts up at the bar there. And I'm looking at him. You know, he's got the long hair and, you know, wearing all black and the Converse chucks and stuff. And I'm like, what's going on here? I think I'm a pretty good deductor of situations. And I go, you a roadie? He's like, yeah. I'm like, what are you doing? Get ready to set up in front of us? And then he's like, yeah. And I'm like, what?
Oh, yeah.
Remember this?
I do remember this, yeah.
So the next thing I know, these roadies bring out these, and I have the video that I was going to put on this TV screen, but I'm a moron, can't figure it out. So
I wish we had good help.
I know. So maybe I'll post it to the I'll post it to the comments later so you can see it. So they put these boxes. Next thing you know, the Lumineers come off the stage, come straight up the row, and now I have literally the best seats ever in the world of music because I could literally reach out and touch the artist as he and she, because the female vocalist.
They did a duo second stage.
Right.
Yep.
And so they're sitting right in front of us playing, and I'm blown away. I got 2 videos of it, and I'm a big believer in I'll video a little bit just to capture the moment, then I put my phone away to experience it. Like, I'm not going to video the whole thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Because I'm never going to go back and watch 4 minutes of my video from the time. I would rather relive the moment, right, in the moment. So that's the first one. And then it was like Recreation Central because I'm a fan of the National anyway. Love the National. And they came in 2019.
Yep.
And something possessed him. What's his name? Behringer? The lead singer.
What is his name?
I don't know. He's phenomenal.
Yeah.
He's
really eclectic too. I mean,
he's the artist that I think you were talking about earlier that just cares about the music so much.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So he comes off the stage, but he's got a wired mic. Remember that? And the crowd is passing the wired mic back through the crowd. And then somehow and I'm in the 100 section, but I'm also on the edge at our firm seats. And he comes back and then down, and literally he's closer than you and I were as he's walking by me singing the song. And I got that on video too. And I'm like, this amphitheater is the best. I've had all these concerts where I'm like, literally, I can reach out and touch the artist.
Yeah.
And people were touching it. I didn't do that because I'm like, that's weird. But, man, you've created memories in my life that I'll never forget until I get Alzheimer's.
And you know what's interesting is I remember the incident or the whole situation, especially the Lumineers, because I remember that. I knew exactly.
Did they tell you beforehand?
Oh, yeah, we know all about that. We have to.
You have to.
That's why that stagehand sitting there, and he's going to work it, and he's ready.
Yeah, how's that not a security nightmare?
Security comes in later. So
I never saw them. So they were there?
They were there, yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
We have our best. In those situations, you have your best. But, yeah, we had a show, Imagine Dragons, that they ziplined from. I always thought that was so incredible.
I would have seen them. When did they come in? How did I miss that one?
Probably 2012, around there.
Okay.
They ziplined from the stage all the way to the follow spot position.
Yeah.
Those things are it's so much fun. I thought about that when we were talking about what shows do you remember, you know, what's something awesome. that stands out. That was one of the things that does. I mean, it's such an incredible situation. And also you got to love. I mean, first off, everyone loves a zip line. You got to love a zip line.
I've
right?
zip line.
Right.
Costa Rica?
Oh, yeah.
I got some video of me screaming like a girl. Not that it's bad. Screaming like a guy shouldn't scream.
Good save.
You like that?
Yeah.
I gotta. I'm trying.
Yeah.
I'm not perfect.
Yeah. None of us are. None of us are. I'm actually, for my daughter's birthday, she's gonna turn 4. She wants pixie dust or fairy, whatever it's called, that Tinkerbell drops. So she wants to fly.
Yeah.
To fly.
You're gonna make her fly.
And so, zip line.
Make it happen.
But so you go on YouTube and you're like, oh yeah, make your own zip lines, and then you're like, oh, make your own zip line 500 feet. Oh, and then make your own. And I'm like, okay. Then all of a sudden, I'm just creating a whole zip line course.
Right. All right. So You need me to write you a liability waiver?
That's what I was. Yeah. Can you do that for me?
Yeah, we'll get that done.
Okay. Yeah. So perfect. All right. That's really what my wife wanted me to do at this whole stop here. So I appreciate that.
That's good. Actually, my work wife Patrick has a question for you, but I'll ask you after the show.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
I told him. He goes, ask Gabe this, and I go. He asked me that yesterday. I said, I'm never going to remember that. I said, text me.
Oh, shoot. I think he probably asked me and I forgot to respond.
It's probably one of those things. But anyway, so
I hate that.
So the point is, though, I said, text me beforehand. He's like, why do I have to text you? He's like, how do you remember anything? I go, I'm a slave to my calendar. If it's on my calendar, I got you.
And if you missed it and you forgot to put it on your calendar or they never made it there.
But this is the one chance I remembered, like right in the middle of the podcast. I'm like, oh, shit.
I'm sure I can look through my text. And now that you're telling me this, I'm like, oh, yeah. I was supposed to. He's understanding.
Oh, my wife's listening. Matt Berninger.
Okay, perfect.
Actually, you're getting a lot of comments.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, let's
I don't do this very often. I don't have social media. So I got off social media because Ryan.
Yeah.
When Ryan resigned, I moved into the general manager position, and I had a social media, and I had it because my sister and my brother live out of town, and there's a certain, like, it's easier to connect, and we don't always line our times. I had 264 friend requests. 264.
Yeah.
What is that?
It's social media.
Social media. Yeah. It's like, oh, okay, well, let's print. And I was like, I will not be able to keep up with that. I really only have it to talk to my brother or my sister or look at Facebook Marketplace. That's it. Everything else, I look at the amphitheater site.
Yeah.
And that's what I look at. So I had to end it. I couldn't keep up with it. It was just too much. I have 2 children. It just wasn't going to work. But beforehand, I wrote everyone. And I said, look, I'm sorry. I have to end this. If you need to reach me, reach out to Michelle Pellissier, who's my wife. Friend request her. You can easily, through her, you can reach me.
Yeah.
Just so I can you get all the friend requests for this.
That's a healthy marriage.
That's what you have to do, huh?
Yeah.
She was like, what did you do?
Yeah.
And it's not anyone here. It's just overall that they're.
No, I get it.
You get
it's social media,
it's all connections. It's all connections. But yeah, I can't be that tethered to equipment the same way.
All right, let me give you some shout outs then. Because you're not tethered.
Let's hear it. I'm not.
You have no clue.
I have 2 phones, but I'm somehow say that I'm not tethered.
So Casey Vaughn says, I'm a huge fan of the Pellissier family.
I love Casey. He's amazing. I've known him for years.
Chris Sundstrom says, what's up, Teeny?
Love Chris. Chris used to work with us. Big part of what we did.
There you go. Kim La Mendola says, hi, Gabe.
I'll have to see Kim.
Maybe she's new to just fandom of you.
I probably know Kim if I see her. Those other 2, I've been in high school. It's like old school.
So really random, this girl Michelle Pellissier says, that hottie single?
Yeah.
I don't think she's talking about me.
I don't know. I mean, she really likes the bald guys, so I don't think she's talking about
There's
Pete.
2 in the room.
Yeah.
Not me.
Yeah.
You can't say me.
No?
Yeah, that's my.
Because you broke
that's
the
my
producer
amazing
cam.
wife. That is my amazing wife. She's like probably. What time is it now?
Too late. Pete's like, get over with your podcast. It's 8:28.
Oh yeah, she's putting the children to bed right now. So
I'm gonna have to give Pete something really special for letting me run this long.
He gets to listen to it. I think that's good enough.
Oh yeah, he's over there like, enthralled. He's like yawning.
I can tell by the yawn.
Pete's favorite thing is his bed, and we are keeping him from it, and that's a bad thing.
He's had like 4 or 5 yawn stretches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get him out of here in a second. But just so you know, the follow-up statement to that hottie single, Casey said he'd swipe right.
Oh yeah, that's a Tinder reference, or is it Tinder?
I'm not on Tinder.
Man, we missed that.
Yeah,
like we're so lucky.
I'm happy.
I'm so happy too.
I met, not that you can't find love on Tinder, but I met things organically.
Yeah,
I found love organically.
It just seems so stressful.
I feel it's like superficial. I would rather be judged after I buy you the first drink, so you could leave me and not actually talk to me.
You know, I think that it's a whole different game.
Yeah,
it's a whole different game. Yeah. And so, but swipe right, I believe, is good.
I don't know. I don't care.
Yeah.
All right, let's get out of this. I really appreciate you coming in, sharing all this. I mean, people have commented; they just loved the insight on the amphitheater. You've given some people like.
I appreciate you
insight.
offering me your incredible Kentucky Owl confiscated.
Well, I stole.
Beverage.
This is from Troy. Thanks,
I know.
Troy. Troy, we sorry.
Oh, hold on. There's a little bit.
There is.
Yeah.
This is all yours.
Sorry, Troy.
Yeah, we can't leave you any.
There we go. Yeah.
Apologies. That's for calling traveling on Gabe. 25 years
between
ago.
the legs. And come on.
All right. All right. A couple of things I do on the closeout of the show. The first thing I always give all my guests are this or that. And you're not on social media. I posted this earlier for comments just to get anybody.
Bring it on.
So this or that, it's changed with different people. You're into concerts, venues, musicians. So it's this or that. Gabe Teeny Pellissier. Big blowout party or small cozy gathering?
Small cozy gathering.
Yeah, that's how I am too.
Yeah, for sure. I have plenty of big out parties at work.
You do, I know.
That's called work.
I feel like that was easy for you to answer.
Yeah, easy.
But I'm the same way, and in fact, I will be at the amphitheater soon for a concert, and I'm looking forward to a small cozy gathering at a big blowout venue.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to get my friends, and we're going to get a pod, and we're going to rock out.
Oh, for sure.
Right.
And at this point, you can get that. I mean,
Yes.
you're able to kind of create. You get your own little spot. Your own pod.
I kind of like that idea.
It's really cool.
We weren't ready for
I was
JJ
jealous.
Gray.
I was jealous of people. I was like, this is an incredible experience. I would take that.
Well, you got two opportunities that I'm aware of, and if there's more, let me know. I know the Allman Betts band's coming in.
Yeah.
And then you got Aaron Lewis, right?
Aaron Lewis, and we definitely have more. I can't
But
announce
you can't
it.
share.
I can't. I'm
I
sorry.
know.
We gotta wait.
I know.
It's one of those things. But yeah, we're gonna announce here in a couple weeks.
Right.
We have some. There's a lot of momentum right now.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, it's exciting.
You're at the forefront, man. All right, I know the answer. I should not even ask Pete this question because I don't think he would pick big blowout party for sure. I don't even think he would pick small cozy gathering unless it was like barbecue with Jimmy Jam. Otherwise, I think he would just say a duo gathering of him and his mattress.
That is correct. It's very close.
You have to bring barbecue, and a good cause for Pete to go there.
That's good to know.
Nice. All right, so whiskey review before we close it out. First of all, Troy, your whiskey was wonderful. You gave us a good recommendation. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I love the Belle Meade. I brought it in. I knew I was going to love it. What do you think of the two whiskeys?
It's great. They're both great. They're very smooth. I mean, you can drink them straight. I thought it was really good cold on ice. I thought, I always like put a little water in there with it, just kind of open it up. But I mean, they're incredible. I mean,
nice.
But I'm also
you drink it every night.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like drink the coffee with powdered creamer type.
Oh, stop!
So, like, come on, not powdered cream. I'm black.
All right, thank
black
you.
Coffee, but I'm not that picky.
The powdered cream.
It's
like asbestos in a jar.
It's still there. I can't even believe that's a thing, but it is.
Oh, I mean, I guess the astronauts drink it.
That's pretty much everything they have, isn't it?
I don't know. We're getting some comments. Casey's wife is here. Pretty sure you were at our wedding.
Oh yeah, they had a great wedding.
Did they have a DJ or a band?
They had a DJ.
Okay. So I told my wife I want 2 requests for the wedding. I want to buy a suit instead of a tuxedo because I wear suits for a living, and band, no DJ. No disrespect to DJs, plenty of lovely DJs out there, but I love a live band.
Okay, I had the same thing. I wanted a suit instead of a tuxedo, and Michelle and I had, I think it was a 14-piece for the horn section.
Look at you. I went old school, or not old school, I went local, Silver Lake Drive.
Oh, perfect. That's great.
They were great, man.
We were out of Jacksonville. I'm trying to think of the name. It was Digging Rhythm and Brass.
Okay, yeah.
They're so good.
Brass is always good, man.
I love jazz too. So if you can play anything that has like a jazz influence, I'm into it.
Dude, heck yeah. Hey, it's your wedding. Enjoy it how you want to enjoy it.
I wanted to book a band, so I was like, let's book Lucero. Let's book Lucero. Like, we can get Ben Nichols to do it. Let's try it. And Michelle was like, nah.
Ain't happening.
And she loves Lucero. It's just like, we don't really. What's the life of the party here? I mean, are we going to turn around and is Ben Nichols getting married? That makes sense. I was like, I didn't even think about that. But yeah, our band was incredible.
Great, man.
And they played, and our Our wedding was over 400 people.
Oh, Jesus.
At the Rod and Gun Club.
Well, you got I'm sure 300 of them were family.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't want to turn anyone away because you can't. What am I going to do?
We were 150.
That's big.
We were 150 at the White Room.
That's big.
And we did it before the White Room was the White Room.
Oh, yeah. Ours was there's no way we're going to be able to get anyone to leave, so we're going to the Rod and Gun Club. And you have all night. You can go as long as you want. And so it was a blast.
Awesome. Yeah, man.
For what I remember, I guess.
I love my wedding. Oh, I remember all of it. I couldn't get drunk at all.
Nah?
No. And we were taking tequila shots. I just couldn't do it.
Oh, yeah.
I got tons of wedding stories,
I
too.
have not the same here. I got pretty hammered.
Dude, the only appetizer I cared about, because I love food, because I'm a fatty, the bacon wrapped scallops. The wedding party ate it before we got there because we were taking the pictures. Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to make you some bacon wrapped scallops. I'm going to do that.
I will hold you to that.
All right. Okay. So next time, Pete, remind me.
He's like, get out of here.
Yeah.
We're done. All right. Let me close it out. First of all and foremost, long show. Appreciate you sticking with us. Thanks to my guest, Gabe Pellissier, Teeny
Thanks for having me.
Coming out. We'll be back in 2 weeks with Matt Stevens from the St. Augustine Distillery. Let me know if there's anything you want to hear, any guests in town, any people that you want to come in and have drinks with me and talk whatever you want to talk us about. I'm assuming whatever I like, you probably like as well. So you can find us on Facebook or the 904 Now app. And at this point, cheers.
Cheers. I'm out, but
I'll still cheers you.
Cheers. I'll drink what's left.
Wonderful.
Welcome to Uncommon Ground with Mike and Troy. We're here in the factory studios. I have with me Chad Light filling in for Mike Davis. He's off getting some aqua therapy somewhere in the world. And also behind the screen there making all this happen. And the reason you can hear us, Mr. Pete Melfi.
Hello.
So, all right, Chad, welcome in. You've been in several times with us.
Yes.
It's
always been fun.
And the different looks of Chad Light's always fun. Because, when you first started coming in, you were playing Pedro.
Yes.
And then you retired Pedro.
Then I retired Pedro.
You retired
I
as
retired
Pedro.
from Pedro.
There's another Pedro now.
Yeah, there's like three.
There's three. You are Pedro, though. I'm sorry. You're Pedro. You'll always be Pedro in my mind.
Well, he's certainly a part of me.
Yes. So, Chad, I appreciate you coming in, but let me pay some bills first, and
Absolutely.
then we'll jump into what we got to talk about today.
Sure.
Because we got a lot of stuff to talk about.
Awesome.
I got it written down over here. I've done research.
You're ready to go.
You know I'm a headline reader. All right, here we go. Ward Medical Services, St. Augustine's only local and family-owned medical equipment and supply company. Celebrating over 20 years in business. Winner of Best of St. Augustine for 10 years straight. Specializing in home sleep therapy products, home oxygen, wheelchairs, and just about everything you need to recover and stay safe at home. Give them a call at 904-794-9600. 904-794-9600. All right, Chad. Just so in case people don't know who you are and what you've been in St. Augustine a little bit. You kind of grew up around here, and then you moved around the world.
Yeah, my parents are from here. All my mom's family, all my dad's family from St. Johns County and St. Augustine. And I really came back in earnest permanently and knew that it would be permanent around 2008.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been involved with the community in the 500th and the 450th. I ended up playing Ponce de Leon for the state of Florida and St. Augustine for the 500th. Even though I told them I wouldn't do it and they had to find somebody else, it ended up being me anyway. Mm-hmm. Because I had already had my focus on Pedro Menendez, who I did portray for the 450th.
Mm-hmm.
And then when the Spanish king and queen came here, I was a part of that.
Yeah.
So
you got to hang with the king and queen.
I got hanging with the king and queen, which really for me was no, they don't. Which for me was a long-term goal.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about that way back in 2011.
Okay.
So when they were, then he was going to come and he wasn't going to climb. Well, it was just like a long-term goal, and I was like, please, please, please. And then it worked out. I'm not going to say who, but someone said, yeah, everybody voted, and you're the only one everyone agreed with to be up there at the balcony. So it was and then Mayor Shaver and I were up on the balcony with their majesties, and it was just a very, very cool day.
Yeah, on the king's balcony.
On the king's balcony at the governor's house, and so so for me it was a good
I've
deal.
done the night of lights from the king's balcony a couple times.
Yeah,
and it's a really cool. Pete, you know what I'm talking about with the king's balcony?
I think so.
Okay, it's the balcony on the east side of Government House.
Yes,
So
facing the plaza.
Facing the plaza. So it used to, we turned the lights on from there.
Right.
And there was always a screw up in the timing of it. So everybody would count down, and we'd hit the switch over where we're at, and then nothing happened. So they kind of ended up moving it to where it was better timing for that.
I think I remember some of those night of lights.
Where everyone goes, oh, and then the lights come on, like 10, 9, 8, and like you get to it, it's like, oh.
Yeah,
it's like
I was there for a few of those.
Yeah,
I remember.
So, but that's really cool. You got to be on the balcony with the king for
right.
that.
And I worked a lot with not only local but state government with those commemorations and those events. Visit Florida. I'm still involved with our VCB. I've worked in tourism really since 2010, and I've done other things and other projects, the statues and that sort of thing, movies, which I'm still involved with. But tourism, and luckily St. Augustine has survived really the tourist fallout.
We actually have done really well.
We've done very well.
We're lucky.
All things considered.
We're a gas tank community.
Yeah.
We're not reliant upon people flying here.
Right.
We're more of a drive and everything from that, and it's really helped us, and it helped us during the recession last time too.
Right. Yes, it did.
People were just like, well, I can't really afford to go to Disney World, but I can afford to go to St. Augustine.
Right.
And they still have a great time and do some things.
Yeah.
But I mean, what you went through is, and a lot of people, I know, ask you this. Well, what do you do? And it's I call you a Renaissance man.
Yeah,
and
I do a lot of things,
a lot of people call me a Renaissance man,
and hopefully I do them all well.
I look at you as more of a Renaissance man than what I am. I just have a lot of jobs. I'm not a Renaissance man. I mean, you're actually a writer, a blacksmith, director of movies. I mean, you have a broad range of talent.
The sculpting. Well, and
you have real talent. I have the ability to move stuff around, and but you actually have talent, and you can act, you can sing.
Yeah.
People don't realize you can sing too.
Yeah, I can sing.
Yeah.
So. And one day it should make me money.
Yeah. So one of these days you're going to grow into it.
One of these days.
Yeah. Well, when our movie's done.
When our movie's done.
Pete's a part of the movie.
We're getting close. We are getting close.
You did some sound on the movie, so Pete is one of our sound people on the movie.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
We're excited about it, and we are getting closer. That's for sure. And the movie we're talking about is Freedom on Our Minds.
Yeah.
I was fortunate enough to be executive
No,
producer.
it was your idea. I wrote the script, but it was based on your original ideas and the characters who are real people that you wanted to use and you wanted to focus on, and so we've done that. And the timing with everything, I keep thinking, oh man, we missed a good time for this to come out. You know what? Actually, I think it's going to work for us. The timing.
Yeah.
We need the movie. We needed the movie 2 years ago, but we're going to get it, and it's going to be something we're all going to be proud of.
I think it's something that St. Augustine's going to go, wow, we were involved,
because it did.
And a lot of people don't know the story of the story we're going to tell.
Right.
And
they know that there was a civil rights movement here. They know some of the stuff that happened. Everyone knows that Martin Luther King was here, but the majority of the people that know about Martin Luther King or
they don't know the journey
some of the events
how
that
he got
happened.
Here. Yeah.
They don't know why he was here and those events. And so that's what, Dr. Haling's importance, but not only that, those high school kids, they were really the catalyst.
The St. Augustine Four, and there was more than just the four.
It was just the four. It was more than just the four.
Yeah. But four of them.
But that day,
paid the price.
And it wasn't even the first sit-in. But anyway, come watch the movie, and you'll be able to learn some stuff that maybe you didn't know.
We'll be releasing it soon.
Yeah.
Pete, how many years I said that?
About 3 now?
Yeah,
3 years.
Okay.
You might be right.
I'm like Howard Hughes. I edit a film for 10 years, then release it.
On 3.
All the technology in the movie's obsolete.
Yeah. All right. So, Chad, you've been here enough. You know how I kind of do things. I throw things at the guests, and you guys get to choose.
No, sure.
What we want to talk about.
Plus, I'm a regular fan.
Yeah. And you're a regular commenter. You know, and it's hurting you right now not to comment. You got your first one in. You got the hashtag.
I got the American Party.
You got hashtag American Party in there.
I was going to say, he still got a comment in. He still showed up in the comment section.
And we're going to give you an American Party.
That's
party.
Awesome.
That'll be your payment.
That's
for today.
Awesome. Yeah.
You won't have to claim it on your taxes.
Yeah. So, the guy that came up with that's awesome.
Yeah, that logo.
That logo, yeah.
That logo is great. All right, new relief bill, the accident in Texas.
Right.
All right, and Florida versus the rest of the United States. Which category you want to go?
Florida versus the rest of the United States.
We're going to win, right?
Yeah, we're going to win.
Yeah. So when I'm talking about this, I'm talking about how well Florida is doing against the rest of the United States.
Doing very well.
Texas seems to be doing pretty good, and Florida seems to be doing pretty good. Everybody else is kind of treading water or losing ground.
And the people that like to point out, well, Florida's COVID numbers, and they're trying to act like the numbers are bad. They're not.
We're in the middle of the pack.
When you statistically, we're doing fine.
We're in the middle of the pack.
And economically, we're doing fine.
We're doing
And you
way
look
better.
at the states that shut down, their COVID numbers are way worse than ours. Their economies are shot.
Mm-hmm.
We have people that the tourists that come in that I meet every day, it's sob stories. It's nonstop sob stories about how terrible it is where they are, and that Florida's great, and we're going to move down here. And I'm like, no, just visit. But
yeah, just come.
Just visit. It's better if you just visit.
I've got about 7 family members coming down in the next couple of months, and I would not be surprised if at least 3 of them stay.
Yeah.
I know a good realtor, Pete.
Well, because it's almost like you're getting out of jail. Florida was awesome to begin with, and then you get down here, and you're like, oh, my God.
It's like getting out of exile.
Yeah, you people get to live.
Yeah. But, I mean, I had a great new restaurant. It's on Charlotte. It's called The Drunken Horse. Prime example, just wonderful family. I mean, they have 2 beautiful kids. They're enjoying the school system, and they were gonna retire and come down here after, but they have a restaurant in Manhattan that's been very successful. Completely got shut down for months and months and months.
Yeah.
It's now open for curbside, but it's still not open.
Right.
And it is wonderful people, and they just they came here. They fell in love with the city. They fell in love with the school system. Right. And we're getting.
I just hope they remember how
people.
Poorly Cuomo handled everything.
Yeah, we're getting quality people along with people that are just want to come down and complain
What's
about
the shirt? Don't New York my Florida.
Yeah.
I don't mind.
Yeah.
I love New York. It's a great city, and I love the people.
Yeah, I love.
However, there's just a lot of politics up there that I would rather not see down here.
Yeah, don't bring your Karenness.
Yeah, don't New York, Florida.
And that's the big fear, isn't it?
Oh,
I mean, that's
absolutely.
the big fear, because people are just flooding into Florida and Texas right now. And
then why wouldn't you?
Right. And I hope people realize that it is the politics of Florida and Florida's governor that's keeping Florida alive, that's making it the state that they can come to.
All right. I did get an Amber Alert. Just want to put this out. An Amber Alert has been issued Tinsley West, last seen at the 2600 block of Green Valley Street in Valrico, Florida. It's so check your Amber Alerts, people that are out there, and just because we found out just this past week, the garbage man in Alabama,
right,
saw the car.
He saw the alert on his phone. Saw the car actually pulled out in front of him.
Yeah,
yeah.
and basically had law enforcement. Yeah. Had law enforcement come there, and
How
they
do you not
found
know?
the kid.
How do you not notice a garbage truck is following you?
Yeah, it's pretty.
I'm glad they didn't. I'm
Yeah.
glad that they were caught. But it's funny that those 2 garbage men, when you hear their story, that would make an episode of something.
But it's the car to look out for is a Volkswagen Tiguan, and it's Florida tag number WBR587. So. It's a white Volkswagen Tiguan, Florida tag number WBR587.
So I don't even think I know what a
wanted to make sure.
Volkswagen Tiguan looks like.
Isn't that what you drive, Troy?
It looks like my car, except smaller. I have the Atlas.
Okay.
And my car's black. So no, Tiguan, it's a nice vehicle, and it's 2018.
No, I like Volkswagen.
Yeah.
I just never heard of it. That brand or that style of car.
But yeah, it's if you look at my car, it's the smaller version of it. So Florida seems to be doing very well. Do you
statistically and all things considered, absolutely?
Yeah. Do you think it's all the governor, or do you think it's just the way?
It's never all the governor.
Yeah.
Even when things are bad or good, it's never all the president.
Yeah.
You know, people like to assign blame to a single individual, and yes, he is the governor, but it's a lot of it's policies, it's his cabinet, the people that are in county government in Florida, for the most part, that realize that shutting down is a mistake, and the support that the governor's had in that respect, and then his willingness to stand up and hold the line, even though he's getting a lot of criticism. So no, it's never only the governor, but I knew Ron before he even got into politics, and Casey before they even started dating, and he's very smart.
Yeah,
wouldn't want to debate him in anything, and he's a genuinely good person. He's not going to do something bad that he thinks is bad.
Yeah, no, and I've appreciated and even prior to this, what he did in the Everglades was huge.
Oh, absolutely.
And the Democrats
and no one knew he was going to do that.
He took heat from his own party.
Yeah, right off the bat.
Right off the bat, and he ended up saving a lot of fisheries and a lot of different things.
Yeah, he did.
And he took a risk that his party wasn't willing to take.
Absolutely.
So I mean, he's done some things that's made both sides happy. I appreciate that he's our governor.
Oh, we are so fortunate. I mean, you guys realize how close we came to disaster.
And that's we talked a little bit about that yesterday when Brandon Patty was in here. But I got to do a read here, and then we'll go to the next topic. A to Z. A to Z offers free estimates and has been serving St. Johns County for over 20 years in the construction industry. A to Z offers painted metal roofs for saltwater area homes with warranties up to 25 years. A to Z offers shingle roofs with warranties up to 50 years. A to Z also installs tile roof, cedar shake shingles, designer roofing, and flat roof coverings. If you want to see any of their materials or pictures of their jobs, check them out at A to Z Roofing and Waterproofing.com.
Best read of the entire day.
I nailed cedar shake shingles.
You did?
Bam, and I said it twice.
That's it, man.
Yeah.
Okay, we're done.
We're going to stop on a high note.
Yeah, we're just going to stop right there. So, all right, Chad, here's where we're at right now. We have still the new relief bill is out there. The accident that took place in Texas, and the civil suits that Trump might be facing.
Okay, first off, and we have a lot of lawyers in St. Augustine, it's possible and plausible for him to face some civil suits. The President of the United States is also protected quite a bit from civil suits for things that are done in office, and people forget that.
And he was still in office.
And he was still in office. And so that's you have to keep all that into account. I know there's a lot of people that would like to sue him, and I hear a lot of nonsense on the internet. I read a lot of nonsense. I hear a lot of nonsense from the pundits. It's just wishful thinking, wishful hoping that we're going to be able to do this. Everything that we went through the last week and a half was ridiculous. We knew where it was going to go. We knew it was going to go nowhere, but everybody did it anyway. Well, we wanted to get all of the evidence, in front of the people, and then they redacted it and edited it down to something that was patently false. His lawyers, I thought, did a great job in presenting a case just to show how completely hypocritical the accusations were.
Well, and some of the evidence even had to be thrown out. A lot of the evidence was photoshopped. And they got called out on it.
And they got called out on it because it was fake. Exactly.
I mean, completely fake, just Photoshop.
And this is the Senate marshals doing this.
Yeah.
And
it's ridiculous.
Their lawyers found all of it. And so that, just like that nonsense, I think a lot of the civil suits are going to be nonsense. I don't think they're going to go anywhere.
And here's my take.
They end up in.
Here's my take, because I'm a little bit different than you two. My take on it is he should not have been impeached. The entire trial and all that stuff, it was going nowhere. He's no longer president. He should not have been impeached. Right. From a human standpoint, what he did, I cannot condone.
Did you watch the entire speech that he gave?
I watched his speech, and I watched him say Mike Pence needs to do the right thing, and he turned his back on Mike Pence.
No, he did that.
All I needed to see.
I didn't like that either.
All I needed to see was that, because, I mean, my friends.
I didn't like that either, but what, is Mike going to file a civil suit against him for that?
No, he's not going to do it.
Exactly.
The thing
but
is,
who can?
You know, the people that got attacked, the Capitol Police. I guarantee you, there's going to be Capitol Police. There's going to be AOC, who is traumatized. You know, all of them are going to. It doesn't take
people were
much.
Coming in here to murder me.
It doesn't take much. It only takes 3 people to have a class action suit against somebody. And who defends that? Does Trump defend that, or does the United States have to pay for that defense? That's the part that really boggles where I'm at. And
the Capitol Police filing lawsuit against the former president of the United States for anything he said or did that day is going to go nowhere.
He told them to walk up there. He did tell them to walk up there.
That's not how the law works. It's going to go nowhere.
You know what? I love the fact that you think that's going to stop any suit.
No, it just
because they're going to happen.
I didn't say they couldn't be filed, but they're going to go nowhere.
But who pays for the defense of that?
It's just like the impeachment. What was it? $33 million. What could we have done with that?
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's homeless veterans that could have used that.
Homeless veterans, autism. I mean, it could have went to actual relief, which we have coming up. No. Also, I mean, it's.
I know when I was in Special Forces, we always needed more bullets. So $33 million of bullets.
That's a lot of bullets.
Yeah,
that's a lot of bullets.
You know.
But I mean, I think those cases and my concern, I know they're going to happen. I don't think any of them are going to go anywhere.
I think it would be hard to make the case.
Someone has to pay for it.
Yeah. No, you're right. I think it would be hard to make the case just because he did say, let's peacefully walk over there. Let's peacefully and respectfully walk over. I mean, he made sure and used those words. So
and he was very clear about that.
Yeah.
When you watch the whole unedited clip.
So,
but very few people have seen an unedited clip. They're watching a very redacted and purposefully edited clip of his speech that when you watch that, you're like, oh my gosh, he's terrible.
But Donald Trump is a very good reader of people. You and I and Pete is a very good reader of people.
You could almost tell that when he was talking.
We see the room.
Yeah.
He could look at that and go, okay, I got them. And I can really get him in a fervor. And that's what he did. And you can say otherwise or any of those things. But I'm a good reader of people, and I know he knew exactly he had them in his hand because he's had them the entire 4 years. So he knows his power of his words and what he can create. That's my problem with him individually. Like I said, I had no problem with him as a president or his policies. But I have a problem when it comes to things like that as a human. I have a problem with that. And
I wouldn't have done or said the things that he said that day, but I'm obviously not him. I don't think that he said or did a lot of what he's being accused of. At the same time, we knew he was always going to be a bull in a china shop. He was definitely a bull in a china shop just because of his affect and his demeanor and the way he speaks to people. But like you, his military policies, getting us out of these ridiculous
trade deals.
Yeah,
I mean, he did an amazing
the trade
job
deals,
on the trade
the military, all of that. These are things that make sense.
He did reduce the military.
They did a good job. Well, he's just pulling us out of nonsense. And so there were things that I supported that he did. There were things that I did not support at all. So
all right. So we're done with that. I still think there's a lot of cases that are going to, and my question is, who pays for them? If he pays for them, go have at it.
It won't.
But if
it
it's
won't
coming,
be him.
if it's coming from the United States,
I don't even think he pays for the buildings he builds. I mean,
no, he lends his name to a brand.
He's been making money too long to have his own money spent on any of the.
He's lending money to
I
the
would
brand.
be surprised.
So,
me down
as
here
long
in
as it's
St.
not
Augustine.
our money.
Yeah.
No,
Well, that's the rub.
Yeah.
Is because if it's not his money,
it's probably ours.
It's probably ours.
Yeah, and that's where I got a problem. So.
And our country is so far in the hole. Mm-hmm. It's scary. I don't even like to think about it.
Well, and we're
financially.
There's no shovel that gets us out.
Well, that's just it.
There's no shovel.
There's no plausible way to get out from underneath this, unless there's like these really, really hard decisions that like Greece had to make, and some of these other countries where the country went bananas because they didn't want to go through. They didn't want to lose all these programs and money.
Almost like on rations type situation.
And even if we did that, our kids are still going to be dealing with us paying off this insane national debt.
Well, I mean, according to the younger people, that Bitcoin's going to save us. I don't understand Bitcoin. Pete, you understand Bitcoin at all?
I understand Bitcoin skyrocketed in the last couple of months, and it probably has to do with the inflation we've got coming.
And that's what a lot of people are saying. Right. Bitcoin's going to save us with the economy, and I was like, okay, I don't understand.
There was a while ago that Bitcoin was down. One coin, not a percentage, was down to under $10. I think at one point close to $5. And yesterday it was 30,000. Today it's 50,000 something.
Yeah, it's close to 50,000. Last I checked, it was 48,000.
Yeah, so I mean,
I'm still kicking myself because I could have bought someone that was 90 a coin. 90.
Well, I had someone as a consultant. I had someone offer to pay me, and this is when I think Bitcoin was like 1,500, and they were gonna pay me like 3 coins. I was like, no, just give me the cash.
Right. Okay.
I mean, so
should have taken those coins, man.
Well, it's easy to say now.
Of course,
it's the hindsight's always 20/20.
So should I buy at 50? No, I don't think so. Now I'm just like I'm too late and too old. So, but I mean that's one of the things that people are like, oh well, Bitcoin. But I was like, don't these other countries that we owe money to have the same access to these computers? It seems like it's more risky to me. But like I said, I don't understand it.
Well, and that was a part of the risk with Bitcoin was how do you cash out? They had these storefronts, brick fronts, start up where you'd be able to cash in your Bitcoin. Those failed as the Bitcoin price kept dropping. And of course now, it's a whole different story.
Yeah, no. So
it's like anything. If I'd only known.
Yeah, no. Well, it's just like people go, well, I could have bought that house for $200,000. Now it's $1.2 million.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody has a story like
and that's
that.
Just St. Johns County.
If we have enough gray in our beard or in our hair, you have a story like that.
Yeah.
And but I still don't get Bitcoin. So it's going absolutely crazy. So, all right. So the question of the day this morning was, what did you want to be when you were 10 years old? Did you catch that question? Did you answer it?
No, I answered it.
What was your answer?
Race Bannon.
Race Bannon.
Yeah, from
you wanted
Johnny
to be
Quest.
the coolest cartoon
Bannon.
character of all time. Do you know what race is?
I wanted to grow up and be the physical embodiment of Race Bannon, and so.
Yeah.
I don't know specifically if I've ever seen Race Bannon himself. I'm sure I have.
Johnny Quest.
Yeah, I didn't watch a whole lot of Johnny Quest.
Bandit.
There you go. So, but Race was like the muscle in Johnny Quest.
You never knew what his background was, but obviously
and everyone was afraid to ask.
Yeah. Obviously, he'd been like Green Beret in Vietnam, and didn't talk about it anymore. Something like that.
He might have been a ninja. The last Shogun. He was Race.
He knew karate. He could swing on a rope. He could sword fight.
Yeah. He's Race Bannon.
Zorro was another big one for me as a kid.
Guns out of everyone's hand.
Yeah. Zorro.
Zorro. Oh yeah, man.
Pete's taking a sword to a gunfight.
Yeah.
No, a whip. Taking a whip. That's right.
Well, Zorro's very popular at my house. My wife and my nephews are very fond of the Disney Zorro.
Okay.
Maybe your wife will like my show more if I mention Zorro more.
Yeah, probably. Hey, all I have to do is go and tell her that you like Zorro and wanted to grow up to be Zorro.
I love Zorro.
And she'll let me listen to the show.
All right, great. Not out loud. Not out loud. You'll be in the earbuds still. You'll be in the earbuds still. All right, here we go. Solomon Services. Solomon Services is a premier place for personal training in St. Augustine, specializing in one-on-one youth and adult personal training. They also do small group, strength and fitness development, athletic development for team and individual sport performance, speed and agility,